All right, we are live. Let's turn this way. It is a rainy day out. We are live. Oh, I hear myself. Turn this way. It is a rainy. Why do I always sound so muffly? Let's see. Maybe I can fix that. Leaving do that. A little less compression. There we go. We'll just turn that down a little bit. That should work. Hopefully I'm not so muffle. Muffle. It's another day, people, and it is rainy. Rainy. What I need to do, we need to get a new Bible verse. I haven't looked at one for a while, so it's good to do today. Been working on some stream ideas with ChatGPT. They're very helpful. If you haven't looked, we've changed the theme up a little bit. Got some new emotes out. Now I am working on some alerts, which I think they have turned out fairly well. Follows, members, raids, subs, tips, fuel for the forge. I think they all look good. I got to get sounds to go with them, and then we got our over. Those are the same things, just the other ones are better. These are supposed to be banners that go over top, but I don't like them very much, so we redid those. And they're over here in the overlay folder. And we got one solid one that I think I'm going to use, and I'll just customize it as we go along. So that'll be good. It'll replace the lions and tigers at the top. Yeah, this one looks pretty cool too. I just don't like ChatGPT got a little confused, I guess, in my wording and just put every word instead of making separate bars for each recent follower, recent sub, and recent tip. I think I only need 3. I mean, I can do latest super chat, but I don't think I want to do that. And we're trying to get a webcam frame working, and I think this one's the closest I can get. And I like it, but I want to get it work on animating it. Having this like light up like a furnace in a way, get brighter orange, and then have the eyes start glowing brighter, and then the cracks throughout filling with this teal color. So I'll get that animated. But this turned out really well, actually. I'm happy with this one. Just gotta animate it next. That shouldn't be a big deal. Do different scenes and then fill in like different things. But yeah, it's a lot better than some of these other ones. And then we got little badges and stuff like that. I think I might make these like some free emotes or something like that. I like this one. But yeah, we're making some changes to the stream, and we're gonna change the background to get a different background on my intermission page. ChatGPT has actually been amazing as long as I can get the words out. Sometimes it's a fight though. Took a while to make that one. Oh, it looks like close up. That's this one here. That's what it's up close. What do we listen to? POD. I was never a big fan of POD. But yeah, making headway on that. Has anything crazy been happening out in the world? I don't know. I haven't really been paying too much attention to the news today. That's old. Other than maybe they got a peace deal with Ukraine. Okay, that's some pretty big news. We'll see what Tim Cast has to say. Mr. Tim Pool with his Tim Pool water. And yeah, we'll go from there.
Donald Trump has done it. Maybe, I hope. The report now is that Trump's administration offered up a 29-point peace plan. They've revised it down to about 19 points, but Ukraine is agreeing. The question is, will Russia agree to this brokered peace deal and put an end to the conflict in Eastern Europe, which I think we as Americans are spending way too much money on? And you know what? I can
Now, before we watch this, let's get that verse of the day changed. Let's figure it out together. I'm thinking maybe we go somewhere in John. By the sheep gate, a pool in Aramaic called Bethesda has 5 roof colonnades, multitude of invalids, blind, lame, and paralyzed. One man was there who had been invalid for 38 years, and Jesus saw him lying there and knew he had already been there a long time. He said to him, "Do you want to be helped?" The sick man answered him, "Sir, I have no one to put me into the pool when the water is stirred up, and while I am going another step down before me." Jesus said to him, "Get up, take up your bed and walk." And at once the man was healed, and he took up his bed and walked. Amen. And this is where the Pharisees started attacking Jesus. "You are well, sin no more." Afterward, Jesus found him in the temple and said to him, "See, you are well, sin no more, that nothing worse may happen to you." Yeah, that's what the world doesn't get. They don't read that part. Sin no more, that nothing worse may happen to you. I think we do this. So we'll do 7 to 14. That's perfect. Perfect for the day. We'll do it in notes. Notepads over here. Full verse of the day. Put it in there. Oh. Ooh, for Lion K and all the songs we play. Do 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 do. $14, right? All right, we'll read it again. So Jesus was at the well. The sick man was a bunch of sick and lame and blind and paralyzed people and invalids. One man was there for 38 years. When Jesus saw him lying there, knew that he had already been there a long time. He said to him, "Do you want to be healed?" The sick man answered him, "Sir, I have no one to put me into the pool when the water is stirred up, and while I am going another steps down before me." Jesus said to him, "Get up, take up your bed and walk." And at once the man was healed, and he took up his bed and walked. Now that day was the Sabbath. So the Jews, what's the other word for the Jews? A Greek word, laudia, refers specifically here to Jewish religious leaders and others under their influence who opposed Jesus in that time. So their leaders, the Pharisees and Sadducees, said to the man who had been healed, "It is the Sabbath, and it is not lawful for you to take up your bed." But he answered them, "The man who healed me, that man said to me, 'Take up your bed and walk.'" They asked him, "Who is the man who said to you, 'Take up your bed and walk'?" And now the man who had been healed did not know who it was, for Jesus had withdrawn, as there was a crowd in place. Afterward, Jesus found him in the temple and said to him, "See, you are well. Sin no more, that nothing worse may happen to you." The man went away and told the Jews that it was Jesus who had healed him. And this was why the Jews were persecuting Jesus, because he was doing these things on the Sabbath. But Jesus answered them, "My Father is working until now, and I am working." This was why the Jews were seeking all the more to kill him. Not only was he breaking the Sabbath, but he was even calling God his own Father, making himself equal with God. It literally says it there, making himself equal with God. So Jesus said to them, "Truly, truly, I say to you, the Son can do nothing of his own accord, but only what he sees the Father doing. For whatever the Father does, for whatever he does, is what it's in Greek, that the Son does likewise. For the Father loves the Son and shows him all that he himself is doing. And greater works than these will he show him, so that you may marvel. For as the Father raises the dead and gives them life, so also the Son gives life to whom he wills. For the Father judges no one, but has given all judgment to the Son, that all may honor the Son just as they honor the Father. Whoever does not honor the Son does not honor the Father who sent him. Truly, truly, I say to you, whoever hears my word and believes him who sent me has eternal life. He does not come into judgment, but has passed from death to life. Truly, truly, I say to you, an hour is coming, and is now here, when the dead will hear the voice of the Son of God, and those who hear will live. For as the Father has life in himself, so he has granted the Son also to have life in himself, and has given him authority to execute judgment, because he is the Son of Man. Do not marvel at this, for an hour is coming when all who are in the tombs will hear his voice, and come out, those who have done good to the resurrection of life, and those who have done evil to the resurrection of judgment. So there'll be two different punishments. Those that are good, that serve and follow Christ's ways and law, and those that are evil will receive judgment, proper justice. He's a loving God, but he's a judge. He's a lawful God as well. I can do nothing on my own as I hear. I judge, and my judgment is just, because I seek not my own will, but the will of him who sent me. If I alone bear witness about myself, my testimony is not true. There is another who bears witness about me, and know that the testimony that he bears about me is true. You sent to John, and he has borne witness to the truth. Not that the testimony that I receive is from man, but I say these things so that you may be saved. He was a burning and shining lamp, and you were willing to rejoice for a while in his light. But the testimony that I have is greater than that of John. For the works that the Father has given me to accomplish, the very works that I am doing, bear witness about me, that the Father has sent me. And the Father who sent me has himself borne witness about me. His voice you have never heard, his form you have never seen, and you do not know his word abiding in you, for you do not believe the one who he has sent. You search the scriptures because you think that in them you have eternal life, and it is they that bear witness about me, yet you refuse to come to me that you may have eternal life. I do not receive glory from people, but I know that you do not have the love of God within you. That's very abundant today, unfortunately, and sad. A lot of people do not have the love of God within them. I have come in my Father's name, and you do not receive me. If another comes in his own name, you will receive him. How can you believe when you receive glory from one another, and do not seek the glory that comes from the only God? Do not think that I will accuse you to the Father. There is one who accuses you, Moses, on whom you have set your hope. For if you believed Moses, you would believe me, for he wrote of me. But if you do not believe his writings, how will you believe my word? And that's where the Old Testament comes into play for us Christians, is Jesus is talking about the Old Testament and saying it's true, this happened. These events did go on. Moses is truthful in what he wrote and what was passed down. And in that day and age, they had the scrolls, they had things written when Jesus was around. So he's confirming everything that's written and preserved through time, which is awesome. Awesome, awesome. I think that's just a good passage to read in general. Um, Especially with what's going on in some churches nowadays. One of my biggest gripes is a lot of these churches are come as you are, but then they forget the do not sin anymore for you for fear of becoming worse or dealing with worse. And that's important message. You need the whole message to come across. So I think it's a good time maybe we say a little prayer and then get on with the news. Jesus, thank you for your amazing gift that you gave us, the gift of being able to worship and praise you, Lord, and being able to be in your presence eternally and day in and day out. We aren't worthy of what you've sacrificed for us, but we are so grateful for what you want us to be and how much you love us, Lord. Just bring peace to everyone in the world, Lord. Bring peace to all that are struggling right now, and peace to those that are in pain and depressed and dealing with problems that nobody knows about, Lord. Just pray that you grant us strength to get through each day and to do your will, Lord, not ours. Pray that we have a good stream today. I pray that we are able to reach some people and have some good conversations, and if not, just that people are willing to listen and hang out, and maybe we'll be able to have some fun today. And pray that the news isn't horrible and that we have good news along with what's really happening in the world, which we know is caused by our sinful desires, Lord. And in Jesus' name, amen. All right. It's a great day. So let's see what Tim Pool has going on for you.
I can draw the line here with, okay, Trump, you're going to negotiate peace. We're going to stop this whole mess, and it's going to be good for everybody. No more dying. Now, I can say that Donald Trump's done a pretty good job on it so far. I wish he did better, but some things are out of his hands. He tried really hard to bring about peace very early on. Was not successful, but at least got Europe to purchase the weapons from the United States instead of us just giving all of this stuff away. I'm not a big fan of the military-industrial complex, mass production of weapons to be sold, and basically being the weapons broker for all the people fighting in wars. But at the bare minimum, I can say it's better than just giving them away, right? That's crazy. Yeah. And it's because we got issues with Russia. And I'll break down a bit of what this war is really about for sure. But this news may mean it's over. The question is, as Trump goes to meet with Russian delegations and discuss this, will they say yes? Ukraine has said yes, and we hope this is
not too
the
bad.
End of it. There's no guarantees, but fingers crossed. The Post-Money reports Ukraine agrees to U.S. brokered peace deal, according to the report. Now, I must stress, everybody's got their caveat headlines, and I get it. Nobody wants to say anything definitively because we've been down this hole before. Ukraine says yes, Russia says no, Russia says yes, Ukraine says no, and everything falls apart. ABC News says, U.S. official says Ukrainian delegation has agreed with U.S. on terms of potential peace deal. May as well have just said nothing. But it could be big news. Could be big news. It is big news that we've gotten to this point.
See how that works.
Hopefully it remains.
Don't do the attack and release.
Post-Millennial says Ukraine has reportedly agreed to the Trump administration's proposed peace plan to bring an end to the war that began when Russia invaded their nation in 2022. ABC News reports that U.S. Army Secretary Dan Driscoll held secret talks with Russia on Monday after weekend talks in Geneva with Ukraine. An official told ABC that the Ukrainians have agreed to the peace deal. There are some minor details to be sorted out, but they have agreed to a peace deal. Those Monday meetings were in Abu Dhabi, though neither Ukraine nor Russia confirmed that their representatives were in the United Arab Emirates holding meetings. In UAE for the U.S. were Marco Rubio, Driscoll, and Steve Witkoff. On Monday night, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky delivered an address saying that the peace plan that emerged over the weekend would need more work. Excuse me. Russia said that they, quote, had not received any updates about what had been discussed in Geneva and what revisions had been made following the talks between the U.S. and Ukrainian officials. U.S. Army spokesperson Lieutenant Colonel Jeffrey Tolbert said on Tuesday that late Monday and throughout Tuesday, Secretary Driscoll and team have been in discussions with the Russian delegation to achieve a lasting peace in Ukraine. The talks are going well, and we remain optimistic. Secretary Driscoll is closely synchronized with the White House and the U.S. interagency as these talks progress. The original proposal, I said 29 earlier, it's 28-point plan, has now been revised down to a 19-point plan per ABC. That plan included provisions.
I can't tell if I do or not. Give me a second. Test. A little bit, I guess. Maybe I do the AI, change this AI a little bit. Phone error. Just, I don't know. The microphone sounds weird sometimes. There's the noise gate. But what about with the compressor all the way down? It doesn't make a difference. Doesn't make a difference at all. That was a 45, I think. 0.5. There, and let's do filters here. That's the noise gate. So what's more gain do? Makes my voice louder. What's this threshold for? Threshold doesn't sound too bad. Keep it like that. Maybe a little bit more gain. Yeah, we'll put it at like 4.8. Threshold. And then it shouldn't like really peak. Okay, that sounds much better. I think it does anyway.
For Ukraine to cede some of the land Russia gained during the war, as well as the shrinkage of Ukraine's armed forces. That latter point, along with a point on the issue of amnesty regarding acts committed during the war, has reportedly been removed from the plan. I got a big feeling, my friends, Russia's going to say, no way.
I got a feeling.
European leaders have also had concerns of the loss of land for Ukraine, which they believe rewards Russia's aggression and the limitations placed on the size of Ukraine's armed forces. Ukraine would also never be permitted to join NATO under that plan. Now, of course, we've got this news. U.S. and Russia to hold new talks as Ukraine hopes to finalize peace deal. This report coming in just a moment ago. And this is what we're hoping for, ladies and gentlemen. For all the naysayers, all the crackpot cultists who just wanted us to be at war for whatever reason, this is our opportunity to say enough. And I got to say, America should not be involved. They say, you're Russian stooge, because I don't want the U.S. to spend $250 billion in Ukraine. I can say the same of Israel. This idea that we are going to dump all, you know what? I'm going to break all this down for you guys. You know what? I'm going to break all this down for these, the people who are overt Zionists who are like, Tim, we have to fund Israel, but they don't want to hear the arguments. And the people who think we should be funding Ukraine, who don't want to hear the arguments, and literally any other country,
agree with him on
mind
that.
you, be it something in the Middle East, Iraq, Afghanistan, money being dumped into these places.
I think we are okay with what we're doing with Israel,
a fact-based, legitimate argument against all of this.
Swap.
And if you want your cake and you want to eat it too,
to be renegotiated.
Now, real quick, before we get into all that, my friends, you got to go to timcast.com and click Join
But
Us.
they are at least our allies.
Right there in the menu bar.
We're giving non-allies a lot more money
You join us
than
$10
Israel.
a month, and you make this work possible. I'm going to let you in on a secret. I can't do this without you. And this is true. I mean this with all sincerity.
Like, let's see. Let's see if we can find it. Here you go. foreignassistance.gov. So Afghanistan, right? 755 million. $6 billion, 6.8 billion, almost 7. It's gonna be a lot less this year. Negative 426,000. It was only 3 billion for many, many years, and then this year it went up. Just Department of Defense. Maybe for a weapon system that they're working on together. I don't know. But that's why I think we work with Israel, is because they are very good at developing weapon, like especially defensive weapon system. I want it list. This is a newspaper. I don't want a newspaper. I want an org. I don't like using Wikipedia. Foreign aid given per capita. So let's see. Mexico, 250,000. Colombia, 500,000. Ukraine, 21 billion. Holy cow. Jordan, 1 billion. Why do we give so much to Jordan? Economic development, peace and security, education, humanitarian. All right. Why was it blue before? I wanted to see the blue. It was showing yeah. So Ukraine's a heavy hitter. And then, yeah, Israel's the next heavy hitter. But look, we're Syria, 524 million. Iraq, 371 million. Iran, we don't fund anything. Yemen, almost $1 billion. Sudan, almost $1 billion. Ethiopia, $1 billion, 1.3 billion. South Sudan, why do we fund so much money to all the Congo? 1.4 billion. 646 million to Tanzania. Half a billion. What, Diva? Relax. Hey. Sit. Relax. It's just the neighbor across the street. Obviously, yeah, Ukraine got way too much. But these countries are getting millions of dollars, like $300 obligated to Spain, $600 obligated to France, $750 obligated to the United Kingdom, Bangladesh, Afghanistan. Why are you giving so much to Afghanistan? Japan doesn't get that much, surprisingly. Got Indonesia getting a lot. Taiwan getting a heck of a lot, 1.5 billion to Taiwan. Like, I understand this one. These are security areas. Like, I'm sure that's for the defense, peace and security. Yeah. State Department. Nothing to Russia. And Israel's paying us back this year. Yeah, why are yeah, it looks like a lot of aid is going here. Jordan, 1.1 billion this year. Gaza is getting a lot more money. How much did we give to Gaza previous years, 2024? Let's see. Almost $1 billion. Gave almost $1 billion to Gaza. Holy cow. Okay, and almost 300 million in 2023. So 2024 we gave Gaza a lot of money. Why? Why are we doing this? He shouldn't be funding any of these countries. We're barely funding Australia. Indonesia's getting a lot of money. A lot of African countries are getting lots of money. And Colombia is getting money. And Colombia is going off the mouth about the United States and how crappy it is. Like, you gotta be kidding me. They need their aid cut completely. Zero humanitarian assistance should go there. Zero peace and security. Like, this is all going to cartel. Education. Like, I'm not a fan. It's Antarctica. Are we funding Antarctica somehow? Might as well be. We don't fund Finland. We don't fund Sweden. Canada gets a little bit of money from us. Like, all these countries get money from us, and it's like economic development. Why are we paying for the economic development of Canada? It's coming from the Department of Energy and Department of Transportation. Like, why? Why are we paying that? Zero. Greenland should be zero. Like, all these countries should not be being funded by the United States of America. The fact that we're giving $21 billion to Ukraine is ridiculous, though. Holy cow. What did Ukraine receive in 2023? $48 billion in 2022. $20 billion in 2022. 2021. Almost $1 billion in 2021. Holy cow, we've been giving Ukraine a lot of money. Jordan's getting a lot, though, too. What's this? Senegal, Israel, Ukraine, Jordan, like the Middle East. Why are we paying so much into the Middle East? Just because we're trying to develop them out of the third world, even though they're not going to, because they always have corrupt governments. That's ridiculous.
Sincerity. Right now, advertisement sponsorships, it's not carrying the weight for the operation we have at Timcast and for Timcast IRL. Now, to be fair, I always be able to do this morning monologue show. It's not particularly difficult to get a webcam. But if you think everything we're doing with community building, investment, Timcast IRL specifically, we need you as members, because without you, it is not possible, and that's the truth. We are no longer in the world where TV networks can sustain the weight of their channels with these massive production budgets. Budgets are collapsing. Shows are getting canceled. But when you go to timcast.com, you give $10 a month, you get in our Discord server, you hang out with like-minded individuals, you make all of this possible. So if you believe in our work and think it must exist, then go to timcast.com, click join us, and get in that Discord server and make some friends. Anyway, back to the news. NBC News reports the United States is holding meetings with a Russian delegation.
Hey, here's some real quick. Hi.
Yeah.
I'm streaming. What you doing? How am I missing?
You listen, and then I'm gonna pull up a stream on my phone.
Oh, nice. No. I don't take it till nighttime anyway. I don't take this till nighttime anyway. It'll knock me out otherwise.
I'm gonna pull it up on
Yeah, that's fine. You can use some of them on Twitch. We'll try to get you my mom's Twitch Prime. Yeah. Alright, it looks like a lot of aid is going here. Jordan. Well, let's see.
Be able to do this morning.
Love them. Gaza is getting a lot more money. How much did we give to Gaza previous year, 2024? Let's see. Almost a billion.
Then somehow we ended up and I just said me. Then I chased her down. So then it's not.
What are you doing, running man? Got it made. Might have to adjust the at least threshold with the kitty running around. Microphone. Eli, talk. Well, be loud like you have been. I said B. I want to see if I can cancel it out somehow. Oh, well, now he's being quiet. Great. Okay, we'll keep it at 31 for now. I'll just keep it open just in case.
In Abu Dhabi, 2 U.S. officials told NBC News as the Trump administration intensifies its new push to end the Kremlin's war in Ukraine. Kiev said it was hoping to finalize a peace deal with President Donald Trump in the coming days after voicing optimism. It had secured changes to the plan, initially viewed across Europe as granting the Kremlin its core demands at the expense of Ukraine and its allies. Trump had pressured Ukraine to endorse a plan by Thanksgiving, but it was unclear how any changes may be viewed by the Kremlin, which has stuck to its hardline demands. Army Secretary Dan Driscoll first met with the Russian delegation in the capital of the United Arab Emirates on Monday evening and was expected to hold more meetings Tuesday, according to the officials. The talks are going well, and we remain optimistic, Lieutenant Colonel Jeffrey Tolbert, an Army spokesman, said in a statement. Secretary Driscoll has closely synchronized the White House and the U.S. interagency and these talks progress. Now, I just want to stress, my friends, you want to know how we won the culture war? Or you want, you want the evidence right there? Spokesman. They didn't say spokesperson. They said spokesman. That's right. Let's go. I'm kidding, by the way, but let's talk about this, my friends. Let's talk about the war. There are many of you who are wondering, for what reason are we at war? Why are we involved in this war at all? Now, of course, you're going to hear from a lot of liberals because they tend to be pro-war in Ukraine. Conservatives tend to be opposed to it, though you got the uniparty Republicans who definitely want us to be there for sure.
Yeah. Well,
liberals are going to tell you, Democrats are going to tell you.
We're not involved in war.
What are you talking about? It's just we're selling weapons. What do you mean? Clearly, with U.S. volunteers, PMCs, intelligence, weapons on the ground, we are the bulk of the power behind Ukraine's army. And they say, there's this, who was it? I don't know if it was Milley or somebody said, Russia thinks they're going to walk in and win this war in 3 days. Well, I don't know that Russia ever actually thought that. That's not confirmed, but it is believed by the U.S. that was the case. Well, yeah, and I think it's fair to say maybe they did believe that. Sure, I'll give you that one, because they probably didn't expect the U.S. to be on the ground basically fighting this war for Ukraine. Let me put it like this. You don't get to take a Ukrainian guy, okay? We load a missile into into artillery and then tell the Ukrainian guy we've provided the coordinates for the Russian flagship in the Black Sea. Press that button and you'll destroy it. And they hit the button. They go, had nothing to do with us. We're not involved at all. We just supplied the weapons, told them what to do, told them how to do it, where to do it, and told them to press the button, and they did. Silly. But let me say this, my friends. Let me pull up this here Ukraine war map. And I'll give you a cursory understanding of where we are with this massive war in the region. Take a look at this. Of course, the war has now spread out across parts of Russia as Ukraine, they're doing what many battlefield tacticians have long sought to do. Let's go back to the American Civil War. I know, I still ended up saying it, even when we're talking about Russia, but here's an important thing to understand. The Battle of Gettysburg. How does it come about that there is a battle in Gettysburg, Pennsylvania? Well, my friends, the South was being crushed. They were getting pushed back. Abraham Lincoln was sending troops into southern states. And the South said the only way we wake the Northerners up, that they realize the war isn't worth it, is if we go to their homes. And so Southern forces decided to enter into the North. And it was about stealing provisions to feed their troops. And it was about sending a message to the North, we'll come for you as well. This is what Ukraine, it didn't work out, by the way. But here's what Ukraine is trying right now with these attacks in Russian territory. I think I have, we got one of these pulled up from Bloomberg from 2 days ago. Drone strike causes fire at power plant supplying Moscow. The strategy of the Ukrainians in these regions is if we can push on Russia, we'll cause problems for them so they won't be able to push back. They're launching one-way kamikaze drones into Russian territory, and they're trying to piss off the Russian people so that there's political pressure to back off. It's not going to work, but it has gotten pretty dang crazy. The war has escalated to a very dangerous degree with drone sightings in NATO territory, which is very worrying. We've got this report I've got pulled up right here. This is Romanian Air Force detecting drone incursions into their airspace. One of them crossed the airspace from Volkhov, Ukraine, to the Chilia Veche area in Tulsia County. And the second was detected in the area of Galati County, 2 German Eurofighter Typhoon aircraft from the Milhail, I hate reading that name, airbase, Koglaniciano airbase, and 2 F-16s were deployed to monitor the situation. So this is where we are. But let me break it all down for you. For those that aren't familiar, this all breaks down to what we refer to as the Qatar-Turkey pipeline and then some. It goes back many a year, but I'll give you the simple gist of it. Basically, the United States was negotiating with Syria to build a pipeline called the Qatar-Turkey pipeline that would send natural gas from Iranian natural gas fields through Syria into Turkey. Yeah. This would offset the Russian gas monopoly they controlled through Gazprom. Gazprom runs through Ukraine and supplies about a quarter of the natural gas to Europe. Ain't that crazy? To all of Europe. Now, Russia is, people call it a cold gas station, because the principal portion of their economy is production of oil and natural gas. So when Europe said we want cheaper gas and Russia said no, the U.S. said we're going to choke them out and it's going to hurt their economy. It's so what? We want Europe to benefit, not Russia, which is, in many ways working with China or otherwise. Russia got pissed. So here's what happens. Syria allied with Russia with a military base in Tartus, which is up to the north. Where are we at here? So that is not, here's Syria. Let's pull up Tartus right here. There's a Russian naval base here. And so Syria, under Bashar al-Assad, said, we will not allow you to build this pipeline because it would interfere with our ally Russia. Then Russia, Syria, and Iran came up with a new idea. They would run a gas pipeline from Iran through Iraq and Syria into Turkey, basically taking the whole idea from the West and strengthening the East's control of natural gas into Europe. Thus, we get war in Syria with the U.S. backing the rebels. For obvious reasons, Assad was on the side of Russia. Russia is causing high energy prices and constraining Europe. This is the surface level reason. I'm sure there are many other things going on. Ultimately, under the Obama administration, you had the breaking apart of Ukraine, the beginning of the separatist movement, the Euromaidan protests, for which I was on the ground personally. And the sentiment in Ukraine was very much pro-Europe. They said, we want to join NATO and the EU. Why? Well, Ukrainians were making the equivalent of a couple $100 per month. That was their median income. If they were to join the Schengen zone, the EU, NATO, they could move freely about Europe and move to areas where the economy was much better. But NATO and the EU basically said, you've got to normalize your economy to a certain degree before we bring you in. Now, Russia said, absolutely not, because we have a trade agreement with Ukraine. And if they open their borders to free trade from Europe, that means cheap European goods will flood into Russia and cause us economic problems. Kind of like what Trump is doing with the tariffs, because opening our borders to China caused us economic problems. The other big issue at play, obviously, was natural gas. Russia knew that if Ukraine went to the EU and with control of Gazprom, they would then say, okay, we want to lower prices. We want to get cheaper gas, and it would weaken Russia's economy further. Interestingly, around this time, Hunter Biden joined the board of a natural gas company, Burisma.
Of course he did.
In Ukraine, and I'm sure you know all about the Burisma scandal. 10% for the big guy, and so much more. You're not getting the You're not getting the You're not getting the $1 billion loan guarantees unless you fire the prosecutor who's investigating Burisma. Indeed. Well, something happened then with Donald Trump's election. He says, I don't care for war. I don't want to be involved. And you know what? Everything kind of stopped. I visited Ukraine after Trump got elected, and I was told by locals, we don't call it a civil war. No, that's wrong. In the beginning of the separatist movement in the eastern regions, people were calling it a civil war. Then Trump gets elected, and everything calmed down. Then Biden gets elected, and what happens? Russia begins amassing troops on the Eastern Front and then invades Ukraine. Now, I certainly think he's wrong to have done it. He lost the soft power battle. But clearly, this is the reason why it's all going down. Now, we have some questions to ask ourselves. Many people on the liberal side who want us to be involved in this war are saying if we give Russia an inch, they'll take a mile. If we let them take the eastern region, the land bridge, you can see all this territory that Russia controls. If we let them have Sevastopol, Crimea, more importantly, and all of these oblasts,
Crimea for how long?
What's to stop them from doing it again in the future when they decide because they know we're going to give it up? Interesting point. It's fair. Russia's done things like this before. And if the West agrees to cede portions of Ukraine to Russia,
Sure, you put it back
who's
up.
to say they won't try a move like this later on when they've re-strengthened their military? To be honest, however, that may be what? Decades? Things are going to change by then. And I believe that peace is the most important thing. And I don't fault Ukraine for fighting back and refusing to give up. I mean it sincerely. The idea that you would allow another country to come and take your territory from you, it's absurd. And some might say, yeah, Tim, but, you know, the people in these regions are in favor of the Russian takeover. And I'd argue, just like we see in the U.S. when moderate to conservative leading individuals are forced out of New York because the communists take over, it's not fair to say we would just cede that territory from them. We want to win in the end. And there's been discussions about federal intervention in some of these areas because of the communist takeover, depending on what they do. I doubt it'll happen, but there's a line. There is. At this point, however, I would say this. For the betterment of the world,
If you can watch
sometimes you retreat. To win, sometimes you retreat. Or sometimes you recognize you've lost.
okay with it.
If Ukraine wants to
listen when
keep
we
this
need your
up
help?
and the war
When
keeps
you're doing bad?
escalating, it is going to be detrimental to everyone, to global
Yeah, that's
trade,
fine.
to Europe, to Russia, to all of us. And I
Okay.
don't believe a
Yeah.
Pyrrhic victory
As
is
long as you're
working.
in the
That's
high-
why this
high
peace
tier.
agreement, I think, is good. Now,
Well, then.
Ukraine's not going to give up everything based on these points. I believe that Russia
Scissors.
is there's going to be this overlap. Russia's going to say, give me more. Ukraine's going to say, give me more. And this is the impasse. But I
What
think the
this?
deal must be met.
It's a
Hopefully what
comb.
happens is they go to Russia. Russia says, we want these 25 points.
Oh,
and Ukraine says, we only
Firestarter?
agree to 19. And then
Oh,
Russia's
I'm
okay,
surprised
fine.
you remember what that
We'll meet you at
was.
23, and
Hi,
Ukraine will
Mom,
say
how you
22,
doing?
and Russia will
Oh,
say
you're on
23,
YouTube.
and they'll say,
What are you
Ukraine,
doing?
just
Going
take the
through all my
23
channels.
points. The question is going to be whether or not Ukraine gives up any of this region. Russia will
She's
not be
watching my
satisfied,
stream.
and I don't believe will accept a peace agreement unless they
Yeah,
have land
that's what
access to Crimea, and they're not going to give up Crimea because this is where the Sevastopol naval base is. And, you know,
How's the
many
YouTube
people have
stream?
said,
Could be no ads on
into the
YouTube.
borders and the territories. They've said, well, why don't they just build, they could build another naval base. There are a lot of reasons. Shallow. It's so fascinating. People don't even look into this stuff. I hear this all the time when I
Yeah,
point
bring
out
that chair over,
that
buddy.
Russia won't give up Crimea because it's their only warm water port in the Black Sea, and they transport fuel through the Bosphorus Strait, through Istanbul, into the
Oh,
Mediterranean,
well, that's
through the
fine.
Suez, and to other parts of the world. They need
They all should
this
just work,
access.
just ads.
They're never going to give it up. And they say, just build the base over here. No, it's too shallow. That's what people don't understand, is that these larger ships can't get in, and it would be,
Got all my
the
medicine
estimates
finally.
could be
They filled
hundreds
my
of millions
last
to billions of
prescription
dollars
for
before
this
you
week,
even
so
have
it's
it
good.
ready to be put up as a base. And so, not only that, they don't want to give up the strategic position. So there's a combination of
Well, that
preference
means you can
and
like and
necessity.
subscribe my YouTube
And
video,
therein
though.
lies the deep challenge we have to ending this war.
Make sure you're not on the
Ukraine
vertical
won't
one
give up their
unless you're on
sovereign
your
territory,
phone.
and I get it. And Russia's not going to give up this naval base. When Russia annexed
I'm
Crimea,
trying to set my phone up for
this
Elon.
land base right here, everybody on the West said it was illegitimate. But this was because Ukraine
Hands
was
are a little
moving to
greasy.
join the European Union, and Russia
Greasy
didn't
hands.
want to lose control of their naval base, which they've held since the fall of the Soviet Union. Now, Crimea
Yeah.
has wanted independence for decades, and Ukraine won't give it to them. So there's a bit of hilarious hypocrisy in the whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
Now that Crimea joins Russia, the argument is that the election was not real. But here's the thing. A great point was made when I was
Of
talking
course
about
it
this with
wasn't
some
real. Russia's
people who are more
involved.
knowledgeable. They said, Russia never invaded Crimea. They simply walked outside. The Russian military was already there across the board.
They had been, yeah.
Now the challenge, the Kherson Bridge. Their main point of entry from Russia
Thought
without
Ukraine
that land
blew that
bridge
up.
is the Kherson Bridge, which has already been bombed. I'm sorry, this is the Krimsky Bridge. But is it? I thought it was is it Krimsky Bridge? Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I'm way off. Why did I think it was called Kherson? Krimsky Bridge.
Oh, I don't know if you
Kherson,
are
I
or
think,
not.
is the other oblast. Kerch.
It doesn't tell me.
Kerch Bridge.
Doesn't tell me who
You get the
does
point.
what on YouTube.
Allow me to eat that one for all the people I've insulted
You
overnight
might
by the
already
names
be.
of Ukrainian oblasts as they talk about their desire to be in Ukraine. But I've made this point to many of these people. I'm like, can you even name a single oblast in Ukraine? Can you name any of the ones that are in contention? And they're like, no. And I'm like,
No.
okay. You've got Luhansk. You've got Donetsk. You've got Mariupol. And what's the other one? Crimea. Are they actually giving us the names? What's the other one? Zaporizhia. Yeah, Zaporizhia
you are
here
on the
split in
vertical one.
half.
I see which one you're on.
So, I don't know. I got to be honest, my friends. This is a deep in the weeds issue, but peace is a good thing. And so...
But that one should be good for your phone at least.
You know, here's the challenge. I'll tell you the truth. Every day we wake up, I come into this newsroom and I say, what can we do? We want to make videos, news reports, podcasts that you are interested in and that are important. And there's a double-edged sword there. I could do a video segment on, you know, people getting beaten up in New York.
Making sure my
Do
short.
you really need to know about
live.
that? It's important. We got to deal with the crime.
I appreciate it.
This is
Thanks.
one of the most
I'm
important
glad
things
you were
happening in
able
the world
to.
right now, and a tremendous victory for Donald Trump. And I know that not everybody's going to be interested in it, but that's the point. I'm going to report on what I think is important, think you need to know, and I appreciate all of you who watch this stuff and pay attention to the goings on in the world that matter. I'll leave it there.
We'll try
Hopefully
to be
this
over
works
tomorrow.
out.
We'll see how it goes.
Good luck, Donald Trump. And I say this, may God be with these men
10
seeking
minutes
this
long.
peace
That's supposed to be
agreement.
short.
I mean this sincerely.
Yeah, that was okay. I mean, Ukraine war needs to end. I know Russia doesn't want to stop it until they get something that most of what they want, and Ukraine's just gonna fight, even though they're just losing guys hand over foot too. You just don't see the numbers. And the people that don't want the war to end are really warmongers, in my opinion. Love ya. We need to take out a section of this video. What did I say at the end here? $20 billion in 2022. Yeah. Oh, trim and cut. Okay. Hang on. Dad. Push it all the way. There you go. Good. Okay. I think you're not on my headset. Let's just double check. Yeah, you're good. You're not in my headset anymore. You're welcome. There, that should make it a short. Dashboard, back to live. There. Hopefully this isn't doing as bad as it says it's doing. It says it's a good stream, but it goes in and out. Like got buffering issues or something like that. I don't know, I don't trust it. On YouTube, it always does that. The videos always turn out fine though, so I don't know what's up with it. Oh wait, did they find the pipe bomber from J6? I know.
What's up, guys? Spenny. It's the holiday season, and I'm feeling very generous, so I'm going to give libs what they've always wanted. An arrest of a J6er. That's the number one thing
Yeah.
that libs want. They want their fellow Americans who went to a peaceful rally to be thrown in prison for wearing a red hat. And I will tell you right now, yes, I want a J6er arrested. The terrorists of J6 must be arrested. And I mean that in my heart. And what I mean by that actually is the one person on January 6th that actually committed a crime, like a true crime, a violent crime, and behaved like a terrorist. That would be, of course, the pipe bomber. Now libs go, we don't want to talk about that. Why not? I thought this was like the MAGA bomber. Isn't this the point? Like, look at these clearly FBI training pipe bombs that were placed in these easy to find locations with 60-second kitchen timers on them the night before to explode 18 hours later.
Yeah,
Does that look like an 18-hour timer to you?
Nope.
How the hell was this operation supposed to work? It wasn't, obviously. The whole thing's a farce.
Yep,
It's obviously a Fed op. We've known this for years. We're able to see the pipe bomber wave at a passing Capitol Hill police car. The police car honks. What up, Stan? Yeah. We're able to watch videos like this of Kamala Harris being marched right past the pipe bomb, clearly part of the op. We're able to see the Secret Service agents, when they discover the pipe bomb, finish their Wawa hoagies, finish their burgers, and then let little children walk by the pipe bomb and a dude walking his dog and a train run. Nobody cared. No urgency. Of course, these pipe bombs, this was placed by a MAGA bomber, right? Obviously, that's the thing. This guy was MAGA, a big Trump supporter, right? I mean, don't take into account the fact that no Trump supporters like really ever act violently ever. There's something exclusively of the left. But nonetheless, this one guy went crazy, and he's big time President Trump supporter, and he set these pipe bombs to explode right when all the big MAGA march was supposed to be walking right by the street. So he's definitely going to bomb MAGA. Like, is that the point you're trying to make? That he was trying to bomb his own side? You idiots. I'm so sick of this story. I'm so sick of the cover-up, dude. I really am. And you can see it live on TV. We've used every ounce of our show and our program to scream that they need to release more evidence on this pipe bomber, Dan Bongino, very early in the administration, saying that they're closing in on suspects around the J6 pipe bomb. Okay.
Good.
We had 2 pipe bombs planted on January 6th, and we were told that this was an insurrection, confident that we're closing in on some suspects. However, since this Bongino clip, we haven't seen much or anything from the FBI. We've seen some fighting with Thomas Massie over whistleblowers. We've seen Dan Bongino knock down the Blaze report as media reporting regarding persons of interest grossly inaccurate.
I know. I don't know if I can moderate you on
And
the
then, well, nothing else.
I think so.
They've released some of the new footage, certainly nothing close to the 39,000 videos that they allegedly have on the pipe bomber. This program has emphatically asked everybody that we can possibly get on the record, including the Capitol Police Chief at the time, about the pipe bomb, and will continue. But there has been a breakthrough, ladies and gentlemen, from Kash Patel in a recent interview with Catherine Herridge, where he gives the most up-to-date reporting on where the FBI is on this, saying that they are going to be releasing something very, very soon, and that there have been major recent breakthroughs on the pipe bomber. We're going to obviously wait and see the work. We're going to have to check the work there, but that's encouraging. Here we go.
In a recent cable news interview with Fox, you said to stay tuned about the January 6th pipe bomber case. Are there new developments we can discuss?
There are new developments. Can we discuss them? Not at this time, but I think you'll be hearing from us soon on it.
People.
Are you closer to making an arrest?
When we took over the FBI, we knew there was a renewed interest in a lot of cases of great public importance. And of course, this one, where it was alleged that someone went to the United States Capitol grounds and planted a bomb to possibly blow up then Vice President Kamala Harris or other Republicans and other Democrats on Capitol Hill,
really well.
was one we felt important enough to redouble our investigative tactics. And that's what we've done. And like we did in the Comey case, when we made presentations in court, when the American public finds out the presentations we will be making, if we get to a judicial decision, then they will see how much was missed in this case. And what we have done, and I hope the American public will realize, our commitment to putting out as much information as we can, when we can, on cases of great public importance.
There's been a lot of media reporting about the pipe bomb case recently. Have there been any significant breakthroughs for the FBI in recent days?
Yes.
Of course, I'd like to have a little bit more, but can you share any more? Do you expect that there will be a charge before the end of the year?
My job is to protect the integrity of the investigation, and I know that causes a lot of backlash from some sectors of the online community, but I'd rather speak through our casework in public and be able to assure the American public that we are delivering actual accountability than just sit here and tell you, I think we're going to get them.
Well, that's good. It's the most that we've heard Cash say on this subject, well, really ever, frankly. It is critical to the American people. I know there's a lot of big things going on right now, but this is a critical point of importance. Obviously, probably 99% of the country wants you to find the pipe bomber. Libs, independents, right-wingers. We all want you to catch this terrorist and expose what was really going on here, because, like, obviously someone's lying. And we believe it's the feds, and we believe that wholeheartedly. And Kash Patel gets, of course, that little look in his eye and says that they really do have something here. Well, I mean, be a ridiculous thing to say if you have nothing, and it's going to get you in big trouble. So I guess we'll see. Show us the work. Julie Kelly saying, Cash says new developments in J6 pipe bomb case include breakthroughs in recent days. Maybe the extra and added attention, a lot of it from this channel on this subject, has led to proper breakthroughs, or maybe just given the proper motivation and incentives from the perspective of the public about this issue, and it's now come to a head. That's good. I see it as an absolute win. Something I see as an absolute loss for us has been obviously the Epstein saga. Not because it implicates Trump. Trump needs to be deported or whatever, you know. Trump needs to go to Guantanamo Bay. Not because of that, but because it's just been mismanaged. That's all. It's a PR operation. It's an op that has been run on the Trump administration. That's what Epstein always was, and now this is what he is in death. A filthy op. I'm not saying that not to release it all. Everybody who's followed this channel forever knows that I want and wanted and still want full transparency, all of the files forever. Even the victims, survivors, whatever, even they are all saying, like, release all the files. We don't care if our names are in them. Just release them all. Good. But the inability to properly handle this issue has led to PR crisis after PR crisis after PR crisis for the administration. And so Cash's answer on this remains tough, because they're like, well, we're just going to release what's legal, even after the House voted for them to release all of the documents. He says that and then he puts all of it on the Epstein estate and says this is an estate issue. The Epstein estate is actually withholding all of the documentation. There you go.
On the Epstein Files Transparency Act has a very tight deadline, 30 days to produce unclassified records. Will the FBI meet the 30-day deadline?
Well, we are working with our partners at the Department of Justice to produce, as we've always committed to producing, what we can lawfully, legally produce. And we will continue to meet those metrics, reminding the public that there are court orders in place, protective orders, and orders to seal in place that legally prohibit the disclosure of information related to any investigation when there's a court order of that fashion. So we're working with DOJ to say if we can produce anything more.
As FBI director, will you commit to as few blacked out sections or redactions as possible?
We always do. We have in our productions to Congress, which have been historic to this year, and we'll treat every matter in the same fashion while also upholding always victims' rights. Victims' rights in any case, whether it's President Trump's case, this case, or any case, the victims' rights statutes are preeminent, and we will protect those victims at all costs.
President Trump told your boss, Attorney General Pam Bondi, to look into the relationship between Jeffrey Epstein and Democrats, including former President Bill Clinton. Is the probe limited to Democrats, or will you follow the facts wherever they lead?
We'll just follow the facts. It's pretty simple for this FBI.
This administration campaigned on releasing the Epstein files. What do you say to Americans who are skeptical that there will be actual justice under a Trump administration?
Look at the work of this FBI. To date, in the 9 months that I've been on this job, we've arrested 30,000 people, 25,000 of which have been violent felons. That is double increase from year to date, from the same time period last year. We have taken on our priorities in counter-espionage work to an increase of 35% more arrests year to date alone. On the drug front, we've seized 1,900 kilograms of fentanyl. That is a 35% increase from year to date last year. That's just the work of this FBI. We found 5,400 and identified 5,400 children, missing children. That is a 17% increase from this same time period last year. These are just a few examples of how committed we are to working the criminal cases for the American people, so everyone gets treated the same.
You
So
want
more
tea, huh?
charges are possible in
For-
the
You
Epstein,
want
in the
tea,
Epstein
huh?
case.
Based on the new referral, we'll
go.
take a look at that and see what evidence comes. But there's an important distinction.
Why that notification's went off?
The information that the government possesses versus the information that the Epstein estate possesses.
Supposed to be,
Those are two separate boxes of information. And the Epstein estate has not been willing to share information with the U.S. government. And so even though we've requested them to do so.
Okay.
This has led to headlines like this: FBI working with DOJ to see if they can produce anything more from the Epstein.
Very weird. What am I gonna do? This I need to go to here. Sorry, I gotta do one more graphic thing. Oh boy, Panther D. I need to make it 112. Okay. Drink your water. Go back to YouTube. What are you doing? Oh, this is. Instrumental, hardcore. What's this one? Sweet. And then we got stickers. Why is that going off still? Maybe it's bugged. There's no messages on X. Or not X, but hang on. Gotta pull something up real quick. Uh, yeah, sure. People. What are you doing? Unfiltered. Nah, vote kick. Yeah. Sure. Slot machine. I don't think this is it. Overlay elements. No, I don't know. That's the gallery. I don't want the gallery. Make my own. Sponsorships, other. That's. That's cool. Can open them up the chat there. I didn't know that. Sounds good. Maybe it was just a little late on my
Yeah.
switch sound. No chat delay. Should be good there. Okay. That works. I don't know if I like that one. Sorry, I'm making some changes.
You're awesome.
Not that one. No. Eli, listen, mom. That's the same one. I like that one. We'll do that one. Show keyboard. Should not look like that anymore, but it does. What does YouTube look like that? Trovo. I don't know why You didn't update the profile picture yet, though. Thought I changed it. I gotta mess with stream elements later today because of this profile picture is updated. Let's see, my channel. Just checking something real quick and we'll get back to checking the videos. Yeah. Should show that. Okay. We're live. Still. As an annihilator, Charlie Bauer. Wait. There's more? It's an hour
No,
long?
she's a big victim, and how could this happen to her? And everybody's out to get her and everything else. And again, if everybody's out to get you and I'm actually this horrible person, then maybe you shouldn't have tried to make me your enemy. Basically, I went back and I responded to this is right here. So I guess this is Casey Tron's sister. I don't really know. Her thing is that it's called Repossess the Wealth. Well, I thought you were for Repossess the Wealth. I mean, Ethan's repossessing your sister's wealth, and now you have a problem with it. Well, I mean, I think that you need to put an asterisk next to this, or like, you know, with certain limitations, or there needs to be like a disclaimer where it says repossess other people's wealth, not mine, because Ethan's now repossessing your wealth indirectly through your sister, because you say that she's supporting your family, and now you're not happy about it. So I don't think you really believe in this. Yeah, I don't think she believes in this at all. Yeah, we need like a footnote for this. Maybe you should just take it out. Just keep Free Palestine in there. That's fine. And so, considering the reach you have, if she was as bad as she tries to portray you, you could have packed her up years ago. Well, I'm not even really like. Again, I'm not even that aggro about it. I'm relatively nice. I mean, it could be a lot worse. I'll tell you that. And so yeah, Keck Free Palestine. I mean, yeah, I don't know, but Casey Tracker. Yeah. So this is it. Hi Zach. Casey sacrificed.
Yeah. Oh, here's a clip. Action smiley.
Basically, I went back and I responded. So I guess this is Casey Tron's sister. Her thing is that it's called Repossess the Wealth. I mean, Ethan's repossessing your sister's wealth, and now you have a problem with it. You need to put an asterisk next to this where it says repossess other people's wealth, not mine.
Context. You know, like that's what really like.
This is the same girl that said I killed my mother. The amount of sympathy that I have for this? Zero.
A lot of people have been wanting to watch this without necessarily supporting Ethan Klein. So we're gonna watch it.
Well, that's a really dumb thing to say, don't you think?
I simply want this nightmare to be over so that I can go back to providing my family with my full support. Ethan?
Don't ever believe any of this bullshit. She is the nastiest fucking person ever. Weaponizing her audience against people, spreading lies against people. So this is the person who's complaining about me harassing her.
Yep, we went over this yesterday.
These are the amount of times that she's tweeted about me and talked about me.
And then next he goes over how much he's talking about her. 5 posts.
You guys thought it was
Replying to
over.
her.
No, it just didn't load yet. There was too many of them. Hi, Zach. Casey sacrificed her 20 to take care of our family. We had both of our childhood homes foreclosed on, and we spent 10 years without housing and instability. Our mom, who is deaf, has been trapped with her abuser who stalked and beat her. She probably wouldn't even be alive if Casey worked her ass off to buy the house. So what this is telling me is if you have all of these people that are relying on you, why did you put yourself at
Why'd you
risk?
put yourself
Why
at
did you
risk?
do
Yeah.
that?
Why'd you be
Ethan
stupid?
Klein, blast you to fucking hell. This no good motherfucker and his ugly ass wife.
I used to pray for
Disgusting.
times like this.
For context, this was at the beginning of the lawsuit, and now she's begging him to drop it.
Disgusting.
I know you
woman.
grew up in poverty, and despite your and your Casey's differences, I find it pretty sad that you'd ever wish that kind of violence on our people. I know how bad
There's
it
no
is. That's
violence.
why I think that she deserves it. This person who has launched harassment campaigns, lied against multiple people, and you want me to measure my criticism
her.
and my hostility towards that. I don't think so. You know, the person who's really wishing homelessness on your family is Casey Tron. She's the one that's really wishing homelessness on your family. Maybe you should have gotten your sister under control before she put your entire family's livelihood at risk. So this was in September. I'm going to fight it as well. It's hilarious seeing all the right-wing grifter law experts trying to scare us into settling
now she's
too.
realizing-
Aged like milk? That's a common thing with
Yep.
her.
Yeah, now she's realizing she's gonna have to pay and pay big because she screwed up, but she deserves it. Shouldn't be talking so evil. Consequences for words and actions. People don't realize that. I wish this were short. Oh, it's Tao. We can watch it.
I don't believe that anyone is coming into the United States of America or the UK, as a matter of fact, because they want to bring about a
sure about that?
Salafist-style Islamic caliphate in London.
Well, let me
Yeah,
just give you
fine.
some facts then. We have a terrorist attack on a monthly basis by an Islamist, effectively. We just had 2 in the space of the last month as we're recording this. 33%, I think, of British Muslims want Sharia law in Britain, like, according to polls. More than half want to ban...
I haven't
Hold
seen
on.
these polls.
Well, we can put them in for people to see.
Hassan Piker had the audacity, the cojones
idiot.
to go on trigonometry and debate Islam. I don't
glad he
even
did.
fucking know why he would do that to
I am
himself.
glad he did.
Seems pretty foolish, but I'm excited to see what happened here. Either
Like,
way,
he even-
I'm Tyler Traveling
like, he
Cloud, your
even
favorite
follows
sweet
any of the
Zionist, white
rules.
prince, white colonizing Zionizer.
He
If
doesn't
you want to be a
want to be
Zionizer,
real.
just something you can get the shirt down below in the description of travelcloud.com. And let's
he just can't leave because he'll get his head
fucking get into this
chopped off.
clip.
You're
when he does.
Venezuelan, originally. Like, you're
Oh, and there she blows. Yar she blows, ladies and gentlemen.
Venezuelan, originally. Like, your family came from Venezuela. Your family came from the USSR. You guys are the most British people I've ever encountered.
I have a very British face, you are correct.
Yeah, exactly. You're British to the bone.
Yeah.
And yet your families also came from countries that were somewhat far away from England, right?
Yeah.
And I'm Turkish. I grew up in Turkey. My whole family lives in Italy,
Good
to
point.
American culture. I grew up being fascinated by and what I always find interesting is
He's
when
just
people focus on the social fabric or social cohesion, not realizing that there are a ton of polls conducted on this stuff. I can just speak for this second generation, assimilation is almost complete. And by the third one, it's like virtually impossible to distinguish in terms of performance, educational output, and
Yeah,
job
but
performance
that's
in
not
general.
happening
It's just
anymore.
like everyone becomes
It used to
American.
happen.
That's
By-
not true in the UK, though, unfortunately. So if you look at, for example, Islamist radicalization, second and third generation Muslims are much more radical than first generation.
Yeah,
So we're not, that's the issue that a lot of people in Britain are concerned about is not everyone's assimilating the way that the three of us have done.
So here's the interesting point about that. Well, 2 things I want to address of the
Some people.
normal forces of society, culture. You know, they change the cuisine and people seemingly enjoy it, even if they also simultaneously go attend an EDL rally and then, you know, get a little quick curry afterwards or a little kebab on the side. But beyond that, the reason why people are angry is always going to be because the trains are not running on time, because the
they're packed with
NHS
people.
is improperly managed due to underfunding. That's what I believe. I think it's always an issue of underfunding, becoming more and more costly. So in that anger, it's much easier for them to be guided by a right wing, guided by the right wing forces, to turn around and say, you're angry and you're right to be angry. And the reason why you're angry, the reason why all of these things are happening is because we are importing all of these random strangers into the country who don't speak your language, who you are scared by.
Refugee status.
And that, I think, causes division. And that is part of the reason why I think, especially in a place like the UK, you see a little bit more of this resilience towards full-blown integration into society.
I also think as well, Hassan, if we're being honest, it's also because we have had such huge amounts of immigration come into the country.
Have way too much in the UK.
Understandably go, this pace of change is too much. And you have to think, let's go back to 2016, which was the Brexit referendum. Now, Brexit was about many things, but really it was about people wanting immigration to be lowered. And that was nigh on 10 years ago. Immigration hasn't been lowered. In fact, it's been ratcheted up. So people are, people voted to lower immigration, and
more and more keep coming on the boats.
For instance, I voted Remain. People voted Brexit.
channel.
I'm like, well, that's democracy. We get on. We're going to make the best of it. I do believe that when you ignore people's wishes at the ballot box and people explicitly vote for something and you ignore them for the best part of a decade, that does generate a lot of anger, and understandably so.
Yeah, I think in that same time frame, if there was enough appetite by the government to address the financial harm that people were experiencing, the economic struggles that people were experiencing, there would still be a lot of people who say, I don't want a brown person, I don't want a black person around in my neighborhood, but ultimately those numbers would be far smaller. And that's what I always go back to. I'm a leftist. I believe in economic improvements, and I believe that a lot of the reactionary forces actually take advantage of that instability, the economic volatility that exists,
and communism was the same thing, basically.
To shift the
At least
attention
socialism
away
was
to
the entryway
people
to
who have the same
communism.
exact interests as you and I do. Because ultimately, I don't believe that anyone is coming into the United States of America or the UK, as a matter of fact, because they want to bring about a Salafist-style Islamic caliphate in London.
Okay.
I know you won't agree with me on
It's
this.
not about whether I agree. It's about whether the facts agree with you.
I don't think that's the case.
Hold on.
I think ultimately.
Well, let me just give you some facts then. If that, we have a terrorist attack on a monthly basis by an Islamist, effectively. We just had 2 in the space of the last month as we're recording this. 33%, I think, of British Muslims want Sharia law in Britain, like according to polls. More than half want to ban.
I haven't seen these polls.
Well, we can put them in for people to see. More than half want to ban homosexuality, right? So when you say people aren't coming in to introduce an Islamist stuff, well, some of them want to if they're in a position to do so. We have 5 MPs who are effectively elected on a sectarian
And
ticket.
as a Christian,
like,
I
as
don't have a
in we are
problem with
Muslims,
homosexual
vote
people.
for us.
They just need to keep it to themselves. It's too celebrated. And I don't know why. It doesn't make sense. People just need to live their lives and keep to themselves. Don't shove it down people's throats. Don't shove it in people's faces. But yeah, there's no such thing as a gay Christian, though, in my opinion. There's a person struggling with the sexual acts, but you can't go against the actual binding agreement as a Christian with Christ and be truly a Christian, in my opinion.
Muslim.
Who would you say those MPs are?
The 5 independent MPs. They're called the Gaza MPs, or whatever way you want to call them. Right?
Are you talking about Zara Sultana?
I don't know if she's one of them. I think one of them is called Adnan Hussein. There's 5 of them. We can look them up. We can put them in for people to see. Right. So I think it should be said that the overwhelming majority of British Muslims don't want Sharia law. But if 33% of them do, you can see why a lot of people who don't want Sharia law might be concerned about that, right?
Sure. I don't know what I haven't seen these polls, and I also don't know what British Muslims, or the 33% that are saying they want Sharia law, what they're talking about. The counterexample always is, there's plenty of right-wing forces in the country that also want to ban homosexuality, or trans people in general, right?
No one wants to ban trans people in Britain.
Okay, well, that's not what I have seen so far, but maybe I'm wrong on this.
What do you mean?
But
Attacking children, shoving it down people's throats.
Finally,
glorifying it and putting it on a
somebody
pedestal.
countering this fucking idiot, this fucking Turkish retard. I'm so happy.
This is a point of contention for you guys as well. But it's like when you want to ban trans people altogether, when you want to remove access to medication for trans people to transition and conform their own gender identity, you don't start off by saying we want to altogether ban trans people. You start off by trying to find the most would be an agreement.
Wouldn't that be like me saying, well, you say you want socialism, but actually that seems like an unfair way of looking at it.
No, my retort is,
wouldn't that,
and then you slowly but surely expand on it.
Wouldn't that be like me saying, wouldn't that be like me saying, well, you say you want socialism, but actually you're a communist because you just want to edge your way towards communism step by step. That seems like an unfair way of looking at it.
No, my retort to that would be that while I don't call myself a communist, I don't have an issue with an end goal of communism. I don't think it's like
I do.
Oh, I think the video paused one second.
Because you just want to edge your way towards communism step by step.
I mean,
that seems like an unfair way of looking at it.
No, my retort to that would be that while I don't call myself a communist, I don't have an issue with an end goal of communism. I don't think it's like I just think that it's probably not likely to happen. A stateless, moneyless, borderless society.
It will never happen.
Moving towards that end goal, I don't have any real.
Evil
I think
people
that
in the world.
communism would be most likely an international thing. It'd be like the Star Trek universe, and it feels, especially at this point, it feels far too utopian to achieve. So while I think that the concept in and of itself is not one that I disagree with, and I don't think you would either. Don't you think it would be nicer?
Peace that is not. I very strongly disagree with the concept of communism.
The USSR was, as you know as well, trying to implement communism. They never actually were able to successfully implement communism.
How do you mean?
Well, it wasn't a borderless, moneyless, classless society. Right?
That was
it
never
would be
the
like,
goal of communism. It was never to be a borderless, moneyless society.
No, that is what communism is.
Well, that's not how the communists in Russia defined it.
Well,
there was a big debate within communism quite early on, which was about, are we pursuing a global state of communism?
Frost versus Stalin.
I'm
very familiar.
Right, but for our audience, this might be worth explaining.
Yeah.
Some of them they basically recognized the only way you might ever get to a communist society is if everyone in the world gets it. Otherwise, there will always be a capitalist system to which people would be keen to defect. Or this is the starting option that they ended up going for, is you pursue communism within the realm of one country. And in order to do that, they took the wealth away from people who had it. They tried to distribute it to everybody else. They tried to create a state of equality, uplift the poor, as you were talking about. And actually, if you take those measures alone, they were very successful at it. The only problem is they ended up putting millions of people in camps in order to do that, creating a tyrannical regime with a secret police that murdered people.
Authoritarian.
And that is the reason communism, in my opinion, doesn't work, is because in order to achieve that goal of equality, and basically you're making everybody equally poor as the end result, you actually have to use a lot of force, right? So that was communism, what we had in the USSR.
Well, that the end goal was never successfully achieved in the USSR in terms of establishing what I'm talking about, though. And that's why I'm saying it's important to understand and recognize the failures of this implementation in the aftermath of a socialist revolution and choose not to repeat those mistakes.
So how would you do it differently?
I'm glad he sounds
that's the reason why I pointed to China. China is run by the Communist Party of China. It bills itself as
it's an authoritarian regime.
China is not
that
a
just makes
communist
everybody
country. Would you say China is a
them.
communist country?
It's a mixed country. It has some elements of communism, but it's also got a lot of capitalism going on.
Yeah,
right?
So it's a mixed market economy is what you're saying, right? But so is the United States of America if you look at it from that perspective.
We have very little
America also has some
socialist
semblance of social
ideologies.
safety nets. The UK also has some social safety nets, some state-run enterprises. Especially pre-Margaret Thatcher, I would say, versus private enterprises as well. I wouldn't say that China is a communist, and neither would you, but it's run by a communist party. And so far, they have seen
not get your money technically stolen, even though the taxes feel like they're
robust
stealing
level of
everything
growth
that
and
you get.
development overall.
The challenge is, Hassan, when you centralize power and you give practically all the power to the government, what happens with that is you're far more likely to have corruption, you're far more likely to have abuse of power, and inevitably what happens is that the government can't do everything. There are things that are far better done by private practice than done by state control. So if you
I agree with that.
Okay,
would you also agree that there are things that are far better done in the hands of the government, or at least with like heavy market regulation and intervention?
I completely agree.
Because like healthcare, I think is a great example of this, where like it's an inelastic demand, good and service, right? If you don't have healthcare, you die. So you will pay whatever price you have to pay for healthcare. And therefore, I think the American system that is the most maximalist, most capitalist, most like free enterprise system has been an abject failure in terms of delivering good results. And what I mean by that is healthcare as a whole is supposed to improve people's living standards and also make sure that everyone is getting the best quality care possible, right? And in the United States of America, we don't have that. We do have nicer hospitals that resemble hotels, as
I'll be
opposed to
honest
like
with you, it'd be difficult not to have a nicer hospital than the UK, mate.
Yeah, no, but but I understand that. I'm from Turkey. I've seen the Turkish public hospitals, but I would rather have
socialist.
I would rather try to focus on the diminished quality of service and try to improve that in a socialized system than to altogether limit healthcare at the point of being able to pay for it. We also experience a similar dynamic. We just don't see it in the same way because it's not the most direct form of authoritarianism. Where a lot of people think, well, as long as I can eat a Big Mac, as long as I can watch TV, as long as I can consume porn and gamble on the unregulated cryptocurrency market or gamble my modest income away, what remains after I give the rest to my landlord, then things are probably fine. And I think we dull our sensibilities in that regard. And I think it's a different form, it's a different mechanism of control that makes you think that you are actually an active participant in this.
I mean, I think that's quite a stretch, Hassan, with all respect, because the difference between, we talked about some societies that have attempted to pursue communism, China, the Soviet Union, Venezuela, etc., right? The difference between those countries is not that they can't eat a Big Mac. The difference is that if they criticize the government, in Russia today, but of course in the Soviet Union previously, you're going to get killed, right? In America, that's not what happens, right? In America, you don't get.
We don't know yet. We don't know where we're going to go yet.
I mean, Hassan, to be fair, you're a very successful.
You in China or in the Soviet Union would be killed if you were critical of that regime.
I would definitely be jailed.
You'd definitely be jailed. So that's the difference between these countries and America. It's not a Big Mac; it's freedom.
I found some of your comments really interesting about Luigi, and I'd love to talk to you about them. So you said, and correct me if I'm wrong, push back on me if I'm wrong, that you think that he's innocent and unfairly maligned. How did you come to that position? If I'm correct,
on camera shooting the dude in the
that's
back
a
of the
meme
head.
for the most part.
Okay.
What does it mean? It's a meme. We're like, we're not boomers, but we're like elderly millennials.
The notion that someone is innocent until proven guilty, or that he wasn't there, it's like a common thing that people do on TikTok and elsewhere as well. But
you don't think he's innocent?
Well, I don't know. I don't know if he's the one that actually did it or not. We'll see once the court case finalizes.
But is he? Sorry, I may not understand what meme means in this context. Like, I guess what I'm asking is, when you say he's unfairly maligned, do you believe that or not? That's what I'm asking.
What I mean by this, America's very draconian. They're very black and white. It's like you do a crime, you get punished, and a lot worse than you would get punished elsewhere, right? There are millions of Americans out there that have individuals in their lives that they loved, loved ones, immediate loved ones, distant relatives that they've seen suffer in their final moments as they, go through the process of trying to figure out the paperwork in a system that is designed to, let's be real, take as much money as possible from you in the form of premiums and then create a profit incentive by refusing to pay for the healthcare.
Hassan, I get all that, and I empathize with that pain that those people feel. Yeah. But what I'm getting at is, you said he's innocent, then you said it's a meme, you say it's just a thing that people say. What I'm trying to understand is...
The reason why people say that is because I think...
Their anger doesn't make him innocent, right?
No,
if he shot a man who runs a healthcare company,
it doesn't matter what the reasons were. It was
and they are
illegal.
angry with healthcare in America, that doesn't make him
like,
innocent.
It doesn't justify
right?
it.
So isn't you and them saying that just flat out wrong?
Well, my reason for saying it is because you're innocent until proven guilty.
No, that's not why you said it.
I
What a
mean,
joke.
I've advocated for the deportation of Hassan Piker before, and I'll do it again.
He's in the UK. Let him keep him.
You have to ask yourself as an American, what does Hassan Piker add to the fabric of American society?
The stress.
The man's a socialist. He just explained to you his end goals are communism. He would like for communism to take over the United States of America and be the model of practice in the United States. He believes in Islamism. He's defended 9/11. He's defended rape. And here, for the first time ever, he's had to face some actual intellectuals to counter his opinions, and everything's a fumble.
Good.
He wasn't
Which is
able to
good.
answer one question properly.
No, he wasn't.
And every
He
time
just
he answered a
word
question, he
saladed,
basically
like,
ended up defending pure evil.
Colin Harris.
The same things he says he's
The one he endorsed.
against, he had to defend in this interview. I think trigonometry, I mean, it's an incredible force to be reckoned with, just because when you have to make these idiots defend their positions, they always fail. They can't do it because their positions are retarded.
Oh, hi, Eli.
Hassan Piker is retarded. He is very, 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 very stupid. He can speak, but he's very dumb. He's
I don't
very,
even
very
understand
dumb.
how people can listen to a stream.
And so
the
it's
way he was
beautiful to
talking there. He's
see
got
finally
too much of
him
a
having to
whiny
reckon
personality
with
about him.
the truth,
in my opinion.
Which is that he's a
I
fucking
mean, he
retard.
always plays the victim.
And
so.
I love that. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Goodbye.
All right, yeah. All right, I'll be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom, and then I'm gonna get some ice cream, I think.
Ladies and gentlemen, it happened again. Yet another instance of immigrant-perpetrated entitlement fraud has been discovered, this time to the tune of $7.2 million. And I'll tell you what, J.D. Vance is not happy about it. He has had enough. In fact, right this very moment, he's out here dropping bombshells. Now, as many of you might remember, in a video I made just a couple of days ago, we talked about how Somalian fraud rings in Minnesota have, over just the last 5 years alone, defrauded all of us federal taxpayers out of over $287 million in entitlement fraud. In fact, in an effort to steal federal funding, they've been lying about feeding starving children. They've been lying about treating children with autism. And what's more, much of that money that they've stolen from the federal government, or rather all of us federal taxpayers, they've actually sent back to Africa to fund various radical jihadi terror groups. And by the way, I'm not kidding. I wish I
here as refugees from. Like, I just do not get it whatsoever. You're here to be a refugee and escape your persecution, and then you're sending money back to the people that were persecuting your land. It's like, really? Maybe you aren't actually running from anything. Maybe your visa is false then. Ridiculous.
I was. At this point, all of this is out in the open. But so like I said, it's actually happened again, this time to the tune of $7.2 million. However, what makes this instance of immigrant entitlement fraud perhaps even worse than the others is that this time, a radically progressive judge has actually overruled the guilty verdict of the jury and let the immigrant scammers off the hook. And you know what? If you don't believe me, take a look at this.
At the August trial for Abdi Fattah Yusuf, the jury heard evidence that he ran his home health care company Promise Health out of a mailbox at a Central Avenue address where multiple other home health care companies were supposedly located. Yusuf and his wife Lol Ahmed were charged with stealing $7.2 million of taxpayer money through Medicaid overbilling in a personal care assistant or PCA scam. The couple allegedly spent tens of thousands of the fraud money on luxury items for themselves. Despite the jury swiftly convicting Yusuf, Judge Sarah West last week decided they got it wrong.
It's reversing or overturning a jury's verdict.
Defense attorney Joe Tamburino, who's not affiliated with this case, reviewed the decision and analyzed it for KARE 11 News. He says Judge West ruled that the state's case relied heavily on circumstantial evidence and that she believed the state did not rule out other reasonable inferences.
That, in fact, there could have been other reasonable theories other than guilt in this case.
Like maybe all of this really was just one massive misunderstanding. Spare me. But so just to be clear, the judge here, Judge Sarah West, knew that Abdi Fattah Yusuf and his wife Lol Ahmed ran a healthcare company out of their mailbox, taking in over $7.2 million worth of fraudulent Medicaid payments. The judge here also knew that Abdi Fattah Yusuf and his wife Lol Ahmed then spent all of that money on various luxury goods like designer purses and expensive cars. But you know what? There's actually some more to this. Take a look.
State Representative Kristen Robbins, chair of the House Fraud Prevention and State Oversight Committee, says she's now reviewing if any state laws need to be tightened.
We want to strengthen state law so that we can get prosecutions out of these cases, because clearly a jury thought he was guilty.
Jurors in the case can't believe the decision.
I am shocked. I'm shocked based off of all of the evidence that was presented to us and the obvious guilt that we saw based off of the said evidence. It was not a difficult decision whatsoever. The deliberation took probably 4 hours at most. Based off of the state's evidence that was presented, I was beyond a reasonable doubt.
Beyond a reasonable doubt. And by the way, did you catch that? The jury unanimously decided to convict these Somalian scammers after just 4 hours of deliberation. But so what did the judge do in spite of all of the evidence and the jury's determination? She overturned the jury's verdict, choosing to protect the Somalian scammers from receiving justice that really they have brought upon themselves. Folks, when we talk about anti-American judicial tyranny, this is exactly what we are talking about. But now, folks, like I said earlier, Vice President J.D. Vance actually chimed in on this entire situation, pretty much going scorched earth, and you know what? Rightfully so. Because I don't know about all of you, but I, for one, am getting sick and tired of this nation getting scammed and defrauded by refugees and immigrants that we have graciously allowed into our country. And so we're going to take a look at what J.D. Vance just had to say. But first, I do want to say real fast that if you folks enjoy the daily news updates, please consider subscribing to the channel because it really does help a ton. But okay, check this out. As Vice President Vance just posted on X, after 4 years of house prices doubling and in some areas tripling, many young people feel priced out of the American dream of homeownership. A welfare fraud scandal in Minnesota reveals that large numbers of new arrivals aren't assimilating and are funneling our tax dollars to literal terrorist groups. An innocent woman was set on fire in Chicago as the mayor resists federal law enforcement resources to bring peace to one of our great cities. The Obamacare insurance system is buckling under its own weight, and the country is currently $38 trillion in debt. Our administration is working hard on addressing all of these problems. But you know what really fires up the Beltway GOP? Not any of the above. Instead, the political class is really angry that the Trump administration may finally bring a 4-year conflict in Eastern Europe to a close.
Exactly.
I'm not even talking about the substance of their views. Much of what these people have said about the Ukraine war has been proven wrong. But whatever, we can agree to disagree. But the level of passion over this one issue when our own country has serious problems is absolutely bonkers.
Crazy.
It disgusts me. Show some passion for our own country. And so, ladies and gentlemen, how's that for a truth bomb? Everything he just said is not only absolutely true, but if we really want to actually save this republic, if we want to save the nation, we need to start focusing on all of these issues that he just spoke about. And you know what? Very clearly, Americans right now are resonating with J.D. Vance. In fact, take a look at this right here. Here's the most recent polling data from RCP, Real Clear Politics, comparing some of the nation's top politicians' favorability ratings versus their unfavorability ratings. Now, you'll notice that all of them are underwater to varying degrees, but trust me, that's actually kind of normal in polling like this. That said, what's perhaps the most intriguing thing about these numbers is that right now, according to the RCP averages, which perfectly predicted the outcome of the 2024 election, point for point, by the way, J.D. Vance is actually the single most favorably viewed politician in the entire country right now. And so, folks, I'll tell you what, as far as I'm concerned, J.D. Vance is pretty much right on the money. Right now, we need to start focusing on domestic issues, improving the lives of everyday American citizens, and for the love of God, we need to actually start holding all of these criminal parasites accountable. Because, ladies and gentlemen, as I like to say, that is what it's going to take if we want to actually put America first.
Thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Yep. No, that ain't happening. Yep. There it is. Minnesota Democrat judge just overturned on the unanimous. I don't know if it was just. When was this? Molly African was quickly convicted for a $7.2 million Medicaid fraud scheme, but now he has been freed. Yeah, she needs to go. We need to find more about her, Judge Sarah S. West. Mitchell College of Law. If you look on here, though, look at who she's friends with. Right now, I'm seeing at least one darker Arabish-looking man, who I'm going to assume is Muslim. Yeah, someone like this judge. Yeah, she's some type of crooked judge. Oh, she put him pegs. It's just district. This is lower court, I assume. Not federal. Yeah, it's district court. Ridiculous. Girls have a job, so it's a surprise. Better baby, do you like this better? On the back of my neck, fast line, train, gotta get a speech to the class. Can't have anything nice. I'm serious. I can't. Still can't have anything nice. So Democrat judge, yeah. Yeah, this is ridiculous. On here. Doubt it. Yeah, I don't see her on here. Yeah, that's crazy. No way. No way should that happen.
Perpetrated entitlement.
Sorry, I'm making a short real quick. Maybe.
Ladies and gentlemen, it happened again. Yet another instance of immigrant-perpetrated entitlement fraud has been discovered, this time to the tune of $7.2 million. And I'll tell you what, J.D. Vance is not happy about it. He has had enough. In fact, right this very moment, he's out here dropping bombshells. Now, as many of you might remember, in a video I made just a couple of days ago, we talked about how Somalian fraud rings in Minnesota have, over just the last 5 years alone, defrauded all of us federal taxpayers out of over $287 million in entitlement fraud. In fact, in an effort to steal federal funding, they've been lying about feeding starving children. They've been lying about treating children with autism. And what's more, much of that money that they've stolen from the federal government, or rather all of us federal taxpayers, a radically progressive judge has actually overruled the guilty verdict of the jury and let the immigrant
personal care
actually happened again. This
anything maybe
has happened.
Escape your persecution and then.
I was. At this point, all of this is out in the open. But so like I said, it's actually happened again, this time to the tune of $7.2 million. However, what makes this instance of immigrant entitlement fraud perhaps even worse than the others is that this time, a radically progressive judge has actually overruled the guilty verdict of the jury and let the immigrant scammers off the hook. And you know what? If you don't believe me, take a look at this.
At the August trial for Abdi Fattah Yusuf, the jury heard evidence that he ran his home health care company, Promise Health, out of a mailbox at a Central Avenue address where multiple other home health care companies were supposedly located. Yusuf and his wife, Lol Ahmed, were charged with stealing $7.2 million of taxpayer money through Medicaid overbilling in a personal care assistant, or PCA, scam. The couple allegedly spent tens of thousands of the fraud money on luxury items for themselves. Despite the jury swiftly convicting Yusuf, Judge Sarah West last week decided they got it wrong.
It's reversing or overturning a jury's verdict.
Defense attorney Joe Tamburino, who's not affiliated with this case, reviewed the decision and analyzed it for KARE 11 News. He says Judge West ruled that the state's case relied heavily on circumstantial evidence and that she believed the state did not rule out other reasonable inferences.
That, in fact, there could have been other reasonable theories other than guilt in this case.
Like maybe all of this really was just one massive misunderstanding. Spare me.
Yeah.
But so just to be clear, the judge here, Judge Sarah West, knew that Abdi in judicial tyranny, this politicians' favorability ratings
all Medicaid fraud scheme, but now he has been freed. Yeah, this she needs
put America first. Really fires up the Beltway GOP. Not any of the above. Instead, the political class is really angry that the Trump administration politicians for election point for point, by the way. J.D. Vance is actually the single most favorable of these criminal parasites accountable. Because, ladies and gentlemen, as I like to say, that is what it's going to take if we want to actually put America first. Western Europe to a close. A woman was set on fire in Chicago, spent all taking in over $7.2 million worth of fraudulent Medicaid payments. The judge here also knew that Abdi Fattah Yusuf and his wife Lol Ahmed then spent all of that money on various luxury goods like designer purses and expensive cars. As far as I'm concerned, J.D. Vance is pretty much right on the money. Right now, we need to start focusing on domestic issues, improving the lives of everyday American citizens, and for the love of God, We need to actually start holding all
Boy,
of
you
these
better
criminal
calm down.
parasites accountable. Because, ladies and gentlemen, as I like to say, that is what it's going to take to actually.
Multiple.
What? Let's go. You stay. Sorry, Mom. I can't find it. You find it with me. Now you please read the doctor now. You're cool. Doctor, let's find it. Let's play. Let's get.
Idiots get positions of create. All right. I realized it wasn't fading him when I was talking, which it should be. Could use ice cream though. Crazy, crazy in the house, crazy, crazy in the world, losing patience. Oh, it's time to take my meds. I'll probably get knocked out. That probably won't be on much longer after I take them, so we'll see. Try to hang around.
What is that?
Help me, Donald Trump. You're my only hope.
I think she was a passenger on our last voyage, a person of some importance, as I believe.
What's up, guys? Benny. We've been covering Candace Owens' claim that the French first family, Emmanuel Macron and Brigitte Macron, have ordered a hit on her and paid millions of dollars to a shady international group of assassins to go kill
it doesn't
her.
duck it. Weird.
This is a
I don't know why it
multi-state
doesn't.
operation, seemingly also involving Israel, according to Candace. The reason we've been covering this, obviously, is because we have seen a shocking uptick in political violence in order to silence very strong voices, let's just say, that talk about uncomfortable topics. Whether they're right or wrong is up to you.
Topics like
But we took it
Candace.
seriously, and it was also
Huge
the
liar.
most viral post on all of X this weekend. It has 100,000 reposts, 42 million, 43 million views.
And these people
200,000
are
likes,
eating it
32,000
alive.
Saves. So obviously, this is something worth noting and talking about. Reporters who we trust
Chocolate chip mint.
and know to be good reporters, saying that national security source told me the threat against Candace Owens is real. And frankly, I don't doubt it. Project Veritas, up with the receipts and the retweets. But here we go. Candace has been a target of governments for years. We need to blackmail her, Candace Owens, faster. Well, that's racist. Who said that? Mary Barr Daly. Barr, like is it the Bill Barr family? Oh, yes, actually. Former senior DOJ official, daughter of Bill Barr, of course, because they all place their kids inside of the government.
Oh, yeah.
James Comey did this. Bill Barr did this. Here are some of these text messages Project Veritas receives. I need you to start working on the Candace Owens cases. Work with Armstrong on this. The harder one is Candace because she's very resistant. Candace Owens, we need to blackmail her faster. Klasick has been very affected. Tell Armstrong, like Kim Klasick? Jeez. Send the photographer, follow her, and also follow her husband. They want me to focus on Candace. Candace first. Jeez. Okay. Yikes.
Yeah.
Anyway, I mean, the point is that, like, obviously,
You know, it's
you
just
can
crazy.
understand why some people would want to have Candace talking. And now just little bits and pieces are popping out, and Candace is saying that the White House is aware of these threats, and she's beginning to bring more evidence to the fold here, but saying that the White House now knows what's going on and they have all the evidence. Very interesting. What evidence do they have exactly? Here's what Candace says. As an update, both the White House and our counterterrorism agencies have confirmed receipt of what I reported publicly. Emmanuel Macron attempted to organize my assassination.
I don't
Her
believe
source
you
was the
anymore.
first couple.
Woman who cries wolf.
Also, I will state again that the French Legionnaires were involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination, but did not act alone. For all of you who doubted my claims, you can now look at the President of the United States and our intelligence communities to issue a statement to confirm whether I am telling the truth or not. And then a response here to somebody saying Candace receipts simply means somebody opened an email or logged into an online report. It doesn't confirm your claim or your interpretation. Why are you explaining English to me like I'm not a native speaker? I said what I meant, and they confirmed the receipt of my claims. Obviously, they will have to investigate it to inform the public as to whether or not I made it up, which I did not, says Candace. This, I think, is a great question. Why not release the evidence to the public and show the world? You know, you could say that it is because you don't want to burn a source or so on. You could redact things. Again, I'm not trying to throw cold water on or criticize or attack Candace. I'm not. There's plenty of people doing that on the internet. Little clips like this keep popping up. Here's a former CIA officer explaining France assassinates, well, people that they see as politically inconvenient.
And they're murderous too, you know.
Murderous.
Oh yeah.
Who's
If
this
you
guy?
remember, for
He's the
example,
one that's doing
Greenpeace,
Russian
they're gonna
propaganda
blow your
junk.
brains out if you try to, you know,
Ex-CIA guy,
take over a ship or throw
conspiracy guy.
paint on a ship or whatever. They kill a lot of Greenpeace activists.
The French intelligence stuff.
Yeah.
Like not the paramilitary.
No. They're happy to go out and kill people.
They're happy to go out and kill people. It's a dirty business, this kind of stuff. Various insiders in the, you know, let's just say this. I live in Tampa. Tampa is where SOCOM is. This is Central Command for all of Special Forces. And so let's just say that I have plenty of neighbors who are in the industry, you could say. And that's just the nature of living down here. I like Tampa. I didn't move here because of that. Obviously, I'm not in the military. But there's a lot of law enforcement, a lot of military, a lot of ex-military. And what they tell me, what the people who, let's just say, have really direct knowledge of this stuff know, is that the French have a very dark and very nasty history with assassinations.
Well, yeah, of course they do. Look how they treated their kings
That
and the queen.
they are known for this.
Was it Marionette?
That's what I've heard. You can look it up for yourself. Please do. I encourage you to. The White House and counterintelligence agencies have confirmed that Emmanuel Macron attempted to organize the assassination of Candace Owens, says this account.
That's not from the White House.
But that's not what Candace claims. This got a community note, and I think that it's merited. Neither the White House or any intelligence agency confirmed. Candace said that they simply received the information. She phrased it in that way to seem as though they might have confirmed
Yeah.
that they didn't.
But then
That's not what
just
she
that she submitted it basically. Yeah.
And maybe they're reviewing
She doesn't
it.
have any receipts.
I can tell you this: I get death threats, pretty severe ones, and when there's a death threat that I believe is credible, I do turn it over.
Mm-hmm.
And there's been a couple of arrests on my behalf for people who've directly threatened violence against me and my family.
Yeah.
You're not allowed to do that, right? That's terrorism. But
That's exactly like this.
you won't let anything happen here.
Candace is cries wolf too much. She lies. She makes up stories and conspiracies and like
nation states
even if
or
this
state
were
leaders.
true, it's hard to believe.
So I guess we'll see. Certainly
Like
not
it
first.
is seriously hard to believe if this is true. Just because of how much she lies and conspires. Like I can't. I have a hard time believing her without receipts, and she never shows them. I don't know.
Time that Candace has been put under threat by the French First Family, you know, they did sue her in a very big and public lawsuit.
Well, yeah, but that doesn't mean they're going to
Candace saying that
assassinate
there will
her.
be no response from the French government because
One big brown.
for all of you who doubted my claims, you can now look at the president.
You know,
ex-CIA guy,
take over a ship,
conspiracy guy.
done a ship.
Who assassination the information. Maybe they're
She
reviewing
doesn't,
it. Maybe they're
she
reviewing
doesn't
it.
have any receipts. Wait a minute. Maybe it'll catch up to me.
Candace is saying that the White House is aware of these threats, and she's of not. There's plenty of people doing that. Where SOCOM is, this is you can look it up for yourself.
Receipts, and she never shows them. Almost there. Almost there. Give it a minute. Eat some ice cream.
Again, that the French Legionnaires were involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination. There's in the, you know, when there's a death threat that I believe is creditors in the, you know, That's what I've heard. You can look it up.
And conspires. Like, I can't. I have a hard time believing her without receipts, and she never shows them. I don't know.
Time that Candace has been put under threat by the French first family, you know, they did sue her in a very big and public lawsuit.
Well, yeah, but that doesn't mean they're going to
Candace saying that
assassinate
there will be
her.
no response from the French government because in the industry, you could attempted to order in the industry, in the industry, you could say, and that's just attempted to carry a lot of ex-mills in the you know, let's just say this. I live in Tampa. Tampa is where SOCOM is.
Yeah.
Carry a lot of ex-mills in the, you know, let's just say this. I live in Tampa.
Sure, on a plate. Sure, I'll take one on a plate. Getting the title already. Put Benny. Oh, what's that?
I have shared what I've shared is true, and the evidence support my claims. I even have names. So this is what I'm saying. If you have this kind of stuff, then you should definitely, I mean, presumably you should share it. But I can understand, you know, I can understand both sides. I would just be out with it, though. I think radical and very thorough, almost shocking transparency is what all of society needs right now, whether it comes to Epstein, the pipe bomber on January 6th, whatever the assassination of Charlie Kirk trial exposes, it must show all evidence, everything. Everybody wants to hear, obviously, from the creepy transgender boyfriend. You know, the federal government has to expose absolutely everything there. And the world is just screaming out for radical transparency. I'm told the payments for my assassination are running through the Club de Sens in France. This is like a elitist supper club. This means there's a paper trail. I encourage the patriots of France to uncover it. I would again like to stress there was a French female assassin and also a male and Israeli assassin who are trying to kill me. This is a joint state operation. And then she's talked about the Legionnaires. And then here's Pavel Durov, who created Telegram. He's a billionaire. He was attacked by the French government and has been on house arrest ever since. He created Telegram, which is an awesome platform. I use it, and our team uses it. After reviewing everything that Charlie Kirk ever said about Macron's France, I find Candace's info about the French involvement in his death entirely plausible. Charlie called for a 300% tariff on France until the charges against me were dropped. That's a very powerful voice saying that this is real and happening.
It could be
inside of France, and he's saying this very publicly.
They're not unknown for it. I don't know.
Well-connected people have
but I
told me
can't
that
believe
French
her.
intelligence services are not exactly unknown for assassinations, a point supported by public sources. Yikes. Okay. Well, what do you think? I'll say the same thing I've said, and when covering all of this, is that
I
we're
have
not
trouble
going to
believing her.
insult or make fun of Candace. We're going to take this kind of stuff seriously. I want everybody left, right, center, who tells the truth for a living. Not a lot of those on the left, but whatever. I don't want anybody to be hurt for their political opinions. Right to free thought and free association is true and given to us by God, and nobody should ever steal that from you or intimidate you. And that's why we're covering this.
But how can you believe someone that lies for a living?
It's your boy Ben. See ya.
And I really don't like Candace at all, but don't think she should be killed. Yeah. Crime wave hits Times Square. Thousands just left to left.
Well, everyone, Kenny Owens is currently being blasted online or roasted for claiming that Macron's hired an assassin squad to kill her. That crap insane, I say. This is from the New York Post, right?
And
so when the New
Israel.
York Post is starting to put out articles, that goes to show you that I would think something like the New York Post, being the news organization that it actually is, would do a little bit of investigating to see whether or not her claims are actually credible. But
Yeah, I would like somebody to do that because she ain't gonna release the receipt.
proof is in the pudding. The proof is that Kenny Owens' claims that France and
She'll never
Israel
release
have
them.
hired
She'll never
men to
release the
take her
receipts.
out are not credible at all, because I haven't seen any journalist, no one from the Trump administration come out and acknowledge it. No one. Everyone's silent.
Yeah.
Except the opposite.
Nobody said anything about it.
The New York Post. Now you
Yeah, I gotta change headset battery real quick. He's just going wild. All right.
got all of these media organizations that are jumping on the bandwagon that are attacking Candace Owens. It seems like the woman that cried wolf, ladies and gentlemen, many times is, yeah.
At it again.
Exactly that. She is the woman that cried wolf. No
I just
one
posted that.
And the sad thing about this is, if she actually comes out with something that is true, no one's going to believe her. Like the boy that cried wolf, when it actually happened, no one believed him because too many times he cried wolf and there was no wolf. And when there was one, nah, don't believe you. And the consequences were death.
Yep.
So I'm not saying that's going to happen to Kenny Owens, and I pray that it doesn't. But what
I'm
I
on
am
board.
saying is every single time she puts out online, these people are trying to kill me. We would like,
These
you got
people
no
set up the
evidence
assassination
of that.
plot.
You're not providing any evidence. And then she came out today by going, allegedly, when it's all said and done, allegedly. If you got evidence, why in the world are you saying allegedly? That makes no sense.
Exactly.
To me. But you're only using allegedly to cover your backside from being sued again.
Ridiculous.
And now the internet is blasting her, roasting her, because we know we can see right through you. When's it going to stop? When are you going to be admitted into a mental hospital?
Yeah, she needs to be.
You like,
She needs help.
yes, you get so much attention from people. You're very good at it. I'll give you
Sadly.
that. But the problem is, it's all founded in lies. And guess what they're calling her now? Conspiracy theorist. Ouch. Not podcaster, not right-wing commentator, conspiracy theorist. Kenny Owens is being ridiculed after alleging in a crazed series of social media posts that the first couple of France have paid an assassination squad to kill her and enlisted Israel to help do the dirty deed as well. In a middle of the night urgent post on X,
Yes,
viewed nearly 40
there's
million times, Owens claims she was
like. Shot in the Dark is officially back. This has been a major labor of love. Huh? Book club. Who's this loser? Geopolitical commentator, media group. Show will be off air this week as an update, but the White House and our counterterrorism agencies have attempted to confirm receipt. Candace, the problem is you are the girl who cried wolf. Really hope you don't end up like the boy who cried wolf. But I don't believe you. Yeah, I have no belief in what she says.
Contacted by a high-ranking employee, probably another prank of the French government, who told her the Macrons have executed upon and paid for her assassination in a wide-ranging plot that includes at least one Israeli. Owens, 36, has long publicly sparred with French President Emmanuel Macron and his wife, Brigitte Macron, whom she has repeatedly claimed was born a man. The Macrons filed a defamation lawsuit against Owens in July, which is quite serious, accusing her of waging a year-long campaign of global humiliation by spreading the scandalous rumor. Controversial podcast host, conspiracy theorist, and psychopathic, narcissistic dingbat said her well-placed French government source also told her that Turning Point USA founder Charlie Kirk's assassin trained with the French Legion 13th Brigade with multi-state involvement. Gee, that was another rabbit hole we could have gone down, right? So apparently the Charlie Kirk assassin is French. He trained with the French, the 13th Brigade. So not Israel, but teamed up with Israel. And apparently it's the same guy. Same guy, Charlie Kirk assassin, the French kill squad for Kenny Owens. It includes Charlie Kirk's assassin somehow, according to this well-placed source. I mean, we can go down so many different rabbit holes with all of Kenny Owens' claims. It seems like the middle of the night, she wakes up and has some sort of crazy dream. I've got to post it on X and start a massive meltdown, and all of her crazed delinquent fans are going, oh, pray for Kenny Owens. This is World War III. Get off it.
Yep.
Shut up. It's not World War III at all.
No,
we're not going to go to war over a mummy in her basement that makes up crazy conspiracy theories. No. If we did that, the world would be
100% conspiracy theorist at this point.
I mean, it already is mad, but it will be even madder if we did that. Imagine that. We had the army officers, who, by the way, Kenny Owens doesn't respect or revere, because she tells people not to sign up, tells people to what's the terminology, to leave the army, to basically, well, not basically, she was saying it, to leave the army, become treasonous, right? Do that. So she's encouraging that. So 1 minute, she's criticizing the government. The next minute, she's saying, leave the army if you don't agree with an order. And then the next minute, they're trying to kill me, guys. It's just
It's hard to
all over the place, isn't it?
believe.
Owens
It's
has
hard to believe.
drawn scorn in recent months for peddling conspiracies around Kirk's shocking September 10th assassination, including insisting that accused shooter Tyler Robinson didn't act alone. She was named Anti-Semite of the Year in 2024 by Watchdog Stop Anti-Semitism for trafficking in vile claims that Jews drink Christian blood and are PDF files to control the media.
Yep.
Yeah,
That sounds like her.
those have been significantly disproven. But anyway, in a follow-up post Sunday, Owens provided an update that she had informed people in the federal
And she's not
government
streaming
and the
all
White
week.
House about
Good, she's finally
what
shut
she
up.
called the France and Israeli assassination plot, and said she would be soon providing the name of the assassins and international accounts in France and Canada where the money was exchanged, only if they reached out to her. Only if they reached out to her. Mike goes batshit crazy, was 2 exits back. She just took the off-ramp to Camp Doolally. Or Doolally. We're now in weapons-grade wacko country. Someone call the IAEA. We've got radioactivity at levels no one's ever seen. Yeah, I actually find that pretty funny. She claimed in still another post Monday morning that the price on her head was $1.5 million. When everything is said and done, there we go, allegedly move $1.5 million. How will the world respond? Reactions to her viral post were swift, with many raising concerns about her mental health. This is batshit crazy town. A few million people a day listen to. The National Review's David Banson wrote on X. Yep. Please be aware you are watching a psychopathic or psychiatric breakdown. I would say a psychopathic breakdown too. In real time. Used another X poster, adding that those close to her need to get her help.
Yeah.
Mike Doran of the Hudson Institute said batshit crazy was 2 exits back. I read that out a moment ago. She's crazy. And yes, guys, she made that tweet that allegedly moved $1.5 million. Not did, but allegedly. Max goes, yes, it's a real tweet. No, Candace Owens did not provide any evidence for her allegation that the Marons
Absolutely
moved
never.
$1.5 million. Where she got that number?
Never any
Over
evidence.
backside. No, Candace Owens did not file a police report. Yes, it's all a grift. Yes, it's all a major grift. Because, like she said, let all be revealed. It's been a couple of days already. Nothing's been revealed. In fact, real journalists are now making fun of you. When real journalists are making fun of you now, you should be a little bit concerned. Sure, journalists
Slightly.
make fun of people all the time, but good grief, woman. Maybe you should stop. And like that guy said, Crazy Town was two stops back. We're well beyond that. We're in like the radioactive territory, right? I think that's a pretty good analogy. Something like Candy
Yeah,
Owens.
you're out of the blast zone, but
She's delusional. The Lulu, living in a world of her own, but people just
maybe
man,
out of the blast zone.
I'm so glad that no one that follows Candy Owens is in a position of leadership in America that wants to go to war.
Yeah.
I know X is not like real life, but far out these people. And I've been making like comments on their posts, like, calm down. You guys are overreacting way too much. over a delusional,
That's what
crazy woman.
she's trying to get a reaction. It's what she
Get
lives
a
off of.
grip.
Reaction.
Go touch grass. May actually help you. Anyway, that's enough from me. You guys take care. Be blessed, and I'll see you all in the next video.
Yep. He's completely upstairs somewhere. A new flat. 2 hours long. My hair's getting so long. Some time to cut it.
After Trump. So I don't know. I don't think he would, but I'll tell you this. I don't care. Days away, so I hope you guys all have a wonderful Thanksgiving. Updates about country and Russia. We've got Ryan, not that long. You guys have back completely failed. We've got some interesting comments from Ilhan Omar's leadership, which we're going to go over. Any questions you guys have? We want this to be fun, free rolling. We're doing this as a group. So fire away. I'll be taking questions throughout the show, and I look forward to answering. As always, if you're here, if you haven't already hit like on the video, please do. Make sure that you're subscribed. Hit the notification bell. All notifications turned on. Let's get the chat absolutely popping. We want to have fun tonight. We want everyone to feel like they're a part of it. And then if you guys didn't see, I did launch some membership stuff, 2 tiers. I kept them both super, super cheap. So everyone who wants to be involved can be involved. We're going to do members only live streams, members only comments. If you comment on a public video and you're a member, you're guaranteed to get a response. So we have a lot of fun stuff we're rolling out here. And I want to make clear as well, the Tuesday night lives, they are going to stay now. They'll be for everybody. The regular videos you get throughout the day, they will stay public for everybody. That is not changing. That is the bread and butter. That is the backbone of what we're doing here. So I'm really excited about that. We've been putting up some awesome numbers. You've been doing a great job, the audience. So any questions you got, send them in the chat. I'll answer them throughout the night. Any topic you want to discuss, send it in the chat. Super chats obviously get priority. But we've got a lot to talk about. And it is November 25th, and Nicolas Maduro was officially declared a leader of a foreign terrorist organization on November 24th. So that happened literally less than 24 hours ago. It went through officially with Marco Rubio, Donald Trump. And what does that mean? What does it mean that Nicolas Maduro is now officially a terrorist leader? Well, what do we do?
He's the same level as Osama bin Laden.
Just signed up as a member. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. We'll get into some shout outs here shortly. Well, how do we treat terrorists? How do we treat people that look to harm the United States of America? Let's think about this. There's some big examples we can draw from the past. The biggest example is, of course, Osama bin Laden. How did we treat Osama bin Laden when he
very good and killed everybody he was with?
Previous attacks, all the stuff that came afterwards. We sent in roughly 24 SEAL Team 6 guys into Abbottabad, Pakistan. And how did that end for Osama bin Laden? Ended up with him getting shot. And speaking of which, I know there's a lot of debate out there about who shot Rob. Sorry, not who shot Rob, who shot bin Laden. We got a lawsuit, $25 million lawsuit against anti-hero and Brent Tucker. I'm really struggling not to laugh. You've got other stories. I've done my own reporting on it many times. If you guys want to talk about that, maybe we'll do a live about that at some point. But the point of this is, once you're deemed a terrorist, by the United States government and you've engaged in terrorist activity, you are well within the rules of engagement for the United States of America to drop the hammer on you, to take you out, to get justice, to put an end to whatever evil actions you might
The end
be
is nay.
participating in. That's what a terrorist designation does. It opens the toolbox that the United States military and government can then reach into and execute whatever mission they want to execute. Whether that's
So what
SEAL
mission
Team
are they
6
trying
throwing you in
to
like
execute it
Osama
now?
bin Laden, blasting them away. Whether it's like
I don't think you need to
Baghdadi,
do
the
that
leader
with
of
Maduro. I
ISIS,
think you could just
dealt
bomb
with
the heck out of
forces
the place and he'll accidentally walk underneath the one.
evil reign in Syria. Whatever it might be, those tools are now officially on the table, and Maduro is allowed to get crushed. Now, people will say, well, what is this really about? What is this? Is Maduro really that bad of a guy? Do we really need to kill this guy? Should we kill this guy? Should we arrest him? Should we put him on trial? What should we do? Does he deserve it? And here's what I would say to that. Any person, any foreigner who allows crime, drugs, violence, or anything negative that has negative consequences for the American people should be dealt with in the harshest way possible. What do I always say in my videos? Body bag or handcuffs. I don't really care which one you choose, but it's one or the other. I'm not so sure we should even let Maduro walk away. I know that Maduro has offered to just leave the country, but I'm not convinced that we should even allow him to step down. Why should he be allowed to escape justice? Why should Maduro, after running Tren de Aragua, one of the most violent, if not the most violent gang out there, come into this country, hurt our beautiful children, hurt our beautiful neighbors? Why should he be allowed to escape justice after drugs? And I understand Venezuela is not the biggest drug producing country. I understand that. I know that. Yeah, let me know in the chat what you think we should do to Maduro. What should his punishment be? Let's get active in the chat and let's see let's let the viewers pick what we think should happen. But there's a broader piece of this. And it is a lot of our biggest enemies rely on Maduro. They rely on Maduro for resources, minerals, and they rely on Maduro for a foothold in our hemisphere, which cannot be allowed. China, Russia, Iran, and Cuba. Now, why do I bring up Cuba? Because Cuba and Venezuela share a very tight relationship. And for those of you who don't know, Cuba has actually a legitimately solid intelligence apparatus. It's the one thing Cuba actually does well. Their spy agencies are, believe it or not, very, very, very good. Not as good as ours, but very, very, very good. And Cuba essentially lives off free Venezuelan oil. They take the resources for Venezuela. They get the free oil. In exchange, Cuba protects Maduro. They give him intelligence. They give him military advisors. They help his regime. They help his regime stay in power. That's the fact of the matter. So that's why when this report that I'm going to put on the screen right now for you, let me get this up there. This comes from Axios. It says, oil-rich Venezuela has long been an opponent of the U.S. and has helped prop up Cuba's dictatorship, which furnishes security that helped install Maduro in 2013 and keep him in power. Venezuela is also an ally of Iran, China, and Russia. Part of the challenge of persuading, this is key, part of the challenge of persuading Maduro to leave, U.S. officials say, is that his Cuban handlers might execute him if he yields to American pressure and quit.
Which I was looking earlier. I still don't understand why we're sending so much money to Colombia.
If Venezuela falls and their oil and their resources can no longer prop up the Cuban regime, the Cuban dictatorship, they are going to
Cuba
fall
falls.
next, and they know it. That's just what the domino effect is. Without Venezuelan resources and Venezuelan oil, Cuba knows they are gone. They are gone. So what Cuba is now doing is saying to Maduro, if you leave, if you try to step down from power and allow a pro Western government to come in here, a pro-American government, we will kill you. We will execute you ourselves. You're going to stay in power. You're going to keep giving us everything we want. And if you leave, we will just kill you. We will execute you ourselves, like I said, which puts Maduro in quite the pickle because he's staring down the power of the U.S. military, and he knows he can't win that fight. He knows that it'll get absolutely obliterated if and when the United States decides to strike. And at the same time, the Cubans, who have kept him in power, propped up his regime, made sure that the oil keeps flowing to them, are saying, if you leave, you're a dead man. If you leave, you are going to get wiped out by us. So what do you do in that situation? What do you do in that situation if you're Nicolas Maduro and you die if you stay, and you die if you stay and the U.S. invades? There is no good option for Maduro in that situation. So on top of that, I want to show you guys this quick because now Cuba is trying to get more involved. It says Cuba on Tuesday accused the U.S. of seeking a violent overthrow of the Venezuelan government, calling the increased pressure of U.S. military forces in the region exaggerated and aggressive threat. The U.S. overthrowing Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro's government would be extremely dangerous and irresponsible and would be a violation of international law and the United Nations Charter, Cuba's Foreign Minister Bruno Rodriguez said in a statement. So the Cubans are now directly attempting to get more and more and more and more involved because they see their fate tied to Maduro's. They see, and get your questions ready. I'll take some questions soon about this. They see their fate hand in hand. If Maduro goes down, Cuba goes down. So the Cuban regime is also fighting for its survival because if all that oil disappears, they're out. They're out. And they know it. And for the people who are like, this is all about oil, this is all about resources, that's not 100% untrue. We don't want our enemies to have access to a ton of resources. We don't want Russia, China, Iran, Cuba, who's also in our hemisphere, to have access to unlimited oil. We're on the brink within the next 2 to 5 years of a conflict with China. I just made a video about this the other day. You can find it on the channel.
For Taiwan.
We're on the brink of a conflict with China. Do we want China to be stockpiling oil reserves?
What we're probably going to do is use Venezuela as a warm-up for the war for our boys.
America first, America only, pro-America, MAGA, whatever you want to call it. Allowing our enemies to stockpile resources is a strategic mistake. Why would we ever do that? Why would we ever do that? So yeah, it is about oil in part. It's not just about oil. We also don't want the Russians, the Chinese, and the Iranians to have any influence in our hemisphere. None. Zero. We don't want it. Why don't we want it? Because this is our hemisphere. We control it. Monroe Doctrine. It's our home.
Whoa.
We're the superpower. We don't let other countries tell us what we're going to do. We tell them what we're going to do. And then they can either comply with that.
They just need to sit back and relax.
Hold on. We've got some idiots in the chat.
Yeah.
Hold on. We got, oops. I think I hit the wrong guy. That's a mistake on my part. All right. Let's take some questions. I want to give a shout out here to Jeffrey Smile 324, became a member on the channel. Thank you very much. It's all appreciated. We've got Nathan Oliver, F2T. Thank you very much for becoming a member on the channel. What do we got here? There's no Second Amendment in Venezuela. The people do not have access to guns. We have tried many times and end up in a meat grinder of innocent civilians. 100%. 100%. Dictators don't like their people being armed because then the overthrow of the dictatorship becomes a real possibility. So JRC 6914, yeah, that's exactly right. Dictators don't like people having guns. In America, we have the Second Amendment. We have the ability to defend ourselves. We have the ability to make sure that we're not steamrolled. And it doesn't work like that everywhere in the world. It just doesn't work that way. So Jason Goodman says, I thought the show of force was a threat. No, this is very real. You don't move aircraft carriers across the world You don't put stealth fighters on alert. You don't deploy the ghost ship. Speaking of which, the location of the ghost ship is now out there. We will talk about
Wow.
that shortly.
Yeah.
This is not just a
You don't
threat.
do
Now,
all
we
that
might
without, like,
pull this off.
actually planning on doing something.
Without us having to do it, if there is an uprising or a general who is aligned with us against the $50 million bounty, they might take him out. But this is not a show of force at all. This is very real. John Barlow, this is all about China, period, point blank. It is certainly a large part about China. China cannot be allowed to be in a position to influence our hemisphere. They cannot be in a position to get Venezuelan oil. Again,
Well, to knock out Venezuela and Ukraine Russian war, you kind of
whatever is coming next.
have crippled Russia.
Quite frankly,
And then you have a full power China that can't sell anything to anybody because Venezuela and Cuba are out of his hands. Ukraine war is over, so Russia's not going to get much more equipment. Can't afford it anyway. So
UK sniper paratrooper on your show, multiple tours, siege of
we know they're looking at it. Why not station ships around it?
$1 million to stop. I did not. I did. Hold on. We've got a situation developing here.
Maybe we can. I'm trying to see if we can look it on a map to go through like 2 pillars.
We've got something that we've got going on here.
Oh well.
I'm trying to figure it out. Stay with me.
Be cool to get it where they have the carriers and everything out on the map. They have one, but
having them on for sure. Just so you guys know, I do get information as the show goes on. So sometimes I see it come across my screen.
Huh. Pike. Long pike. No, too short of a sword. Yeah. That's better. Axe and a spear. Almost like a sword. Great sword. Halberd. Halberd for sure. Yeah, you can use both ends. Oh, great sword. Then I would use a great sword as a backup weapon. Wait, man.
Wir zogen in das Feld. Wir zogen in das Feld. Da hätten wir weder Säckel noch Geld. Strampele mi. Alla mi presente al vostra signori. Alla mi presente al vostra signori. Wir kamen vor 7 tot. Wir kamen vor 7 tot. Da hätten wir weder Wein noch Brot.
Good. We'll set stuff like that.
One finals out of 20.
Man's world's strongest woman. That's funny. Wait, where'd it go?
We know our lands are now become more valuable.
The white people think we do not know their value, but we are sensible that the land is everlasting.
Yeah, here's the truth. The land you weren't sensible. The land wasn't so everlasting until we got here. It's Thanksgiving. What are you most thankful for? I will tell you, I'm thankful for white Christian Europeans landing on this continent. I make no apologies for it. I feel no guilt. And neither should you, because you're probably watching this using some kind of a tablet or television. None of this has been brought to you by the Iroquois. So, the closest that Native Americans have come to technology was that head that used to come off when the broadcast was going, beep. That's it.
We could have made that statement prior, like in 1900. None of this is brought to you by the Iroquois.
All right, so this is the new Ken Burns documentary, and I've addressed this quite a few times, links in the description, where every either Columbus Day or Thanksgiving, these myths get trotted back out, but Burns makes some unique claims, because I think they realize that they're retreads, the peaceful culture of horseback, and it doesn't work anymore because people have learned the truth. So now they're making some new ones. So what he's effectively suggesting, the premise is white people, bad, natives, good. So you're a colonizer, and to that I say, stop speaking, Ken Burns. You're wrong about everything.
The white people.
It's so good. History for clowns.
So he released this new documentary. I'm going to show you a long clip, and then we're going to dissect the claims piece by piece. References available, links in the description. He covers, obviously, Native Americans quite a bit, and specifically in relation to the American Revolution. The first 10 minutes alone include some claims that obviously are worth addressing. Here you go.
We know our lands are now become more valuable. The white people think we do not know their value, but we are sensible that the land is everlasting.
You don't get taxed either as a Native American either, I believe.
Long before 13 British colonies.
Okay, pause. Just a second. Do they all talk like that?
No.
I mean, come on.
But they make it seem like that on TV.
Hey, I'm doing narration for Ken Burns.
I am a chill native man.
Look at this shit. Like, hey, say it like a native. Your father was a native narrator, and your grandfather was a native narrator.
No, interesting though.
You're going to ruin it for the rest of us, little dog.
That's the great actor Peter Coyote doing that. He's trying to Native American it up. Yeah. He does lots of narration. Johnny Boy was telling me, oh yeah, guy does all this narration for PBS. He's putting a little...
Well, that's because I have something to prove, since my cousin Peter Timberwolf was the favorite. He was obviously, I got the shitty
He's
Coyote.
often confused with Joe Mantegna, but he's you've seen him in all kinds of stuff. Peter Coyote.
All right, let's go on with voices. That the weird thing is, it's not an accent, it's not a dialect, it's an affectation to let you know that we were here first.
Into the United States, the 6 nations of the Iroquois Confederacy, Seneca, Cayuga, Onondaga, Tuscarora, Oneida, and Mohawk, had created a union of their own that they called the Haudenosaunee, a democracy that had flourished for centuries.
Called the Don't Talk, Show Me.
Recommend union. We are a powerful confederacy, and by your observing the same methods our wise forefathers have taken, you will acquire fresh strength and power.
From Windex.
Therefore, whatever befalls you, never fall out one with another.
Wait, pause. What is he, Native American Yoda now? Yeah. Never fall out one with a drink Windex. Hairspray, delicious it is. Is there more?
Yeah, a little bit.
All right.
But before you go in, I just got to say, Russell was just telling me out front he took a trip to some Native American thing as a kid in Arkansas and saw a guy outside of a store drinking Aqua Velva.
There's something about Aqua Velva, Cherokee.
Oh,
slamming it down. It's got to have butyl alcohol in it somewhere. But
it does. It's like
just a dab will do you, prick.
You know what said this? I got a drink to get drunk.
Don't get me started on groom and clean. Let's continue.
The white man makes me keep my breath fresh.
Yes.
In the spring of 1754, the celebrated scientist and writer Benjamin Franklin proposed that the British colonies form a similar union.
All right, I guess it's time for one of our notorious claim truths. There's pictures moving on a screen.
It's
magic.
So absurd.
Let's go through the first claim that's made here. Check the references. It's always so paper thin. The idea that whites undervalued how well the Native American Indian tribes took care of the American continent before our arrival.
We know our lands
Well,
are now
they didn't.
become more valuable. The
Are
white
now
people
become
think
more
we do
valuable.
not know their value. But we are sensible that the land is everlasting.
Yeah, here's the truth. The land was, you weren't sensible, the land wasn't so everlasting until we got here. The natives hunted many species into local
Into
extinction,
extinctions.
like
Yep.
the buffalo, like the beaver, megafauna like the woolly mammoth, by the way, ancestors of native tribes. They didn't even use every part of the animal. And by the way,
Yeah.
What they did, that was the
Like
whole
that was the whole thing,
they
yeah.
would hunt, and they would hunt buffalo. They would scare an entire herd of buffalo off a cliff. And if anyone spoke out against it, they'd be like, hey, you know, we don't have modern refrigeration methods, so why don't we only kill the one buffalo that we can only semi-harvest? Like, that's enough out of you, squatting bear. There's something to be said for tradition. And I say this local extinction because, yes, that's the wordplay. They go, actually, the buffalo weren't extinct. Well, they were extinct if you were part of a tribe in one local area because they didn't have transportation. So they basically, where they lived, they had no more buffalo or beaver. And again, if they had one,
followed the herds.
they couldn't have one logical. And you're like, hey, why don't we go out there? We see dams out there. I think there's beavers. Hey, shut up. We're not supposed to go anywhere the sun doesn't touch, Littlefoot. No more beavers for us.
They might as well have been in space if they were 100 miles away. It doesn't matter.
And by the way, even in modern times, Indians don't know how to hunt properly. You had a friend he was a missionary, and his mission was to go to Native American reservations and teach them how to fish.
Yes.
Like, we usually just do it with dynamite.
The white man makes us fish this way.
You're gonna what? You said lure him?
You know, you would think they would already know how to fish.
Stole this from us. How?
How are you going to trick a fish?
You're cunning, little bastards.
You must have taught the fish how to evade our ancient methods of catching.
What? He's going back to him like, no, I'm telling you, he basically took off her bracelet, put it on a hook, and they ate for days.
It's so stupid. Oh my gosh.
And to think that one of the most brilliant men in American history, what they call him, writer and historian, Benjamin Franklin, thought, let's do it the Indian way. They seem to have it together.
Yeah, they seem to have it
Let's form this union
feel like that's
based on their
Damn straight. They didn't even know about or use the wheel.
Yeah.
I say, good man, why don't you just roll it? Roll it. Roll.
Yeah, that's an old one we bring back because I've been talking about this for a very long time, where even those on the right would virtue signal and say, so much. No one's saying that there weren't atrocities committed on both sides. Just like, by the way, there have been mistreatment of prisoners of war. I'm sure if you go into any major conflict, even sometimes at the hands of U.S. soldiers. That doesn't change the fact that they were awful to each other.
Yes.
There is nothing worth emulating from Native American tribes.
No, but isn't it nice now that we don't have to care?
We don't have to care.
We could just be on it. Let our freak flag fly. I have no respect for Native American culture. There you go.
It's just not good.
Become American. Hey, you won the lottery.
I mean, we're complaining
Well,
about...
they kind of did with casinos.
Yeah, well, we're complaining about men winning Woman of the Year. It's still better than being scalped and raped. So just think of the culture that you're defending. By the way, Native American tribes treated other tribes terribly.
The Aztec way. Let the head roll.
Foul!
Was that a sport?
Illegal traveling.
We need to do
He
it
took
again.
a step. I gotta kill another kid.
I'm curious. How did a people that listen to words that I
How?
use rolled heads down a pyramid not go, hey, it does roll, and invent the wheel just for that? How is that possible?
That was their light bulb moment.
Think someone would trip on a smooth stone. Like, it's almost like I was floating. How do I recreate this? No.
They tried the cart with human heads and it didn't work so well.
You know what? I hear that there's been some grapes rotting out in the sun. It makes me feel nice. Let me go eat those.
Yeah, the guy that was pitching the idea was next on the chopping block. Hey guys, the heads.
And we're supposed to believe that Benjamin Franklin, while he was flying a kite with a key, discovering electricity, and inventing eyeglasses, that he kind of thought, oh, these people.
All right, well, let me go on to some more.
right.
Here's the next claim that's made in the Ken Burns documentary. And again, please check out the references so that you never believe this crap again, that Indian tribes had a centuries-old, they actually make this claim, democracy before the colonialists arrived.
Long before 13 British colonies made themselves into the United States, the 6 nations of the Iroquois Confederacy, Seneca, Cayuga, Onondaga, Tuscarora, Oneida, and Mohawk, had created a union of their own that they called the Haudenosaunee, a democracy that had flourished for centuries.
Yeah, here's the truth. They did not have a democracy. He's referring to the Iroquois Confederacy, which was basically a defense agreement between tribes, which was like, all right, look, we're going to keep killing each other unless those prick Comanches come in, then we'll fight together and go back to killing each other's women and children, right? Everyone feel good about this?
Yeah, ready, break.
Yeah.
Exactly.
They were fighting against each other all the time in brutal, in a barbaric way that you can't even comprehend right now. And by the way, they fought each other on both sides of the American Revolution, just in case you actually thought that they were on the same page. Not to mention their crappy rain dance
on both
songs.
sides.
Do you believe in life after love? Something inside me say, I really don't think it's strong enough. Rain. That may have been too much. I
don't think so.
You turned out a good name with Cher.
That was good.
It was either that or Dancing Queen.
You put the effect on it too. It's so sweet.
It's nice. A little auto-tune.
Just talking through a horn and auto-tunes.
Yeah.
Here's the next claim that they'll make, or that Burns makes there, that Benjamin Franklin's Albany plan to unite colonies for negotiations, it was a ripoff of this sort of Native American confederacy. Again, another argument that they had some kind of efficient system of self-governance.
In the spring of 1754, the celebrated scientist and writer Benjamin Franklin proposed that the British colonies form a similar union.
Yeah, here's the truth. Not even close. So Benjamin Franklin said this specifically about the Native
Roman Empire
Confederacy, which I'll explain. He said, it would be a very strange thing if 6 nations of ignorant savages. Should I stop? Should I just stop reading the rest of it? That's thinking.
Good enough for me.
Yeah. It would be a very strange thing if 6 nations of ignorant savages should be capable of forming a scheme for such a union and be able to execute it in such a manner as that it has subsisted ages and appears indissoluble. Indissoluble. I've been doing this voice too long.
Yeah. Your IQ went down.
And yet that a like union should be impracticable for 10 or a dozen English colonies to whom it is more necessary and must be more advantageous, and who cannot be supposed to want an equal understanding of their interests. Basically, Indians did not invent. If you believe this, like, you have to be an idiot. You have to believe what to go along with what Ken Burns is saying. You have to believe that Native Americans invented the concept of being united in war, of creating alliances. I don't know if you know this. It happened in the Bible, not that far along. It happened in Genesis.
Oh, yeah.
It happened in ancient Greece, Switzerland. Rome and Mark Antony and Cleopatra. That bitch stole our idea. Opium whore.
Everywhere.
He's gonna get an earful from me.
Thank you for the follow.
Once the white man invents the telephone, I can give her a piece of my mind.
That's right. Well, I'll
But
call
just
her up.
using, I
For
guess,
now, I'll wait.
your name is.
Well,
Thank
the
you, man.
Oneida did do crystal.
Yes. For now, I'll wait and still not use the wheel.
Here we go.
We're gonna take
no
our
wheel.
sweet time. Slow and steady wins the civilization, we always say.
Dragging everything.
Yes.
We just can't get the spokes right.
And yet the Indians, the scholars that they were, they never copied any of Franklin's work. Like the lightning rod, one of them bifocals, the odometer, swim fins, the flexible catheter, that's a big one. And also, the Native Americans, big reason is because they're a bunch of drunks.
You know what? They say it keeps your body warm.
The alcohol?
The whole chemically stuff like hairspray and all that.
Are you drunk right
So
now?
you won't freeze.
This is not
That's
AI.
what they use. And to keep the virus away, COVID-19, that's what they do.
They drink.
They do.
Drink hairspray.
Yeah, drink hairspray and
Perfume.
all kinds of
Lysol even.
even that.
Yeah.
Aquavella, yeah.
The doctor says, take these 2 Vidal Sassoon and call me in the morning. Dancing Queen, 17. Old maid, we call her. We should actually check this, while we're talking about Thanksgiving. Let's get back to the America, which is the good part. There's actually Kalshi betting odds right now. Do you think that Trump, at the pardoning of the Thanksgiving turkey, do you think that he's going to, the odds are, use the words gobble, 97%, waddle, 95%, and Trump will be 87%. Will he say his own name?
Well, hold on. There's been an update since we've moved this. The odds have moved around a little bit. So
really?
Waddle and Gobble are now at 96 apiece.
Ooh, tied.
It looks like, at least from this graphic, and 80.
It's quite a movement, Gerald.
It's moved 1 percentage point.
That's what's kind of fun. I don't
Wait for it.
I've never bet on sports, but things like that's like,
It's kind of interesting.
I'll toss a nickel in. Just
Well, yeah, because Trump.
It's fun.
Donald Trump. You know he's probably going to say his own name.
Yeah. And here's the thing. Again, this takes us back to the Somalis in St. Paul. Is the left constantly tells us we need these people, or we should follow their example. If they say we need Somalis, if they say we need Haitians, if they say we need Hondurans, we need Mexicans, we need H-1B Indians and Pakistani, we need to emulate the Native American model. The only thing that they don't think we need is the United States of America. And what I mean by that is the United States of America as it was intended to be, which benefits every person here, Native American, Somali, Haitian, although we should keep it limited, we should keep their population limited here. Everyone benefits from everyone wants to come here. And by the way, Native Americans, they still want to be here. And let me ask you this, if we gave all of these groups everything they asked for, do you think the demands would stop? Of course they wouldn't. Of course they wouldn't. There is a deep disdain from the left for everything that makes America what it is. And if we follow the lead of all of these leftists, and if we followed the lead of people like Ken Burns, you would still live under the same kind of rule as they had with Native Americans, warring tribes, where Uncle Sam would still be the land of conquering, pillaging, and rape. By the way, click the button, join Rumble Premium. We're going to continue with this segment as we go to Rumble Premium. Our very last one, we'll be taking some chat. And if you're not a member, hey, it's a great Christmas gift for people, or you can continue on for free to watch Real America's Voice. Let's just roll the sketch of Uncle Sam being raped by the Native American. you're still here and you're still watching this on YouTube, you've probably known.
Crowder. Wild. Oh, what crime spree hit? Let's see. What's that? First account, the homes, housing. This on your own. Gavin Newsom, you idiot. Don't you dare you say Merry Christmas. I'll do a satanic lie. completely lost track of what I was doing. My brain's working right now. Yeesh. Yeah, I don't think he's gonna afford it at all. I think he's just grinding it. Either way, it's a pretty cool knife. I can't see the strip line. Got shaped down that area a lot. Night, buddy.
Kiss is my train. Oh, the kiss is my train.
Stuff, yeah.
Oh, kiss is my train.
Okay.
So he's wearing all the gloves.
He's wearing gloves so he doesn't cut himself. You're making a knife.
Dad, you kiss the more all my train. We toss the kisses. I'll toss those kisses in my
Okay.
those faces.
Oh.
Oh, them.
All of them.
Yeah. Oh.
That's a lot of gear over that. Punched it. So it's not stainless steel, it's regular steel. Clean it. That looks cool. Pretty chunky knife. I like the blue design. Looks like Reese's with the epoxy color on it. Reddit thing. Put pins in it. Same thing on that side. Must have been 24 hours. Yeah. That was weird. Yeah, I'd close the grinding too. Grinding the metal and the wood. I prefer the metal grinding though. So they got a trough. Same trough. That's for the butt. Hey, buddy. Ooh, that's nice. Yeah, sure. Whatever. Just want to see the knife. Not that sure there. That's crazy thing.
To build this table, I had to reinvent some pretty old technology.
Well, I made it giant and slapped a router onto
That's
it.
cool.
This has just become my life.
And the result? Well, you'll just have to watch and find out. Let's just hope it flows as smoothly as the carved walnut base.
So I went to the lumber store and I left with more rustic walnut than I probably should have, which will give me a good opportunity to pick through these because I need clear boards for this project.
Which, truthfully, if you've never tried this method, it's insane how well it works. By going to the lumber yard and specifically buying a rustic walnut, it ends up being, and I'm not kidding, half the cost of premium boards or a sixth of the cost of slabs per board foot. And as I already mentioned, I need clear boards for this coffee table, so I just bought a bunch of rustic walnut. I'm using all the clear grain and saving all of the rustic grain for a different project. And this one, it really is gonna be a good one.
That's interesting. I feel like playing some more Royals now. It's only 8:30. Feels so late. She woke up. Yeah, let's go here. Change. I hear somebody's out of their bed. Get past the title. I have 12 of these now. What else unlocked? Some of these. Oh, play T'Challa. 3K.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon.
Oh, okay, I'm gonna play. I'll wait for Emma's ult as well.
The moon gives me strength.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Have another genius around to help him solve this, Tony.
Same. He takes my brilliant ideas and makes them ever so slightly better.
Exactly what you said.
Please, there's no way I can do this without him.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
I shall claim victory in Master's name. They have been defeated and they will not escape. First, Namor keeps strange company.
Anyone willing to help?
God.
That feels better. The moon haunts you! Alright, that feels better.
Maximum pulse!
Anyone willing to help?
Gambit never fall! A gift from Khonshu.
I am ready to put on a show!
On your toes, here they come. The moon haunts
I got two.
The moon haunts. Khonshu, watch over me.
A little help, please. Another unexpected blow.
Rise and fall.
Maximum pulse!
What did he call forth, Namor?
Needed that, thanks. Thank you very much.
No, my baby. They were gonna go see yourself, Namor.
Gambit never falls! A little pick-me-up. Thank you very much. The wounds are gone. Thanks. fight for you. The moon haunts you. I am vengeance. A gift from Khonshu.
You needed some help. I have found one of them.
Anyone willing to help?
I am ready to put on a show!
Thank you very much.
I have found one of them.
Look so much cooler than mine. Damn it, never falls! On your toes, here they come. A gift from Khonshu. Alright, that feels better. Vengeance is mine. The moon haunts you. In the sea, Namor.
So much power. Time to use it. I.
Good. You needed it.
For a king, your army is lacking, Namor.
Rise and fall.
To do that, Namor.
The wounds are gone. Thanks.
I am ready to put on a show!
Only 60 seconds left.
Pure chaos!
I don't think that's the welcoming committee.
A gift from Khonshu. I am the light in the dark. Needed that, thanks.
Down to 30 seconds.
Just a little longer. Rise and fall. Damn it, never fall!
Stop that vehicle!
The moon haunts you.
Final 10 seconds. Let's keep fighting until we have a winner.
Vengeance is served.
A little help, please. Another
I didn't do too bad there. Died once. Oh. I don't like that I had to jump forward to get. Or did I get him? Did I do it? Do it. So annoying. Alright, one more quick after that. Trying to. It's just hit, it's not kill, it's just hit. I know I hit somebody a couple times. Four enemies with a single use.
Pick your hero. Or villain. I'm not judging.
I tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon. Khonshu has guided me this far. I trust him.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
A powerful warrior woman such as yourself would be revered in heaven.
I appreciate that. Maybe the Fantastic Four will have to pay your home realm a visit.
It would be best to come alone. Men are not welcome where I come from.
It has been a while since I've done a The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Love battlefield medicine.
No.
Clearly you needed some help.
A gift from Khonshu.
Looks like the mission area is yours. Faster now. We captured the mission area.
Find that sniper.
A gift from Khonshu. Khonshu never rests. Needed that, thanks. A gift from Khonshu.
Double KO.
That should take care of our little sniper issue.
Anyone willing to help? Spiders are
Thank you very much. I took that sniper off the boulder. Wounds are gone. Thanks. Thank you very much.
Yeah, double jumped. We got how many healers? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I still died.
May your tortured get up, my fist.
Keep going.
They'll be coming soon. Khonshu, protect us. Let the devil out!
Control lost.
The moon haunts you! This is as close as I ever get to pure.
Shield
fuck, he's one. I think I hit. I think I hit 4.
My fist.
It's the grand finale.
The moon haunts you.
A nice deep freeze.
Thank you very much. Armed and dangerous. Again. Again. Battlefield. Again.
Did it have honk?
The moon gives me strength.
Princess deserves her privacy. No time to sleep. That's when there are so many problems to solve. 30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Something has changed in you, Ileana. You're not the innocent child I once knew. Rule the demonic hordes of Limbo for long enough, and they're bound to rub off on you. I think I'll just take your word on that one.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
So there are 2 dupes, huh? Sounds like overpopulation.
And so it begins.
Rise and fall.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. The mission area is yours.
Whew. Almost didn't make it again. Let the devil out!
Daredevil's so annoying, man. I cannot stand him.
Control lost.
Still not dead.
Can't fight him in my face.
It's fighting time!
The moon haunts you. This was Khonshu's will. Better put this to good use. Armed and dangerous. Again.
Yeah, healer will be nice, buddy.
I am at your service. Again. I've come back from
Your
far
team's
worse than
capture
that.
progress has passed the halfway point.
Rise and fall. Someone scratch my back. A little pick me up.
You belong to me!
Needed that, thanks.
Enemy in front of us.
Rise and fall. Born again. Hey, Katie, enjoy
Buddy, this is the enemy.
I've come back from far worse than that.
Goodbye.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going. Enemy tag.
Let the devil out! Rise and fight. The moon haunts you. Again!
I have it, I have it, I have it. Let's get back out there. One more ult. Let me try it again. Hey, there's two of them there.
Back again? Great.
Stranger's portal. Oh, GG.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Lucky, not so. Did I get it? I don't think I did. Who else can I play to get these? I feel like I have to play him for a while. I think he's okay. I don't really like playing DPS. Maybe Jeff I could play a little bit more. I could have done Cap too. I feel like I never get a team that kills anybody. Cap just kind of tickles. Need somebody with Groot. The alt with Groot. Star-Lord, an assist. Shift Land Shark. Let's try Jeff. Trying to get one achievement on a day.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon.
Kidding. Ultron. Tank. Bucky.
Khonshu has guided me this far. I trust him.
Asgard has been invaded yet again. But as always,
Khonshu is my shield.
Get ready.
Gambit. Cap.
Steve, buddy, we have to save the world. Not the first time. Won't be the last. You cannot save Yggdrasil, nor can you save yourselves.
Help's coming! Double down!
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Very much.
I have 4 kills? How do you have 4 kills there? I mean, they're going to be playing close together, so.
Let me rest.
Jump.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
Khonshu. I can think straight. Thanks.
Anyone willing to help?
What? You're real?
Operation Save the Tree.
Did you miss?
This is mine.
Your powers are mine!
No worries. I've got your...
We're in this together.
All right, that feels better. A gift from
I'm together to victory!
You're halfway there. Keep going.
That's the Bucky I know.
Assemble!
Vortex field!
Rise and fall. The moon haunts you. Three down. Rise and fall.
Challenge.
I'm halting. On your toes. Here they come.
Vehicle reached the checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Chifa Songhong!
A little help, please.
Stand down! Thank you very much.
I think I definitely got it on that one. I'm pretty sure I did.
Not dead.
You covered.
We don't stop.
A gift from Khonshu.
Always count on me, partner.
On your toes. You needed that. Thanks.
That's it. Don't let anything stand in your way.
Thank you very much. I am the light in the darkness. Stand down!
So close. This is your big chance. Run the
The
exploding
moon
plasma.
haunts you.
Another epic victory. Big win.
I mean, fine. I do there. Come on. How did I not get it there? Did I only get 3 of them? Guess I just threw. Yeah, hit your bed. Up. All right. Oh. Get himself jacked up. All right. Watch a little video to relax my eyes, and then we'll get back into it. Tuesday. Almost Thanksgiving. All right, I gotta watch a little bit of
Zoran Mamdani, the new mayor-elect of New York City and my favorite guy to cover recently on the channel, has released a flurry of advertisements. You know, he promised lots of free things, and well, this is how he's gonna fund them, because, you know, nothing's really free.
Remember how I told you a few months ago to stop sending us money? You can start again.
Fell for it again award!
This transition requires staff, research, and an infrastructure that can meet this moment. Still asking for your help, because we need to raise $4 million in total.
Fell for it again award!
So January 1st can be the day we start to deliver, not start to prepare. I hope very soon not to have to ask you for money.
He's a communist. Nothing's free. So what's funding?
He's always gonna ask
Until
for
then,
money.
I'm asking.
Fell for it again award!
They are changing. The air, it is crisp. But one thing that stays the same is we still need you to donate.
Fell for it again award! So he released a flurry of advertisements promising all sorts of free stuff, but in order to give you the free stuff, you need to pay for it. It's almost like you just need to pay for the stuff, just with extra steps. Diabolical. So his audience, the leftoid freakazoids, have started to realize, wait a second, this guy's actually just like a giant fraud. It's almost like he was running his socialist communist campaign to get the retard vote in order to flood us with immigrants forever. And actually, he doesn't give a shit about the communism that he was promising us. Almost like you need to add another coin to the Nux Was Always Right award jar. You have to just keep filling it. That jar is like, I'll be real. If you, every single time I am right, you just take a nickel and you put it in the stock market, you'll be a billionaire. And this guy will become your best friend because he wants your donations. Now, this is one of the craziest twists of all time. The level of backlash that Zoran Mamdani is getting from the communist socialist retards is incredible. The Muslims, obviously, they don't hate this because they actually don't care. They just want him to get power so he could import infinite Muslims. But the communist socialist guys, they feel relatively betrayed. Like, this dude was cozying up to Trump. They hate that guy. He was cozying up to the Trumpanor. What's happening? Well, let's just say a lot is happening. First, this was him on an interview where they asked him if you would support Hakeem Jeffries to remain in his position as the House Minority Leader.
If Democrats win the midterms, do you want to see Leader Jeffries become the Speaker of the House?
Yes.
Okay. That was a quick answer. So you leave plenty of time for my final answer.
Let me go back and give a little more.
Look, former...
In other words, yes, he does. Now, you, if you're a conservative guy, you probably don't understand the ramifications of this, but me, I like very much to infiltrate into the leftoid spaces to see what they're crying about. Hassan Piker lost his mind when he saw this, because the leftoid space hates the more center-left liberals. Hakeem Jeffries, the current House Minority Leader, we call him Timu Obama in this house, that dude recently voted to condemn socialism. So they are hating this. The same Hakeem Jeffries who just voted for a GOP resolution to condemn socialism was endorsed by Zoran Mamdani. Wow! He literally stabbed all the progressive retards straight in the ass on this one. Now, this is an old tweet. Old tweet from Zoran Mamdani that I feel like is important to bring up here. After at least 2,200 Palestinians were killed over the course of July 2014, Hakeem Jeffries got on stage at a rally in New York City and paraphrased George Wallace, Israel today, Israel tomorrow, Israel forever. If Jeffries is considered a progressive, the term has lost all meaning. So this is Zoran Mamdani saying, no! Palestine! The most important reason for him to run for mayor of New York City, as we've already established in my previous video. Now, this is obviously diaboliccal because Palestine is the number one thing every New Yorker is
everyone cares about.
Yeah. The pretendicide that's happening over there. So, realistically, Zoran Mamdani has been calling out Hakeem Jeffries back in 2022. Back before he actually got elected, he was running on the socialist ticket the entire way down. Well, let's just say this stuff is being posted by the communists. Like, this dude is an actual Marxist-Leninist, all right? So this dude out here fell for the Get Award. That's right, oopsie poopsie. You elect this retard, and it turns out he actually is not going to fight for you at all. He played, he got the retard vote. He doesn't care about your policies. All he cares about is importing infinite Muslims and fighting against ICE to prevent them from being deported, so we can create an infinite underclass of society to slowly but surely take over. Almost like is what I said the entire time right from the beginning. And you're going to see over the next 4 years, you can come back and you'll see that I will be correct. It's almost like when you study their traditions and their propaganda, and they literally follow it step by step, it's almost like they are playing that exact game. And I'm going to show you, because the crime in New York City is skyrocketing already because they know that no one's going to punish them. So, like, people are freaking out. They're retweeting this old tweet of him calling out Hakeem Jeffries because, you know, they all want to replace a center-left guy with a radical-left guy. They want to replace a center-left retard with a radical socialist communist. Ain't no way he switched up this fast. They are furious at this guy that he is switching up. But don't you realize he's obviously cozying up to the establishment because his goal is making friends in the party to import infinite Muslims? You've all been played. You've all been played so unbelievably well. He literally promised people free shit. They all fell for it. All right, let's see what Hassan has. All right, so Hassan, Palestine flag, communist logo, W. Anyway, classic, am I right? So that's what we got. These people are losing it. So this is Zoran Mamdani in Central Park announcing hundreds of appointees to his transition committee. So he's in Central Park announcing all of the things, all the people that he's hiring, and the crash outs continue. I can't believe I petitioned and canvassed to have a real estate lobbyist doing all of Zoran's housing hires. That's crazy. So you're telling me that this comedian, author, podcaster, hyper radical feminist was completely and utterly played in order to promote Zoran Mamdani's shit, and he's just gonna cuck out to the establishment anyway? Yes! Yes, actually! Yes! Your tears are enjoyable, actually. Very enjoyable. Continue crying. It makes me happy. I will continue making content off your tears. Definitely subscribe for more tears. This is fantastic because people are, like, actually eating shit. All right, this is the find out phase, and it's really, really obvious that we were going to get here. This was possibly one of the most obvious conclusions of all time. Again, I said this from the beginning, and I'll reiterate one more time. He promised free shit to stupid people, like white liberal women in colleges, all right? That's your classic subset of stupid people in America at this point, because they have so much empathy for people that want to kill them, and they will literally vote to import infinite rapists. So, realistically, he got the retard vote,
for
and he
15
completely
minutes.
and
Let's see what
utterly
he's got to
stabbed
say.
them in the back. Now he's in power. Now he's cozying up to everyone that they hate. The actual Democrat establishment, and he's cozying up to Donald Trump as well. He just did a gigantic Glaze interview with Donald Trump, where he's like, oh, we see things the same way a lot, actually. And these people are losing it. They can't even stand it. The only people that are shocked by this are communists and Kaya, Hassan Piker's dog. Now, for me to show you what's actually been happening in New York, I have to show you this clip. This is a bunch of religious Jewish New Yorkers attempting to enter a synagogue for prayer. and they were blocked by pro-Hamas retards. But don't worry, guys, this is just anti-Zionism. This isn't anti-Semitism. And they're all like, all right, why are you mad? Why are you mad? I don't know, maybe because you're cosplaying like terrorists that probably murdered a family member of his in Israel at some point. And now you're refusing to let him even enter his synagogue to pray. So yeah, no, reasonable reason to get upset. Now remember, Zoran Mamdani said that there is no anti-Semitism, and he will work hard to combat it because he is very against it. Now, notice he didn't say anything about something like this, which is insane, because he doesn't care. Because he also supports Hamas. Actually, much to everyone's surprise, they elected a radical jihadist communist, and it turns out that dude does support the radical jihadists in the streets. Wow, what a shocker. Did not see that one coming at all. This is crazy, for the record. This is actually insane. And literally saw it coming 1.5 miles away. So I have to show you what's been going on. Starbucks are being driven out of New York City because of communist shit and because of crime. And then I'm going to show you what's happening in Times Square. You don't understand, man. It's becoming a PvP zone in real time.
We are talking about a CEO of a company.
Starbucks workers kick off 65-store U.S. strike on company's busy Red Cup day.
Who made $96 million just last year. And if you force these workers to go on strike, then I will be there with them on that strike as well.
That's Zoran Mamdani. He will be there with the workers on their strikes. Well, let's see if that promise panned out.
So, New York City's new mayor has wasted zero time taking control of the Democrat Party by calling for nationwide boycotts of Starbucks.
Are we surprised? Are we surprised? Well, I'm going to give you some inside info into the mind of a radical jihadist. Starbucks is pro-Israel. That's why he's picked Starbucks. It's actually really obvious that he is using his foreign policy in order to fuck with American businesses. It's actually really obvious that that's the case. Like, I mean, we could all sit here and be like, listen, we don't want people cucking out to be pro-Israel. Fair. We don't want people to cuck out to be anti-Israel to the point that they're ruining random American stores because the owner of the store is pro-Israel. Like, this is America. This is New York City. Bro, what are we doing?
Over what some unionized workers say is the outrageous pay of the company's CEO, who makes 6,000 times as much as a barista.
It's literally his company. You don't have to work there. Holy shit, you are pathetic. Oh my god.
Even a level 1 socialist will tell you has to be unfair.
That's right.
And as
socialism bad. Socialism says that it is unfair for people to make a lot of money because everyone should be making equal money so that no one is incentivized to actually do anything, because why do anything difficult if you're just gonna get equal money? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Dude, I love the crash outs. All right, so this is another one of these card-carrying communists guys. It's like progressives is just conservatism with a phony smile. Dude, it's you don't understand, man. You don't understand. It is absolute cinema. Absolute cinema watching this man. These people are completely turning on him. He promised them all sorts of crazy shit, and they are turning on him. It's amazing. I mean, again, this is another one of those communists. This is Hassan Piker flexing all of his money while he's on a propaganda tour of China. Let me just show you how much he's betting. Betting $30,000 on horse races. All right? $30,000. He's a communist, guys. He's a communist. He fights for the poor.
we're about to see, these protests could spread to other businesses in the near future.
While Starbucks refuses to come to the table and negotiate in good faith, they are
come to the table. It's their store. You have the right to boycott. They have the right to do whatever the fuck they want with their own business.
Profiting off the sweat of my brow.
Bro, they hired you. Get a job somewhere else. Bro, these people are like so unbelievably pathetic, it's crazy. I love how socialism is just the lazy man's way of just screaming and like convincing himself that he feels justified. And I said lazy man even though statistically it's the lazy woman's method of screaming. You know, honestly, the world would be better if instead of these women screaming about low-pay jobs, they would get married and have a family and move back into a society where you only need one pay to actually support a household. Damn, feminism really ruined these poor women.
Work holidays and weekends, but Brian Nichols doesn't think my union is worth negotiating.
Why should he negotiate with you? It's his company. He can do whatever he wants. Why should he negotiate with any of you?
What's the plan and how big could this get?
It could get really, really big nationwide.
Union members and their allies vowing to strike in 25 cities to kick off the holiday season and apply more pressure in their campaign to demand better working conditions. Starbucks has responded, saying their employees already have some of the best in the business at $30 an hour in pay and benefits.
The company is stonewalling and not coming to the bargaining table and giving us any decent proposals.
A company that has spent...
Oh, well, that sucks. Get a job somewhere else, I guess. Like, literally, what? Like, what is this crash out?
The last 4 years trying to break our union, committing the most labor rights violations in U.S. history.
So union spokesperson says, if they continue this, if they keep this up, Starbucks, their business could come to a grinding halt.
The communism comeback, baby. It's really happening in real time. In real time. It's crazy. It's actually insane. Like, thinking that, how dare this person that made this money actually, like, I think a lot of people don't realize how Starbucks started actually. Not that anyone cares, but Starbucks started with a guy that would hire employees and give them a percentage of the company as he hired them in order to get them to work for lower prices, and they in turn are now all multi-billionaires. Even though they started as baristas, they're now worth billions of dollars. That's what we call a good businessman, I guess. But anyway, communism doesn't care about that. Communism wants to lower everything to the lowest common denominator of human.
So when our new mayor...
Don't you have to see the new Hassan clip on trigonometry? Wait, did they post that on Twitter? All right, hold up. All right, wait. Let's see what our favorite communist had to say. Trigonometry. All right, I'm down. What's this all about? Bro, dude, Hassan is so cringe, it's crazy. This is an hour and a half long. No. What's the clip? Just show me the clip.
Piker, welcome to Trigonometry.
Nice to be here, guys.
Why the big sigh?
Italy's Mussolini and Adolf Hitler's Nazi Germany were ruthless fascist forms of governance.
Okay.
My fear is that is where capitalism inevitably leads.
Bro, he's so retarded! Dude, this guy's the biggest leftist streamer. He's actually retarded and inbred. Inbred and retarded. Crazy how often that overlaps. Dude, if you actually look at any level of history, any history, okay, not trying to be controversial here, it's communism that leads to fascism. Every single time. Every single time. All the times. Every time. It's communism that leads to fascism. All right, look at China, Russia. Like, it's insane. Venezuela. It's every single time. It's all of the times. Capitalism has never led to fascism. He says she's so retarded.
There's too much instability. There's too much chaos. We need to restore order.
Bro, what is this villain stare? We need order by creating a fascist government, but it's a communist fascist government.
Is there a country that's done socialism the way that you like?
I would say China is probably...
Get out of here. You're kidding me. This man is an actually paid foreign operative. All right, there is no doubt in my mind that this man is a foreign op. Are you insane? China has secret police that literally kidnap people off the street for saying things that they don't like. You have children in sweatshops in China.
The closest, I would say, to an example that we should follow.
Bro!
Like communism in America.
I think that communism would be most likely an international thing. It'd be like the Star Trek universe.
He thinks that the communism would make the Star Trek universe, bro.
You think the Reform Party is
I think
fascist?
Reform Party, as it stands currently, is a nascent fascist parliament that hasn't reached its full potential yet.
Yeah, he might be the worst political commentator of all time. The way he's just so confidently wrong about everything is insane.
Mayor isn't attacking Trump, he's attacking Starbucks, trying to shut them down. And what nobody's talking about is America is full of companies that don't pay their workers, as well as Starbucks, revealing that there are many targets out there for the communists.
Get ready for the actual public communist revolution that's going to start happening in America. It's already been happening, in my opinion, for a long time. We had the Democratic Socialists of America tied to both the assassination of Charlie Kirk as well as the assassination of those two Jewish Christian Israelis in Washington, D.C. Like, you might not realize that there is, you had the the crowd celebrating Luigi Mangione for allegedly murdering a healthcare CEO in broad daylight, it's very obvious that we are heading down towards a violent communist revolution. Very, very obvious. And it's really scary if you think about it for a second.
To go after next, we're talking every business from Target.
Every business. Every single chain brand. Every single one of them. Every Target, every Walmart, every single one of them.
Taco Bell, as very few part-time...
McDonald's, every fast food chain, every chain falls into the crosshairs of this communist bullshit.
Entry-level service positions pay anything close to what's needed to afford life anywhere in America, let alone put yourself through college or...
You know what would help? It would really help if you went to a community college, specifically for a degree that's worth something. All right, if you're in debt because you went to college for a degree in underwater butt sex, all right, or lesbian tap dance theory, I personally could not give a fuck. All right, honestly, find a rich husband to take care of you, lady, because that shit's insane. It's insane, and you have people actually getting bullshit degrees like this. I'm sorry, I'm not gonna cry for you for making a terrible life decision as an adult. You were an adult, you made a terrible life decision, now you're living with the consequences of that awful decision. You got scammed, and I have to deal with it. This isn't me exonerating the college system. I think the college system is vapidly corrupt, funded by Qatar and China and all these other foreign nations that, in my opinion, are trying to cuck our population, and they're winning. But for the record, you are an adult that made a terrible decision, that went to college for one of these things. You don't need to afford college for a degree in underwater butt sex, all right? You have to figure something out, all right? A master's, I have a PhD in sodomy. I can't get a job. Yeah, you don't say. But that's where we're at today. That's literally where we're at.
A house. And the striking workers at Starbucks have made it clear they feel trapped.
You know, it would really help if they deported 30 million illegal people in our country. That would really help a lot of issues. Like, it would help the housing market. It would help the college market. It would help literally everything, actually.
And they are.
However, we're talking about part-time entry-level work here. These jobs, they do exist, yes, but not to enrich the worker, but rather as part of a corporate machine.
Which, in fact, is how every job works, no matter how much it pays, even the CEO's job. And the brutal reality of this strike is it reveals jobs exist and are offered to benefit the company first.
Obviously.
And if there's time, the employee, which includes Starbucks itself.
I'm sorry, not trying to be controversial or anything. But obviously, this is his business. What, you think he wants to hire people for the benefit of the people that he's hiring? Absolutely not. Ideally, things would go great for them, but he's doing it for his company. Duh.
They'd get a cheaper CEO if they could. And if they need people to work as baristas or managers, they're gonna figure out what they can afford to pay and then find workers desperate enough to accept those positions.
But you know something? That brings us to the real reason why these strikes are happening. Starbucks is not the only company out there that wants to try and figure out how to pay its employees as little as possible. Every company wants to do this, but the problem is these workers who are striking, they do not understand what it is that allows these companies to get away with treating them this way.
And that would be the formerly open U.S. border, which allowed 20 million unlawful immigrants to enter our country. And although you can't blame someone for coming here for a better life, you can blame politicians for incentivizing illegal.
The thing is, I have a very similar opinion. Like, realistically, I would love if these people didn't invade our country, but I honestly can't blame them nearly as much as I blame the politicians that enable this in order to rig every future election ever. All right, think about it for just a second. No voter ID. All right, think about it for just a second. No voter ID. Import 20 million people. Wow, we keep winning elections. Wow, democracy's really cooking.
Legal immigration, knowing folks would be forced to work whatever job they can find, which is why
obviously, and all the jobs are being outsourced to retards from other countries. Like, duh. This would help the average job market. It would help the job sector system. It would help people be able to get jobs if you imported 20 million people that are literally stealing your jobs.
Makes perfect sense. Big business has never cared about illegal immigration because wages are based on supply and demand. And if the supply of workers goes way up, well, this is what happens in the job market.
We are talking about a CEO of a company who made $96 million just last year. $96 million, which is 6,666 times the median Starbucks worker's salary.
He's 100% right. The CEO did make that much. Is that a lot of money? absolutely, but we're missing the point. We're missing the reason why the CEO makes a ton of money and the workers in these very locations do not. Government corruption in America has rigged the game in favor of lower worker pay, which jacks up profits and helps CEOs earn more money. But when there are multiple qualified workers for an available position, companies don't tend to offer as much pay as they would if workers were less plentiful and less desperate. And adding to that desperation is the fact
It's like, it's so many layers upon layers of bullshit systems and rigging, but the reality is deporting 20 million illegals would help every single one of these issues. All the issues would be better if 20 million illegals were deported. It's almost like a broken clock, but it's like, yes, they don't need to hire you, because you know what? They can hire a guy who jumped the border, is here illegally, will not pay taxes, that they'll pay in cash, whose name is Jorge. All right, they can pay Jorge
Today.
and they don't want to pay you.
that many workers also have rent to pay.
Housing is way too expensive. Why is that? Because we flooded the country with 30 million illegal immigrants who were taking houses that ought by right go to American citizens.
Like, no, duh. It's the most obvious thing in the world, and no one talks about it.
At the same time,
When are
we
you watching?
weren't building enough new houses.
Like, I see a lot of people talking about, like, you know, the cultural stuff, which is true, okay? Don't get me wrong. You import people from a culture that, I don't know, where rape is legal, and suddenly the rape rate increases in your country or your neighborhood. This is an obvious, true fact that everyone could see as an immediate reaction to mass immigration with your very own eyes. What people don't notice is that it causes every single problem. All of the problems stem from this, man. They do. There's too much traffic. Well, deporting 20 million illegals would help. You can't get a job? Well, deporting 20 million illegals would help. All right? You can't find an apartment for a decent price? Well, deporting 20 million illegals would help. It's like, it's all of the issues.
He's not wrong. Not wrong at all. Hallelujah. They just arrested the rat inside the theater. There's a rat?
Finally, these rats are getting exactly what's been coming. For months now, the lives of federal law enforcement agents have been in danger because people within the federal agencies were leaking information about where the ICE agents were going to be to bad actors. This is absolutely a great story. One of these leakers, Karen, of course her name is Karen, just got charged with terrorism.
A federal employee charged with terrorism.
good.
She is accused of sharing the name of a federal agent with someone who made a threat against them. Thank you for joining us at 5. I'm Christine Galvan. Javi is off today. We learned of Karen De Leon's arrest just within the last 20 minutes. The Cameron County DA's office says she revealed the agent's name on a social media live stream. The stream was part of a federal law enforcement operation in June. Another man reportedly made a death threat toward one of the agents in the live stream. That is who she allegedly gave the agent's name to. The DA's office says De Leon is an employee at the United States Attorney's Office in Brownsville. She is charged with terrorism and tampering with evidence.
Terrorism is a massive charge. I would assume it's for providing material support for terrorists, which means she's facing up to 22 years in prison. Isn't it sad that we pay taxes, give people like this a job, and they turn around and endanger the lives of other government workers? If something happened to those Border Patrol or ICE agents, she would have been 100% responsible. And by the way, she's not the only one that's done this. Since Trump came into office in January and ICE and Border Patrol started doing interior enforcement for immigration, we have seen leaks like never before. There's even a website, I don't know if it's still up, alerting people where ICE agents were. Who do you think was leaking that information? People like this disgusting lady right here. Here's the timeline. January 21st, initial ICE raids begin, and then the leaks immediately emerge. Details of a Chicago raid leaked to the media, forcing the raid to be postponed. The DHS launched an internal probe into who the leakers were. By the way, does it violate the First Amendment if we had a law stopping journalists from publishing information that could endanger the lives of law enforcement? If you're a lawyer, please let me know, because I think we should do that. February came, leaks escalated, and criminal probes were announced, and leaks were coming from all directions. The FBI, DHS, and other agencies tipping off targets, allowing escapes and sparking protests and riots at raid sites. In late February, a video showed a State Department employee photographing classified documents, then passing it off to the bad actors. In March, Kristi Noem identified one of the leakers and referred that leaker to the Department of Justice for felony charges up to 10 years in prison. And it turned out to be 2 DHS employees. In Portland, Antifa doxed ICE officers, and Representative Salud Cabajal literally doxed agents during a farm raid. That led to 500 rioters attacking agents, 1 shot fired, and a lot of agents hospitalized. To this day, we're waiting on the Justice Department to decide whether or not they are going to prosecute that congressman. A group of hackers doxed multiple ICE and DHS agents, leaking the personal information of 680 of them, 190 and 170 FBI and DOJ employees, and that brings us to today's prosecution. In these people's minds, they're heroes for what they're doing, but all they're doing is endangering the lives of law enforcement officials. They have no decency at all. These are like their co-workers in a way. If you work at the Department of Homeland Security or the DOJ or the FBI, you'll probably end up working alongside Border Patrol agents and ICE agents on multiple cases. That's insane betrayal. Honestly, we should expand the definition of treason to include acts like this, or at the very least increase the penalties. I get leaking information to the press that you think is important for the American people to know, but if it's about law enforcement activities, then that's a major crime. I sincerely hope this lady goes to jail for a very long time. My gosh, my eyes are red. I spent like 10 hours yesterday on the computer, so that explains it. Thank you all very much for watching. God bless and goodbye.
What's up, guys? Benny, is President Trump about to clean house and fire literally everybody in his cabinet? Well, if you tuned into MSNBC, you would see headlines like this at the very tip top of the entire website saying Trump is about to fire Kash Patel, according to sources. You could see the same headlines about Susie Wiles, Chief of Staff, Pam Bondi, and we're going to address all of them in this video because we've made our own phone calls. And ladies and gentlemen, this is something that deserves to not be an op. The personnel inside of this administration should be able to serve at the pleasure of the president, and you shouldn't have deep state ops run against the administration by leaking stories like this. Obviously, you leak a story like this, it's intended in order to create frictions, to break apart MAGA. They've been doing a hell of a job at that recently. And so we thought we'd devote a little bit of time on our page to looking at all of these massive rumors, which of course are the top of the news cycle right now. President Donald Trump is considering removing Kash Patel as FBI director in the coming months, as he and his top aides have grown increasingly frustrated by unflattering headlines Patel has recently generated, according to 3 people with knowledge of the situation. It's always 3 people who speak anonymity. Never a named source. It's always just 3 people with knowledge of the situation. Like, are those people James Comey, Brennan and Clapper? Are those the people with knowledge of the situation? Notice the framing here. It's like, unbelievable stuff. It's such slop. It's literal slop. AI would do better at writing this kind of stuff. Patel has come under scrutiny for stewardship of Bureau resources, including his girlfriend's security detail and government use of government jet. And for his squabbles with other Trump loyalists, Trump and White House aides have confided to allies that the president is eyeing removing Patel and considering top FBI official Andrew Bailey as the Bureau's new director, according to 3 people. Patel is described as being on thin ice, and his ouster appears closer than ever with Bailey and his logical replacement. 2 other sources with knowledge of the situation said, though Trump could change his mind in the weeks to come. Oh, boy. Well. Looks like really bad stuff for Kash Patel. Obviously, you know, any official is open to and must receive criticism. And so whatever you think of the criticism of Kash Patel, is this story true? Let's go ahead and look. Breaking, Trump's considering removing Kash Patel. This was a story that was trending worldwide. Is it true? Caroline Levitt from the top wrote. The story is completely made up. In fact, when the fake news published this, I was in the Oval Office where Trump was meeting with law enforcement, including Kash Patel. I read him the headline, and the president laughed. He said, "What? This is totally false. Come on, Cash. Let's take a picture to show them that you're doing a great job. Do not believe the fake news." And then she attached this photograph from today. So that seems pretty demonstrable in shutting down this rumor. Massive fake news op busted. Remove Cash Patel. Obviously, these kind of things are designed in order to facilitate frictions and to break apart the administration. I will tell you that I really hope whenever Cash Patel leaves this position, if he does leave this position, that he does so on the heels of actually finding the J6 pipe bomber, to which Cash Patel says that they have now a huge breakthrough in this case. Great, good. I'm going to have you, before we get too excited about that, you're going to have to show your work, and I'll play you that clip in just a moment. Here is the next claim. Pam Bondi is out as well. Pam Bondi's approval rating plummets amid Epstein controversy. Poll. Apparently, a poll shows that Pam Bondi has 30% favorability rating. The DOJ has not responded to this. Over the past few weeks, lawmakers, attorneys, concerned voters have pushed the Trump administration to release more information on Epstein investigation. This has been like totally mishandled, in my opinion, and I've said that many times. I think it's pretty obvious. I think it's self-evident to pretty much everyone. Co-Deputy FBI Director Andrew Bailey is rumored to be moving up to replace Pam Bondi. Okay, so back with Bailey again. Bailey is supposedly confiding to his staffers that he planned to replace the embattled AG. Bondi has been criticized more than any of Trump's cabinet picks, with countless fumbled investigations, PR failures, and unilateral decisions to embarrass the White House. As a result, supporters, staffers, and donors have loudly called for Bondi's removal. Bailey was brought in to the FBI following public setbacks with the Epstein files to add prosecutorial talent. Bailey was successful in fighting the Biden administration as Missouri's Attorney General. That he was. He was on my show many times, and is frankly, really great law enforcement operator, leading many to be optimistic about Bailey's ascent to AG could bring better leadership to the DOJ and experience better execution in the investigations. Okay. Many people are calling for Pam Bondi to step down. It's very likely that FBI co-director Andrew Bailey might be called up to the DOJ soon. As I previously reported, Bailey informed staffers that he was planning on being the AG in just a few months. We love Brianna Morello. She has great reporting. We trust her sources. Andrew Bailey replacing Pam Bondi as Attorney General will be absolutely massive upgrade. This dude is legit. I can tell you this dude is actually legit. People are saying bring back Matt Gaetz. Mike Flynn has called for Sidney Powell to become the Attorney General immediately, replacing Pam Bondi. Brianna Morello has also called for Mike Davis to be Deputy Attorney General and for Jeff Clark to be U.S. Attorney General. It's the only way. Donald Trump should hire Sidney Powell as the Attorney General immediately. I'm sorry, Pam Bondi, but this was completely avoidable. As for Comey, don't think it's over. I'm certain that others will have their opinions, but mine is based on hard evidence. So Mike Flynn out saying effectively, we need to go. Right. We need to go with Pam Bondi. I've seen no official refute of this. But this one really got on the skin of the White House. Here we go. Breaking: senior White House aides and cabinet heads are bracing for a major personnel shakeup inside. POTUS is growing increasingly unhappy with the economic messaging, among other things. Shakeup could include the chief of staff in the new year. Chief of staff. Obviously, this would be a very big position. Susie Wiles has been occupying this position. Trump regularly calls her the most powerful woman in the world. From an official White House account amid online speculation about Susie Wiles potentially departing the administration, President Trump, White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles, she's the most powerful woman in the world. I mean, she is. So this is their response. Brooke Rollins, she's agriculture secretary. She's been angling for the chief of staff job for a while. Most likely, she's the one behind the leaks. Susie Wiles might be leaving. To be honest, I'm burned out over this palace gossip. The midterms are bleak, and nobody seems to care. So this is what they sent reporters when asking if this was true. Alex Pfeiffer, who's a Republican communication consultant, he was the White House Principal Deputy Communications Director, 2024 Trump campaign advisor, Fox News producer, somebody who obviously has high rank inside of the White House, saying this is absolute horseshit. So this is them. So this is somebody with key access to the White House knocking down this rumor. All right. What does the poly market have to say about all of this? Who will leave the Trump administration in 2025? 2025. Well, we have about a month left. So here we go. Kash Patel at 10%. Dan Bongino at 8%. Dan Bongino allegedly threatened to leave after the Epstein saga nightmare. Pam Bondi, 6%. RFK at 5%. Carolyn Levitt, Tulsi Gabbard, Pete Hegseth, Howard Lutnick, Marco Rubio. Now we're getting down to the 3 and 2%. So the money is on Kash Patel, but it's still not a high margin here. What do you think, ladies and gentlemen? Let me know. White House knocking down a lot of these rumors, but let me know in the comment section who you think, who you are the most unhappy with, right? Who you would like to see swapped out.
More being done in that position.
It's only going to get worse. The AI apocalypse is here, my friends. And I have a segment just a moment ago where I'm talking about these data centers taking over. But let's talk about the actual cultural ramifications of what AI is. And I'm starting with the what appears to be a Harvard professor losing his mind. So what's happening is you've got these students, and they're taking pictures of their professors and then AI generating insane videos to promote companies so they can cheat in college. I love it. Society is falling apart. How amazing. You thought DEI was bad? Let's talk about AI, right? So with DEI, you've got these testing system where it's like, what's your race? You're black? Okay, you pass the test. And you're like, well, the race doesn't matter. Do they pass the test or not? Well, now you've got teachers creating curriculum in school with AI, students doing the homework with AI, and then teachers grading it with AI, and then trying to use AI detectors to figure out whether or not the homework was done by AI, that get it wrong sometimes, and then these videos pop up telling people how to bypass AI detectors. So AI fighting AI all the way down. We are going to become the stupidest civilization in history. There's an episode of Star Trek about this I recommend you watch, where they go to this planet where the planet has an oracle that decides for them, and nobody knows how it works because it's been so many generations since it was built. They just kind of do whatever they're told. And here we are. Now, there's a bunch of crazy stuff about this in that, you know, I've messed around with these AI photo generators. What's really crazy is you can take your phone, take a picture of somebody, drop it right into Grok, and animate them doing whatever you want. It's nuts. It takes like a minute, not even. And there are these videos where you've got this guy. He goes to the mall, takes a picture of some old person. AI generates a video of them doing something weird and then shows them so they freak out. In one instance, he made a video of a guy cheating on his wife, and this is wrong, man. And I think it violates the law because they got these like laws over like sexualized AI-generated content. But it takes a picture of an old guy making out with some random woman in that mall, and he goes up to the man and woman, and he's like, "Is that you?" And the old guy's like, "Yeah, that's me." And his wife is like, "Yeah." And then he plays the video, and she goes, "Oh, no, what is that?" And they don't know better. So I have questions about videos like this. Let me show. I mean, the videos are funny. Don't get me wrong. Yeah. But there are questions. There are questions about this video going viral. This guy did not consent to be in this video and to be portrayed this way. It's not the same as just filming in public.
You think this is funny? This is Harvard! Stop recording me! Generating your notes and flashcards based off of my voice with Turbo AI is bullshit! What if I'm in the Epstein files?
He says, so what if I'm in the Epstein files?
Oh, you think this is funny?
See, like, bro, there's going to be laws made about this. There's more. Look at this one.
It's enough! I have had it! Whoa!
Oh! You okay?
This is Harvard! Stop recording me! Generating your notes and flashcards off of my voice with Turbo AI is enough!
Our brains are fried, bro. Our brains are fried.
I swear, If I see one more ChatGPT paper, I'm fucking done! If you're gonna use ChatGPT, at least use this website to bypass AI detectors. I swear!
They're just advertisements. These are videos put up. Someone's probably paid to do it. Now, here's where it gets... Here's the icing on the cake. But we're going to pause real quick to give a shout out to today's sponsor, Beam Dream. My friends, go to shopbeam.com/Timcast and pick up your Beam Dream nighttime blend to support better sleep. I could not recommend it more. I drink this every night before bed. The cinnamon cocoa is one of my favorites, though right now, to be honest, I'm doing the pumpkin spice. It's got melatonin, L-theanine, magnesium, and more. You drink it before bed. It's going to help you sleep. And right now, if you go to shopbeam.com/Timcast, you can get 50% off for their Black Friday sale. And again, I started drinking this, and at first I'm like, do I really need some kind of sleep aid or anything like that? I do pretty well at night. I do. My sleep was okay. Got a new baby, though. Can be a little rough. Started drinking it. And after the first couple of days, I was like, I feel okay. By like the fourth day, I was like, whoa. My sleep score and my trackers were dramatically improving. And now I drink it every single night, and I maintain a sleep score in the 90s. I don't know if you guys track your sleep, but it really did improve. And the crazy thing is, I didn't even know my sleep could be better. I wake up feeling more energized. I wake up feeling like lightning surging through me. Shout out to Beam Dream. We're big fans. Go to shopbeam.com/Timcast. 50% off. Click the link in the description below. But now, let's get back to the story. I'm going to play this video of Vivek Ramaswamy for you.
Make parenting more affordable by making school year-round and going till 4 o'clock instead of 3 o'clock so you don't have to pay for childcare. Make parenting more affordable by making school year-round and going till 4 o'clock instead of 3 o'clock so you don't have to pay for childcare.
Okay, it's a short clip of Vivek Ramaswamy, a politician, a man who's running for office, saying to make school year-round from 3 to 4, and it's AI. The original audio has been replaced with fabricated audio falsely attributing statements about 4 p.m. to Vivek Ramaswamy. Here's the unaltered original video, if we can play it.
That bring down costs now, not in the distant future, but in the present. Bring down those electric bills by requiring AI data centers to pay for their own energy. Bring down housing costs by ending land use restrictions that stop new home construction. And you know what? Slash property taxes while we're at it. And let's make healthcare affordable by topping up health savings accounts. More on that soon. That's how we win this thing. Let's go get it done.
Nowhere does he say this, but here's the thing. You have Dr. Amy Acton, doctor, advocate, and problem solver, running for governor to fight for Ohioans. And she just posted a false video of Vivek Ramaswamy advocating for something he never said. This should be, she should have liability on this. I believe that he should be able to sue her for publishing this. This is defamation. And you can argue that, well, she didn't know actual mouse. Yo, if we're playing this game, we are done. College students furious when their course is taught by AI instead of a professor. If we handed in stuff that was AI generated, we would be kicked out of the uni, but we're being taught by AI. Let's just talk about how absolutely broken society is becoming. AI is making everybody stupid. So let me tell you, my friends, when I was little, we've always had a computer in my house, and I learned how to use DOS. That's right. You guys remember MS-DOS? Well, basically, if you wanted to run your game, you had to know the directory. Remember old CD/ and things like that? Type in dir, and then it would give you a list of all the files in that directory. And then you type in videogame.exe, enter. Well, I remember when we got DOS Shell. DOS Shell made it visual. You could just see the files and press the down arrow and move between them, or with the mouse. I remember we got a mouse for the first time. You could highlight over it and click it. Amazing. Windows 3, the original Windows, crazy. Windows 3.1 was a revolution. And then Windows 95 was just a big deal. The point is this. As I'm growing up, I'm learning how to navigate these systems, how to use the computers, how to use the internet, and search, navigate, research. And it's very, very beneficial in critical thinking that applies not just to computers, but outside as well. Now, young kids are growing up with AI doing it all and also hallucinating. So half the kids are becoming retarded. The other half are believing a bunch of fake, garbled nonsense, and a decent mix both. So what happens now? It is a fact that we are looking at, with the data, young people whose brains are stunted and underdeveloped. They don't know how to answer questions. They don't know or remember anything. What's the purpose of homework? Well, I think homework is BS. I always hated homework because it never made sense to me. We go to school, we get taught, and that's it. We'll come back the next day, we'll get taught again. But the idea is like, okay, now we're going to give you work to do. Go home and do it. And I'm like, why? I'm going home. Screw off. I have other things I have to do. Stupid. The general idea is these worksheets you should do, which should be in school. I think homework is BS. Is do you actually know it? But reports, I understand. Do a book report on this, write it up. I just hated those two. But the idea was, can you, in your own words, explain what it is you read and your interpretation of this? Then the teacher will read this and say, here's what I think. It's not happening anymore. They're going to AI. They're giving it. Here's the funny thing. These A detectors aren't going to work. Students are going in and saying, create a profile based off my writing pattern. They'll write one time, and then the AI can just auto-generate it. Then they can take the auto-generated thing and just change things here or there, test it in an AI detector themselves, and then hand it in. Do they actually know anything about Leif Erikson? No, it was auto-generated. They didn't read it. So now they don't actually know or learn anything. This is bad for AI as well, as a bunch of retards are going to say retarded things on the internet, and it's going to get put into these training models. So what do we do? Is this the end? The AI systems are trained off the last original human writings? Seems so. And now we're at the point where, I got to tell you, it's absolutely crazy what with AI-generated music and videos. Music has been conquered. Not an exaggeration. It's over. And I am not exaggerating. We produce music here at Timcast, but I got to be honest, the music produced by Carter, which is like top of the line, some of the best there can be, how do you compete with AI, which is just 100%? You know, with human done stuff, there's going to be slight errors, and that makes it human. But if we want to write a song, here's what I've been doing. I got my guitar right here, right? Can't even see it. And I play a song. I play it and sing it, and then I load it into the AI, and it creates a polished, high-quality version that I'll never be able to master, or that would cost thousands of dollars. Music is over. AI is destroying everything. And trust me when I say it, it's true. Listen, I can publish a song that's probably going to do very, very well. They sound amazing. And what I say is this. I wrote the song as an individual. That's why it's better than the AI-generated music, because AI-generated music is really obviously AI-generated. I wrote a song. It's good, but it's a sloppy demo recording. I recorded here in the studio, right? I mean, it's better than average because we have great equipment, but if I go into the studio with Carter over a week or so and we lay down all these tracks, we can then make a polished studio version like we've done with the songs we've already produced. Or I can just load my acoustic demo into Suno and say, finish it off, indie electronic, boom, done. And that song, if you're a record label with $1 million producer, he's going to compete with that. Good luck. And it's only just begun. The worst thing about it is that no one will know how to play guitar. They don't need to. You can hum into Suno. I sang a song a cappella, loaded it in, and said, add the instruments, and it did. I'm walking down the street with my friends. I'm like, oh, I got an idea for a song. And then I pull up my phone, I sing it, upload it, render. Done. And in seconds, I can make all these different versions. Now, me, I know how to play guitar. I can play the drums, bass, your standard rock band stuff. But kids growing up are going to be like, why learn it? I can just type it in. That's where we're going. The loss of human experience with a whole bunch of other questions about the manipulated videos of people. No one's going to be able to believe everything. I said it before. I'll say it again. I stand corrected. I went on Joe Rogan's show years ago, and he asked me about it, and I said I wasn't worried because people are going to be able to see through this stuff. I was so wrong. So wrong. We are cooked. I'm going to leave it there. Smash the like button. Share the show. Stay tuned. We're back tonight for Timcast IRL at 8 p.m., and we'll see you all next time.
soda while you're out there, no? No. Hi, buddy.
Have you been?
Okay, how are you doing? He always wants stuffed animals, so.
I just showed her and
Hi. Don't forget my soda. Thank you, buddy. I got it. Thank you.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I tear through the cloudless night, just like the moon.
Yeah.
Being a living avatar of vengeance takes a lot out of a guy.
Before you attack.
Better put
Get
this
ready.
to good use.
Is your aim really as good as they say it is, Hawkeye-san?
Better. I could hit a single spider dangling from a web a mile away.
That's cool, but could you hit one in a totally different timeline?
Okay, maybe I'm not that good, but I'm working on it.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1! You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
They don't believe you're real, Khonshu. I'll make sure they regret that. Rise and fall!
I am wounded.
Love battlefield medicine.
Focus on the battle.
fist.
We made quite a clean tire.
Damn it, never falls! Thank you very much.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Thank you very much. The moon haunts you. Look at that, thanks. Clean up your toys, Spectre.
Help, friends. Double KO.
Good night. Love battlefield medicine. Rise and fall. Damn it, never fall!
Us against the world. Double KO. Better
Get
stop that
up,
vehicle.
my fist. Thank you very much.
Yeesh.
Maximum pulse.
You had to.
A gift from Khonshu. The wounds are gone. Thanks.
There's still a chance to stop them.
Rise and fall. Fantastic! Whoa!
Fire mode.
Ha ha! Ha! Ha ha! Ha ha! A gift from Khonshu. Needed that, thanks.
Careful. Let me get them all in one. They're playing Iron Man.
Dead.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
A gift from Khonshu. Damn it, never fall! We better put this to good use.
Better stop that vehicle.
This is real firepower! A gift from Khonshu.
Support. Two. Hello, Dark. How's it going?
Guess Gonshu's got my back after all.
It's now or never.
Thank you very much.
Maximum pulse! Fantastic!
I'm not a tank. Oh, I got it. I did hit 4. Sweet. I did what I wanted. No time to mess around with Jeff and get 4 of them in my ult. Do so much damage. So simple. Yay. And you get 15 more. Human Torch is going to be pretty hard to do. Just need partner output that. Do Psylocke and Jeff next, I guess. I'm trying to get enough points to win. Oh, I got only 8 more to do. Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to get enough of these blue units to get this combo skin. There's only 15 hours left, and I need 900 more. We're getting there. So that's why I'm trying to get achievements done, because yeah, I'll do Gambit and try to play some Jeff Land Shark and ranked. I should try to play Gambit in quick play. I haven't played Gambit at all this season. Oh, and I should. Now that I see it. I meant to switch it earlier, but did not switch it. Live scene. No, now you can see everything. Three kills in my Gambit ult.
king of thieves. The cards always be in my favor.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
We find ourselves caught in a battle between two dooms, with no way of truly knowing which one of them is right.
We would be better off making a deal with Mephisto.
I have done that, Wanda. I can assure you we most certainly would not.
The battle starts in 5, 4,
For healing.
2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Intruders detected. Let's end this quick. Got better places to be.
For damage.
Hostile ahead. I'm wounded. Who will help?
I am strengthened.
Now you do the same for me, Wee.
The obsession mission area is yours to watch now.
Wee! That is a spot loose. Thanks.
Thanks for the boost.
We captured the mission area.
I feel like myself again. Ain't nobody stealing Gambit's chance to win.
Control seized.
Gambit never
Phoenix!
got me good. Now you do the same for me, Wee.
Feeling stronger already.
The perfect hex!
Never fall!
Your powers are mine!
Never miss!
Oh.
Sonic boom! Usually you have to lead a target. Gambit coming back for more. Judge!
Come on, like it.
Jury,
Ugh.
executioner!
I unleash the Vishanti's power.
Control lost. Friends, gather around.
Got the good.
Died there.
I'm good to go. They're coming from behind. You thought you got rid of me?
That was
How did you-
cool.
Capture progress has passed the halfway point. I am Phoenix!
Gambit never falls! How wonderful! Life just a Mike ain't looking for a call, but ain't backing down from one neither. Ha-ha! A bust! Full house!
Hawkins himself again.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Aw, too bad. Was hoping you can't break an adamantium skeleton, bub.
Don't need to. Hawk can rip it apart piece by piece.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
When will these madmen learn that reality isn't their plaything?
Cosmic flame! Just freeze! The Punisher!
They hitting real hard.
Berserker! Behold the god of thunder! Judge, jury, executioner!
Set up some kind of turret. Gambit got your back.
I like the cool.
You was out of your league. Our next victim. Ooh, wait, that hit the spot.
Even better than my mutant power.
Ready's ready to rule it.
Mission area. Keep going. I suck.
Got me good.
Sector stage.
Gambit got your back.
Don't mean we're a team. Got it. Healing factor finally kicked in.
Alright, this will be the ranked final placement match for ranked. Took me a whole week to get through them. Sheesh. And plat one or silver one?
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Darn it.
Make way for the King of Thieves.
The higher the pressure, the more dazzling the diamond. The White Queen always gets what she wants. At any
30 seconds
cost.
before you attack. Get ready.
You have a problem with me I should know about, Emma.
Only the years of unnecessary pain and strife you caused my people.
We have a group.
Whatever your Wanda Maximoff did, that blood is not on my hands.
And yet there you are, bathed in red.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Oh boy, here they come!
Oh, I got around the corner. Oh. Not happy about that. Wish I would have had a little bit more around the corner healing.
The moon haunts you!
Healing.
Beacon's here. Be careful here. I'll catch you up.
I was fine, but thank you.
Judge, jury, executioner!
You can't be rid of me so easily, I'm afraid. My help.
Get that vehicle moving again! Only 60 seconds left.
Frost.
You'll have to keep fighting until we have winner. Kneel, peasants! The current score is 1-2-0. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
The higher the pressure, the more dazzling the diamond.
Do I do Angela? Do Emma?
Unlike some X-Men, I don't care who hates and fears me.
Welcome to the Dark Force dimension.
30 seconds
Can I
before
grab
you
him
attack.
first?
Get ready.
For his
Never listen.
3, 2, 1.
I am Groot!
We can't win here. Rich, stand back and let the right queen You can't be rid of me so easily, I'm afraid.
Healers.
Now might be a good time to stop them. A little help, please.
I suppose that helps. All they did was make me angrier.
They baited halfway! Stop them!
I suppose that helps.
I blocked that, but okay.
As expected.
Double KO!
Frost.
There's still a chance to stop them!
I couldn't get in there quick enough because I got slowed. GG's.
I will have my revenge for that.
Final score. Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Alright, we got gold one. One. Oh, almost hit my weekly limit already. I can claim those. Cool. Yeah. They did a lot of damage. Yeah, that was the Emma. I had her. Yeah, I don't know why we were cloak and dagger the whole time, honestly. We shouldn't have been. We've been on Invisible Woman. That would have helped a lot more. Rocket got 35,000 healing, but did no damage. This theirs did no damage either. Yeah, that didn't help at all either. 11 Phoenix. Fuck, he was trying hard. Oh my. Oh well, it happens. Yeah. $1,220 more to unlock this one. No. How's it here? Okay, build the punishers and I guess I'll unlock this one. Alright, we're back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Let's see. Burn Predators. We're gonna watch a little bit of the next video. Come back and play some more rank. I think I'm good. Pop-ups. Pop-up service. In 1 minute. People like Casey Tron more than like Asmon.
Watching a nice video. Let me see, what have we got here? The casual criminal to the shadows. Oh, that sounds
he's
just
got
right
so
up my
many
alley. Oh
different
wait,
ones.
it's Salmon Whistler again. Mega projects. Look at that. It's like planes and shit. Oh wait, it's Salmon Whistler again. Of course, I know he has like top 10s. That was one of the. How many channels does this guy have? I need to know. I need a number here. We need a number. Let's investigate.
Yeah,
Brain, the casual criminalist, top 10s, XPLRD, mega projects, side projects, biographics, geographics, war fronts, highlight, decoding the unknown. This is not him, right? This is not him, right? There we go. What do you need to test? Celestium? Places? It's not even a complete list. Places. You just name a channel places. Celestium. So it's at least 15, guys. At least, but at this point, I'm saying that's not the full number. That's not the full number. It's at least 15. At least 15. Anyways, I picked one. From Decoding the Unknown, was there an advanced civilization before our own? Graham Hancock's ideas, right? Well, let's see what he thinks. Let's see. Well, sorry. What am I talking about? This is Salmon Whistler we're talking about. Let's see what his script writes.
Explore it together.
This is an answer. I swear, I found it by say, guys, you don't understand. He doesn't have a clue of whether or not what he's saying is right or not. He's just well, he just said it. Not even that. I have to be real. I'm gonna be real. I actually thought he read it first. Like, I thought he would like read through it, see if he had questions, maybe type and then do it, maybe practice it a bit. No, this one, literally reading it onto the camera, hasn't got a flying clue whether or not it's complete after. Well, that's that.
Is there an advanced civilization before our own? I don't think so. I feel like we're definitely
I'm not convinced by Mr. Hancock's ideas. Okay, I'll be honest with you. I find it fascinating. It's intriguing, but I'm not convinced. And yet, even though I did spend quite a bit of time looking into it, actually looking into it, still it puzzles me. Did you just on what? It's the first time you read the sentence. Good luck decoding the unknown. Well, it is about the unknown.
For as long as humans have gazed up at the starry night sky, one maddeningly simple question has continued to plague us. Are we alone in the universe, or is it possible that somewhere out there in that inky black void, someone or something is looking back at us,
So it's going
wondering
alien.
the exact same thing?
Okay.
I think it's very, very likely, because the universe is really, really big. And what are the odds that we are the only ones? I mean, I don't believe in aliens, as everyone knows. I don't think they've come here, certainly yet.
Oh, fantastic. So basically he just said, those are, I can tell that this is the part he's not reading. This is the part where he's sharing his opinion, and it makes zero sense. He said he doesn't believe in aliens, but he absolutely certainly believes there are aliens out there. Love it.
I don't believe in aliens, but do I think there are aliens out there? Almost certainly, yeah. I don't believe in aliens, certainly, yeah. I don't.
I'm pedantic. What you want from me?
Yes. Surely, given the sheer number of galaxies in our universe and the amount of time that has passed since the Big Bang, our planet can't be the only one supporting life. To believe so at this point would be, in my opinion, because it is highly probable that at least a handful of planets somewhere out there are capable of hosting complex life. Many scientists possess intelligence and technology that could rival that of our own. I'm talking about beings who are capable of thinking critically, sharing ideas, utilizing tools, growing and harvesting food, advancing medicine, harnessing power, constructing communications networks, and so on. At first I was like, tools, okay, well, crows could do tools, but it's like, yeah, making communication networks, okay, so big brains, real big. And crows are smart, but not like us. Or maybe they are, who knows? Maybe they're just waiting for their time, share our collective knowledges with one another to expand our understanding of evolution, society, and the universe as a whole. Yeah, more likely. More likely.
It actually bugs me that he went through the misspoken part. Like a part where he actually mispronounced readings, because I also have sometimes written a paragraph and maybe I'll put a nice B-roll because but if it's one of those days when I don't feel like it, I just read it. But if I up, I will do take two.
Is this going to be like some Christopher Columbus where it's like the aliens come and it's like, hey guys, how's it going? And then we get all their diseases and they destroy us to make room for some sort of intergalactic highway or something. We could.
Yeah, that would be a big problem. Although then again, if they have completely different biology than ours, it's also very likely that their viruses wouldn't know what to do with us.
Of nature, or perhaps there is a Star Wars-like galaxy out there with all varieties of intelligent creatures roaming about. I prefer a Star Trek-like galaxy. This is a topic that scientists and stoners alike have brought up time and time again, but there is another possibility that is...
Why does he have a book saying sex? Not that there is anything wrong with it, but I'm just trying to figure out what the connection is. Because this is a choice. This is a setup, right? The lighting is well done. I'll give him that. We can see a little bit of the background. These pictures have been placed at the tater. It's a mysterious thing. We can sip the cup and whatnot. But why is there a book saying sex? Is there like a psychological reason that guys will watch this and then feel automatically like a connection to the amount of female versus male? Because if it's females that are the majority watching you, you should put a minotaur.
Have existed right here on Earth, and we, as a species, have simply forgotten about it. Linear is not as outlandish as you might think. According to the best estimates, modern humans
write someone else's words. Because right now, clearly, whoever wrote this, he's telling us what he thinks. He's telling us, well, it might not be as crazy as you might think, but he just said that he doesn't believe in it. So isn't that crazy? Like, he just, even if you want to be charitable and not pedantic like me when it comes to the beginning, when he said, I don't believe in aliens, but I do believe in aliens. Okay, he meant he believes there might be aliens, but he doesn't believe in this stereotypical image of an alien, meaning the Greys or the reptilians or the whites, whatever the heck type of alien you like, and then he doesn't believe that they have come to Earth and done the things like Illuminati and all that kind of stuff, UFO, okay, fine. But then it's weird that you are reading in the text now, that you're reading, oh, it's not as outlandish as you may think. Then it's not as outlandish as I may think he should have read it.
Around for about 200,000 years, throughout which time our ancestors' intelligence was similar, if not equal, to that of our own. Man, evolution is real slow. However, only about 5,000 of those years have been documented or discovered, which means that 97.5% of our history is completely unknown to us. That's wild, isn't it? Like, you think, oh yeah, pyramids and stuff, that was a really long time ago. Oh, that's like 2.5%. That's of history. Less, it's like 2%. human history. Obviously, history of the universe, way bigger, but like of humans. When considering this, is it really so hard to believe that humans may have attempted and succeeded?
Technically, the majority of it is not even history, because prehistory is before the ability to write it down.
To construct another civilization long ago that failed and has since been forgotten. I mean, kinda, yeah. Because while we only have like 97.5% of our history is unknown, there's like fossils. Like, you know, you go out in the countryside, there's like fossils of like trilobites, dinosaurs from a long time ago. I feel like we'd know.
Is that right that Candace Owens doesn't believe in dinosaurs?
Spaceships from like our previous advanced civilization.
the girl who cried wolf
Nothing's ever been
times.
found like that.
Does he even know what a fossil is? Because he just asked for a fossil of a building.
As anyone who's ever cooked a pancake can tell you, getting things right on the first attempt is extraordinarily difficult. So who's to say that launching a society from nothing would go any smoother the first time around? What is it with the first pancake? Because Matt's absolutely right. Whenever I make...
Very nice.
And the first one is always wrong. Like, and I've got normally and cook and then flip over, and it's always like either not cooked right or it's a bit burned or something on that kind of semi-burnt first one while I cook the others. And then when I actually go to eat the others, I'm not so hungry. It's something I do with my kids' leftover dinner. Like, I'll get home from work and there'll be some leftover dinner, and I'm like, I could snack on that. What I do? Throw it in the bin, because otherwise I will snack on it. And that's bad. Furthermore, there is another possibility to consider. Who says that humans were the first intelligent creatures to evolve on Earth in the first place? It means that modern humans didn't exist for approximately 99.996% of our planet's history. I remember that 0.004%. 97.5% we don't know about. Crazy times. During such...
Well, we do know about some of it because of geological studies. It's not that we don't know about it, but yeah.
An incomprehensible walking upright. Could another society as advanced or more advanced as our own have existed? A civilization...
He doesn't say that they were more advanced than us, although then again, I'm still not... First, he doesn't speak about aliens as far as I understand. So I thought that this was about that, but apparently it's not. It's a different one. It's either the aliens, maybe, or if it's not aliens, in this case, it's talking about actual humans, but they may have reached heights that are even higher than ours. But what I would fail to understand about that is why we do have proof that the Stone Age happened, and yet everything like this, we found nothing.
Once stood where ours now stands, but have long since turned to untraceable dust. Today we'll be looking at these two very different but very related possibilities as we try to determine if we are truly living at the pinnacle of evolutionary advancement or if those that walked the earth before us. And don't worry, even though this intro may sound like something pulled straight from the History Channel, at this point.
I think they changed it into just history, right? But yeah, History Channel is absolutely
good, because that's what we do here at Decoding the Unknown. We're very skeptical. We need proof. Setting the stage. To start us off, I'd like to begin by discussing the far more likely of the two scenarios posed. Could humans have successfully established themselves sometime before the earliest identified civilized back up and provide some context for how and why those civilizations arose in the first place? We all
agree with it or not. It's probably a bit superficial due to the fact that I don't know what kind of time restraint he gets. Like, you need to get it done by Tuesday. I mean, it is what it is, right? I think some of my best videos took me months to prepare, and believe it or not, they're not in style.
also need to discuss what it means to be a civilization, because that is, surprise evolutionary scientists, humans primarily survived throughout their early existence as nomadic hunter-gatherers who followed closely behind packs of large herd animals, hunting them for meats and furs while foraging for nuts, berries, and other edibles as they went.
Actually, as far as I understand, I don't know most, but definitely there is a chunk of modern archaeologists that don't use. I remember one of the proponents of the idea of, we shouldn't use it anymore, Flint Dibble. So I will use it on purpose just to mess with him.
This was essential, which meant that staying in one place for too long would have quickly depleted their available food supply. The reason no one had got around to developing agriculture prior to this was likely due to a little-known event called the Last Glacial Period, which is often colloquially referred to as Earth's last ice age. Beginning approximately 115,000 years ago, the Earth entered its last glacial period, and at one point, glaciers covered up to a third of the Earth's surface. Jesus Christ, and I complain when it's a few degrees below zero outside.
Same, mate. Exactly the same thing. Yeah, agriculture is a Neolithic. The Neolithic period, a transition between the Mesolithic and the Neolithic. and it would get 9,000 views, get buried by the algorithm.
This would have made any type of real advancement difficult, as humans likely did not develop any tools more advanced than those used by the Neanderthals, such as scrapers and hand.
Already, like the bows and arrows, for instance, are absolutely a Mesolithic invention, at least, that we can trace, possibly even older than that. Spears.
There was little obvious incentive to disrupt the status quo. Yeah, I read that book. Is it Sapiens? Is Sapiens the book? Where the dude talks about, like, yeah, when people were hunting and gathering, life for most people was actually better because they ate more interesting food, they did all of this, eat, like, boring foods, and not spend much time, like, out in the forest having fun. And it's kind of like, yeah, but it did make life a lot better for a smaller percentage of people. And in my mind, I'm just like, yeah, I'd rather live in the present day and just work really.
What does that mean, though? In fact, agriculture sustained population explosions. It's the other way around. It was
a smaller percentage of people. Because I love competition. However, as temperatures began to rise, the Earth began to change. Humans saw an opportunity to change with it. Most climate scientists believe that the change started around 20,000 years ago, when the Earth's orientation 1,000 years. This in turn caused the large ice sheets that cover the northern hemisphere to melt, which caused the global sea level to rise by approximately 110 meters. Most experts believe this process was very gradual, but some think it was much more sudden, and we'll revisit that in just a moment. Are we going to talk about biblical floods? I feel like we could be talking about biblical floods, couldn't we? Like, that's a massive sea level rise. Yeah. As I alluded to earlier, the catalyst for humanity's advancement from nomads to urbanites was a series of major improvements to early agriculture, which allowed people to finally stop roaming and establish themselves permanently in one place. This is what led to, sometime between 4000 and 3000 BC, the early civilization. Is this in highly fertile areas that are now referred to as the cradle of civilization? Is this I think is also in that Sapiens book. I feel like I'm reading the summary of the Sapiens book. I mean, that's probably because it's the only like big book I've read on like real ancient super history. Other than David's book, which I don't have here, but David wrote a book. I'm sorry, David. Butchering this.
I'm sorry.
After this, it didn't take long for the earliest economic systems to sectors and land on the moon. I may have missed a step or two along the way there, but you get the idea.
Specialized work, I think, was already a thing way before. Hunters were specialists, guards were specialists, tailors and craftsmen and all of that. I think we started specializing a lot earlier than that. It's just a new jobs.
Economic systems to form, allowing people to...
When it comes to the government, believe it or not, even...
There's did a lot of skinning and tanning and stuff like that on their own. They didn't really have that. But I guess it's all on the same concept. They finally built the civilization, and then, yeah, it's spread out into trained profession. Just like blacksmithing, that has always been trained, I guess you could say. I probably need to start messing with clay again, so I can get back into blacksmithing. Clay moves like metal. Surprising, right? Earth moves like earth.
I would imagine a chief, and then the chief means that's kind of a predecessor to a king. The reality is, though, that it seems that in a lot of tribal societies, rather than having just the chieftain, sometimes this would transition into a primordial form. You would have a set of elders or a set of people, and they would a bit like the form. But that is a natural. Greece was not the only place. And it did function in conjunction with city-states even outside of Greece. Then some of these will eventually become monarchies, in fact the majority, to classical antiquity, but it's prehistoric.
And on the moon. I may have missed a step or two along the way there, but you get the idea. Agriculture truly changed the world. This is the type of society that I myself am talking about when I say civilization. A group of people living together in one place that are capable of governing and then moved on.
Yeah, nomadic.
Because of how important the advent of a reliable food supply was to jump-starting this process, most scientists assume that no civilization could have arisen without it, and state that evidence of such wide-scale farming would be obvious to anyone who looked. All they would need to do is search for high levels of nitrogen in the soil, or where those farms are suspected of being, the discovery of which would indicate widespread use of fertilizer. This, combined with the fact that no ruins of a prehistoric civilization have been discovered, has led...
I think the second one is stronger. The lack of ruins is stronger. But then again, both, they are evidence of absence. But the only thing is that depending on how far back we go, the further back you go, the weaker it is as a form of evidence. Because time may erase that date. even though once again I'm not convinced. But time has to be considered. The further back you go, sure, we want to see a column. We want to see something, a building that doesn't look natural. And that's fine. If you don't find it 10,000 years ago, 15, 20, 50, 100,000 years ago, and it becomes how many thousands of feet. So, yeah.
However, their punch is named Graham Hancock.
There he is.
Okay, are we about to find out whether Graham Hancock is a real scientist? Graham Hancock. Although he's known for many things, Graham Hancock is a writer, journalist, and independent, doesn't it, from Scotland, who in the early 1990s published multiple books that questioned the official historic timeline, such as The Times, The Independent, and The Guardian. Highly respected newspapers right there, like gossip. Or we have is it the Daily Mirror, the one that is, or The Sport, is kind of just made up into Earth's history. Whatever he is up to, it does sound pretty fun.
And positions, I do respect that the guy does
appreciate
do it. He goes his life, his entire life almost, and that's something I can respect.
Devoted much of his time to speaking publicly and ruled over the Earth during the last glacial period.
Right.
Sounds like sort of guest on Joe Solid, and states that the only reason his research has not been accepted by mainstream archaeology is because his theories would change the way we see the world by throwing a wrench into the entire accepted timeline. Yeah, but that's not how science works. Like, scientists are highly educated, and I assume the vast majority do some research because they're scientists. They're not like, I mean, I imagine there's some level of dogma.
Simon, because wake up. Did you see what they post? They're kind of politically anti-scientists.
Yeah,
no, if
some
anything,
scientists
I'm
are
very pro-science, but it has to be real. Science is unfortunately often the case when it comes to a lot of universities with a lot of professors. Look at all the nonsense with the white supremacists, everything. Come on.
This is a timeline that Graham says archaeologists are obsessed with defending to the point that they're not open to having their minds changed. Famously, archaeology is a very snobby field, so Graham's claim that archaeologists are unwelcoming to new ideas is based on reality. Tendency to cherry-pick evidence, misrepresent that evidence, and ignore everything that does not support his claims. Basically, everything an objective scientist should not do.
Treasure hunter,
I mean,
like
fine,
Indiana
let's say
Jones.
archaeology is snobby, and all of the scientists are like that. But the fact is, there's a lot of them, and some are going to be like, let's go, but they don't. Not a single one, it seems. But let's not get ahead of ourselves, because there are
not a single one that you don't know. But it's not true. They're not a single one ever. And again, I feel like I'm being like devil's advocate in this case. But it's not true that not even a single archaeologist has ever sided with him.
Scientists who stand behind Graham. Okay, never mind.
There we go, exactly.
Because there are also many scientists who stand behind Graham. Okay, never mind. I mean, there are some
Let's see
archaeologists
more,
who are like, into this dude. Okay, fine.
Oh my gosh, literally,
Night Robin.
This guy's clueless. Maybe this channel particularly so. But that's insane. Yeah, so he's giving opinions, and then
This is
like,
a little busier.
I mean, I guess that's the format he
Thanksgiving week,
chose.
people.
He's very
Time to
successful,
celebrate.
made a lot of money off of it, and people love it,
He's
right?
my
How
new
many
movie gift.
people love this shit.
Gift.
People love it that he hasn't got a
But you have
clue.
to be
and then
a
correct
subscriber
himself,
of
maybe they
Rumble.
find, because I mean, it's intense for me.
Fine. So what exactly is Graham's theory? Graham believes that humans are a species with amnesia who have forgotten a major part of our history. Well,
Weird
we
way to
haven't
put it.
forgotten it necessarily, we've just
Yeah.
not discovered it. And we say that
Thank you.
97.5% of human history is just not known about?
Yeah.
Whether there is both logical and physical evidence of that history present all throughout.
Go on.
According to...
I've never been a fan of little clip from movie. I always hated it. It feels so like 2010, dare I say 2012,
Kinda, yeah.
doesn't it? I don't know. It took
civilization was actually a re-emergence after a major cataclysmic event that wiped away almost... I'm open to this, but I'm going to need something other than theory. Graham theorizes that this cataclysmic event was also what caused the end of the last ice age, and the climate shift that scientists claim occurred slowly over the course of 8,000 years actually took place in a matter of days, maybe hours. His theory for what caused this event revolves around a comet that may have impacted the Earth's northern hemisphere near Greenland sometime around 9,200 BC, causing widespread catastrophes, flooding the world, leveling entire civilizations, and killing the majority of life on Earth. This would include the megafauna such as the mammoths, mastodons, and saber-toothed tigers that roamed the Earth until around 10,000 BC. It was such a devastating event that all functioning societies
We got
virtually
things in the
collapsed
works.
overnight.
Hopefully later this week I'll get some of them rolled out.
Okay, fine. Seems reasonable so far. After this, it was up to the few remaining survivors of this ancient civilization to rebuild society from scratch.
Looking
To do
forward
this,
to it.
they spent, which Graham speculates would have fared much better throughout the apocalypse than the people who lived within it. Changed the way that we view early human history. However, before we
So he's reading that as well. To be honest, I feel that this entire theory, goodness gracious.
examine the evidence Graham puts forth to support his theory, we should ask ourselves if the remarkably different timeline he proposes is even scientific. Okay, let's definitely look into that. So far, I'm with Matt. This sounds super interesting. If it's true, it would uproot everything, and so far my mind is still open. Is it possible? Considering that Graham's entire theory revolves around a comet impacting our planet Earth, and the answer to this question is, surprisingly, yes. Is that so surprising? Comets have hit the Earth and caused massive disasters. Isn't that what wiped out the dinosaurs? Like, big hit the planet and caused major problems several times throughout history. As it turns out, the comet impact theory, as the event in question is known, is supported by the Comet Research Group, a collection of 63 scientists from 55 universities in 16 countries. Among them are real doctors of science from Dartmouth, Harvard, Stanford, the University of Buckingham, Charles University in Prague, as well as others working for NASA, ORNL, and the Institute for Isotopes and Surface Chemistry. So all in all, a bunch of people with really big brains. In short, they are a serious and reputable group putting forth a theory that they believe is scientifically plausible. To summarize this theory, this group believes that a large comet impacted the Earth approximately 12,800 years ago, jump-starting the temperature changes seen around the world at that time and putting an end to the last glacial period. This would have occurred during a time known as the Younger Dryas, and their evidence for this impact is a distinct black mat that has been discovered at multiple potential impact sites. It's comprised of traces of magnetic iron-rich spherules, glassy silica-rich spherules, spherules? I assume tiny little sphere things, high-temperature melt glass, nanodudge, very hot impact. They used carbon dating to determine when this impact took.
What can I say? At the end of the day, I know that whenever entire experience with Simon Whistler was that ever so I don't watch the whole thing. Please go check out the video if you want. I'll put a link in the description. You can finish watching it and see what Simon's writer actually thinks, Matt, about the situation. But still, I am just puzzled by someone giving opinions about something he has never actually even looked into.
Yeah.
That will never cease to surprise me. And wish to help ensure my ability to continue to tell it how it is, regardless of any possible backlash.
Review stuff or read what's written on the paper. Emma Frost now has the soft these mods. What? Yeah, I mean I can't do mods. Haru has changed a lot. Her eyes.
Long before the rise of Rome, their origins, language, customs remain shrouded in mystery. They spoke a language like no other and left historians, ancient and modern, a mystery to unlock. This is the story of Etruscan ethnogenesis. The Etruscans were a sophisticated and influential ancient civilization that flourished in central Italy, primarily in the region corresponding to modern-day Tuscany, northern Lazio, and parts of Umbria, before the rise of Rome. They were at their height between the 8th and the 5th century BC, playing a crucial role as we try to figure out not only Etruscan culture, metallurgy, religion, military. The Etruscans were a unique and enigmatic ancient people who were shaped by both local Etruscans, is that several scholars, ancient and modern, speculated about their origins, and as a result of such studies, several theories developed. Today, we will try to focus and pinpoint the most probable theory, and we will uncover the truth through the usage of ancient sources, literary evidence, and recent DNA analysis. First and foremost, I would like to talk about the name proper, Etruscans. Now, this of course is in English, but what were they called by surrounding cultures, and what did they call themselves? In other words, what was the word to describe an Etruscan and the people, the Etruscans, in Latin, Greek, and Umbrian? And the next affiliated question would be, but what did they call themselves? So we are in the presence of a differentiation between an exonym and an endonym. For those who don't know, an endonym is a name for a place or group that is used by the people who live there, while an exonym is a name used by outsiders for that same, call their country Deutschland, so that would be the endonym. Likewise, Nihon would be the endonym used by the Japanese to refer to their countries, whereas Japan is the exonym. The ethnonym Etruscan comes from the not from the endonym or the original way in which the Etruscans called themselves. Umbrian Turscum, and in Greek Tusernoi. The original name that was instead used by the Etruscans to refer to themselves was the word Rasna. However, this theory has been challenged, specifically by the famous linguist Helmut Rick, were in use by the Etruscans themselves, so they would both be endonyms, and the etymology would mean a tower or a fortress. So, the people of the towers. Now, Genesis is in fact quite complex, and even when just looking at classical antiquity and historians was already highly debated, and we have several theories expressed in the sources to Italy itself. We have the Eastern or Lydian origin theory, claiming that the original population and then will become the Etruscans was a migratory population originally from Western Anatolia, modern-day Turkey. We then have the Aegean theory, which comes before they moved into the Italian peninsula. So let's review these one by one. Now, this idea that the Etruscans might have been Greeks is strongly connected to the writings of Hellanicus of Lesbos, who was an ancient Greek logographer, and when we use this word we mean all of their writings. According to him, the Etruscans were in fact the descendants of another people, or whether or not the Pelasgians, who would be probably more correctly indigenous inhabitants of the Aegean Sea, indigenous people of Greece, is how we're going to discuss them. The overall idea behind the story is that these people were living or inhabiting the area of Thessaly, but they were kicked out by the other surrounding Greeks, and they ended up in the Italian peninsula through sea or navigation. Since we did mention Herodotus, what does the father of history say? Does he agree with this theory of Etruscan ethnogenesis proposed by his predecessor? No. Herodotus tells us that the Etruscans were in fact descendants of settlers coming from Lydia, a region of the Anatolian Peninsula, modern-day Turkey, who had left their lands due to famine and relocators, and I'm going to share three, who were proponents of the idea that the Etruscans were in fact in Strabo, Dionysius of Halicarnassus, and Myrsilio of Mytilene. And we are really trying to hit 200 sales. We are 79% funded. At the plushie, we would hit 160, and then we would only be 40 short of ensuring production. If you like,
plushie as much he needs to. They're good.
Having discussed the ancient hypotheses, we should also briefly mention more modern ones. For instance, there is the theory presented by Emmanuel Rouget. Not this one, this is the one who makes wine. The Egyptologist from the 19th century, French Egyptologist, of course. According to his theory, the origins of the Etruscans would have to be connected to those that we usually call as the people of the sea, a very mysterious ethnonym that perhaps would require its own dedicated video, but in general it would be connected to the collapse of the Bronze Age. And separated from this one, still 19th and 20th century theorists proposed the idea definitely of a northern stem, although both of these are highly criticized. It is unfortunately difficult to say with certainty which of these hypotheses is autochthonous origin or ancestral origin to be connected to the culture as the name of an Iron Age people who inhabited Etruria before the classical. It supports this theory. Moreover, this view suggests that the Etruscans emerged locally through Agranians. The Etruscans were expert metal workers, artisans, architects. They built elaborate necropolis with richly decorated tombs, developed city-states like Veii, Tarquinia, Cerveteri, and Clusium, and their religion deeply influenced Roman ritual practice. Mentioned on previous videos on this channel, the Etruscans even ruled over early Rome through a line of Etruscan Republic in 509 BC. Recent genetic studies suggest that the Etruscans were genetic migration from the Near East. However, the Etruscan language still remains a mystery. Its origins are still debated, with some linguists even believing that Etruscan is a survivor of the most fascinating aspect of all of this, the linguistic data alone, since before the arrival of all other Italic population. I'll leave you with that question, and if you have questions of your own, feel free to let me know in the comments below. And thank you very much for watching. Goodbye. If you're enjoying this video so far, please take a moment to check out my Patreon page. With as little as a $5
is utterly terrible on so many different ways. If you guys didn't know, David Wood, every couple years, and then it kind of simmers down. Well, this time around, David Wood decided to go 8 miles. Sam, ever having anything over his head, exposed all the crazy stuff in his own life and over new Black Friday sale that's happening this week. This is some of our Bless God from the Summit apparel that's here. And that in the 60-day devotional and journal, as well as pick up a prayer journal for a friend or a spouse or a loved one, and get a leadership planner. So this is available now. The quantity on these book, Godly Ambition, signed copies, limited signed copies on sale. All of this is comment, and a couple of other is Julie Royce ran a report on it, and in the middle of a 6-hour stream, David Wood reveals some utterly evil and deplorable things that he did when he was 18 years old, before he was a Christian, okay? And those evil things he acknowledges, and those evil things, by the way, he said he will go to jail for, and he's down to go to jail for, if the victims came around and wanted to file charges for, okay? This is in subsequent stream. So what was revealed? What was revealed? I love that your face here is amazing. In the middle of this stream, Wood reveals that, do you know much about his story?
As kids, and then his boys passed recently.
Diagnosed psychopath who almost killed his dad on Thanksgiving Day in the 90s.
Okay.
Was an atheist, hearing voices, all kinds of crazy stuff. Almost killed his dad, goes to prison for that.
Okay, so he did time.
Did time for that.
Okay.
In prison is when he has an encounter with Jesus.
Wow.
Okay. I'm not, Sam, you're not going to hold anything over me. Is that when he was 18, 15-year-old?
Darkness.
Pretty dark.
Pretty dark. But it was the 90s. And
No. There was acknowledged it as evil. He acknowledged it as illegal. He acknowledged it and go to prison again for it. If the woman came forward and said, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. That is evil. That is awful. That is terrible. Julie Royce decided to run an article. Christian apologist David Wood confesses he raped girls prior to his conversion in shocking live stream. Okay, now that's a wild title. Okay,
that's a wild one.
And so she goes over it. Now there's some issues here that are significant to point out. So what they're discovering, what they're discussing, is a confession of statutory rape, right? But the way this is framed
is like forceful.
Sounds wild.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, in this, they've had to make a gajillion revisions.
Hello.
There's all the corrections.
Okay. Correction. The Roy's report has made several corrections to this article about his misconduct and Ademeyer as laughing it off. This was the interpretation of the reporter given the demeanor of both men, but Wood clearly acknowledges his behavior was wrong. We apologize for this mischaracterization. So that's a big changed to rejected, showing his change in views. Dislike ratio of the video with Wood's confession shows a normalization of the behavior. Several sentences which more accurately explain why the audience did not respond negatively to Wood's confession. Yeah.
Right. And so
they're kind of
You
flipping.
couldn't get it right the first time. You
Also,
really were like,
written by significantly less than perfect people with very similar taken root in Christian culture is the idea that and that is extremely disruptive and big niche of like, hey, we need to call out all this like contradictory stuff. Where though, as Christians, do we then actually practice what it means to accept someone into the faith as like a transformed life? Into the call out culture narrative. It doesn't fall into this person did something nefarious while being in debaucherous, unredeemed life turning redeemed through Christ. Scripture.
Well, I mean, it's the same thing with the pushback. Went to therapy, went to recovery, went and did all the things.
Yeah, and was Lentz lives in the world of And so there wasn't this like, this person was already supposed to be living a transformed life.
Yes.
And so then that's when we're like, so not saved.
Diagnosed psychopath.
Doing crazy things, as a psychopath.
Yeah.
That was not saved, is not in ministry, was not was not living a double life. They were just debaucherous. It was just a bad life.
Yes.
And then got redeemed. And so that's what I'm saying. Like
girls.
Yeah, it's titled this way where it's like, oh, we're calling out. This is the site that calls out people.
Yeah, that's a good observation.
Yeah, we're gonna call out stuff that you did before you were saved. And I was like, what messages we
Supposed to
read
call out
and
that
who the
they
authors
do it.
were. Do we have space for people? He's not saying like, hey, by the way, I've been living a double life as an internet a teacher. That's just a lot of information that is probably, you know, not suited for the internet.
Yeah, thank you for drawing that distinction between Lince and this.
Yeah.
Because I do think it's an honest.
Yeah.
Anyone that knows David Wood's testimony was not surprised by any of this.
It's like, yeah, he almost
the dude
killed
tried, yeah, he was at a daggone grew up in the trailer park. And
yeah.
I'm not, and that's not to justify. That's not to say it's okay. No one is justifying anything here. No one is saying this is okay. Pointed out. And by the way, let me just point this out. This is the most infuriating part of this whole thing. American Muslim scholar Daniel Pikachu also expresses disgust on his program. They are airing dirty laundry and exposing themselves in some of the reaches the levels of criminality. They're actually admitting to committing crimes. Now, okay, let me just say this. If your source on statutory grape
is a
let me no. Let me say it.
Okay.
Is a Muslim scholar who actually thinks child marriage is okay. We're not talking post-pubescent, and also thinks it's okay to marry your cousin and sleep with your cousin. I don't think this is a great source.
No.
Yeah.
That is actually okay with this.
Yeah. It's like the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
This is
which is like,
and by the way, fact check me on this. Look it up. Most of these Dawa guys are okay with child marriage. Why? Because Muhammad married a 5-year-old and consummated the marriage at 9.
Oh, goodness gracious.
This is fact. By the way, this guy's not a scholar, right? You're going to quote someone that just lost the debate result of interbreeding within Muslim cultures.
Is this the same guy that said predator?
Yes. Yes.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Okay.
So like this is it.
Find about
house naked on DoorDash, and instead of going to police about being sick and go out to the public and post this guy naked on his banned her, and she also got arrested for 2 charges because of this. And now
I bet she wishes they were doing nothing right now, because now we have Austin's statement from the police. I got a fresh. So if you recall, the incident happened on October 12th. Austin gives a statement to the Oswego police on drunk and apparently ordered DoorDash to my residence. I don't remember ordering DoorDash, but there you go. He states he was naked from the waist down, but had a shirt on. He said when he woke up, he received a notification from DoorDash.
See his dick.
I didn't look for those images.
Yeah, he wasn't wearing any clothes.
Asleep with his genitals out.
Right.
If we recall, the next morning is when the police initially questioned. He opened TikTok and saw himself on her account.
Oh.
The video was the video that DoorDasher took of him. It made him feel unsafe, humiliated, all those things. And she also posted his first name.
They gotta crucify her. They gotta do that. Yes!
Good.
He should start a GoFundMe. I'd donate.
Incident happened.
Yes.
And if we recall, she wasn't arrested for...
Again, we have to... We are our Karen obliteration. That is the goal. Every single one.
More than a week later, because there had to be an investigation done.
Yes.
And now Olivia, a.k.a. IRL Monster Hideout, is facing 2 felony charges. Unlawful. So it sounds like nobody knew about this video. She didn't admit it in her initial police report. She didn't admit...
Oh, she didn't report, but she didn't show the video of it happening? Yeah, probably because the video wasn't bad enough. She knew what she was doing.
Nobody knew until he saw it, and then he filed a police report, which I think was very smart on his part. Instead of jumping on TikTok, like everybody's like, where is he to defend himself? Y'all, this isn't real life.
Tron. That's funny. That's really funny. What are the odds of that? Wow.
Let's hear it in the comments. If there's still an Olivia defender out there, I want to hear from you. Because in my DMs, like, I'm a terrible person. No, I'm just bringing the facts. This is ridiculous. Okay, good night.
DM me instead. You cry to me instead. You want to crash out? You want to get mad? Cry to me instead. That way I can use you for content. I love this story.
They just fired me, and the police are doing nothing. I lost my
This TikTok DoorDash driver just went from viral victim to felony defendant after she came online.
Violent victim to felony defendant. Oh, wow. How does that happen?
Saying that she was essayed on the job, and now she's facing years in prison for the video that she posted herself.
3 days ago, October 12th, 2025, I was a victim of SA by a DoorDash customer while I was doing my job as a DoorDash driver. The DoorDash customer requested that their order be left at their front door. Their front door was wide open. Their lights were on. They were sleeping on the couch within eyesight of the front door with their pants and underwear.
What happened? If you need a perfect example of how fast a viral victim story can flip upside down,
This is the kind of stuff that makes people not believe girls that come out with stories of sexual assault. It was made to dig potatoes out of the ground, and she was given a computer. It's like giving a monkey an AK-47. You're not helping the monkey. He doesn't need that.
Henderson, or IRL Monster Hideout on TikTok, and she went viral
Just the way
pretty
it
fast
is.
as a DoorDash driver who claimed that she
That's
was
how it is.
essayed on the job. And now, as
Worship
of
the
last
sun,
week,
yeah.
she's been arrested, charged with 2 felonies, and could be facing years in prison. And depending on who you ask, she's either a woman who reported a traumatic event or someone who turned a drunk sleeping customer into content and then...
And DoorDash did ban the customer, and then 2 days later, DoorDash banned me, which doesn't seem
I would have said, oh, okay, this is a problem. All right, everybody involved is banned.
Please possible.
Everybody's fired.
an email. They didn't, and within
Don't.
12 hours
They got banned
afterward,
by now.
they had already denied my appeal.
Go to
DoorDash
Uber Eats.
deactivated me. DoorDash
I really hope she gets sent to jail. I think the probability of that is so low, but hopefully all of the court...
time. I also reported this to the police, and the police are doing nothing. I was assaulted.
This whole thing just starts back in October 20th in Oswego, New York.
Friends
Olivia
girl.
was delivered, walked up to the house, and found the front door wide open. Lights on, and the customer lying on his couch with his pants and underwear pulled down to his ankles. She described him as fully exposed and said that she'd been put in danger simply by doing her job. Now, obviously, that's not an ideal situation to witness on the job, but it could have passed out before it got there. Not a great look, but
I mean, if I was DoorDash and I had a person that did anything wrong, like, because, again... Like, you don't know whether she opened the door or not. Like, basically, like, it was kind of dumb that he did that. But if the door wasn't open, then she is 100% in the wrong. And if the door was open, she's only 90% in the wrong.
I think it's illegal to do that, especially because he was in his own house and he wanted the order at his front door. But more taking from what happened. She said everything was caught on camera. She also said that she didn't want this to happen to any other DoorDash and the police. And her initial post grabbed more than 22 million views for a brief moment, and for violating community guidelines. And the talk around her started changing because she posted more videos saying she said the police were punished.
I can't wait, because this is the beginning. This is what I think is funny. This is the beginning of the end.
One against her at once.
So everybody thinks that she's retarded. The police think she's retarded.
What's going on? One of the biggest points in chaos of this entire story is the debate over whether Aaliyah insisted the door was actually wide open when she arrived, meaning the guy on purpose left his door. But pretty fast, other creators started putting out screenshots that showed that she had quietly deleted an earlier version, and the original clip was deleted, but I don't think this has anything to do with TikTok silencing her here. Couch in his own house, and she posted it for millions of...
It's also that they have a rule against nudity. So, if you're posting a guy that's nude, you broke the rules. What? What? What?
People online to see. I don't know about you guys, but I think the video got deleted because of that. So obviously that's not allowed on the platform, hence why I can't show the clip here. But there were these side-by-side screenshots that started popping up of what...
If the video that she uploaded had the door closed more, or sorry, if the video that she uploaded, the cropped photo, if she did that, she 100% opened the door. Sorry. Yep. You don't, because again, where there's smoke, there's fire. A person engaging in good faith would never do that. Only a person that's trying to deceive you would do that. She needs to be on the sex offender list. I agree. I totally agree with you.
Yeah. The door was closed or left open. Either way, dude is in his own house, so is this illegal? No. But But my main question is, why is she walking around in this dude's house? Like, drop the food on the doormat, take a picture, and move on to your next order. You don't need to be... Hello? There's no reason to play Resident Evil in someone's house. This whole situation doesn't make sense whatsoever. Did she just use this as a ploy for attention? How?
Yeah. Exactly. You thought it was her golden ticket.
Jeez, guys.
Her golden ticket to fame. That's what she thought it was.
Yep. That's right. That's it. And hey, she got the attention.
All of it.
From the police, because now she's getting charged with 2 felonies. Ah,
You got all
too
of the
bad.
attention.
How is it hard to understand to not walk into someone's house and post a video of them laying naked on their couch to millions of people on the internet? That's just so unacceptable. But I think one of the reasons this whole thing went so viral, other than the fact this girl's thought process, the door wide open. And I mean, I get why there's a hang up here, because if she
No. That's the end of the conversation to me. I need 1 point on a graph right there. I draw the whole line. I say it's really just that simple. She's probably planning on making OnlyFans content. I got a feeling that's not going to work out.
No, probably
actually, you know, push the door open to record a guy just laying there in his house and then, you know, turned herself into the victim. She's insane. And then we for sure have another member of the Hall of Fame of Influencer Morons. At this point, I need to start holding introduction ceremonies for these kinds of idiots, because I should be starting my videos like, welcome to the newest idiot who's now facing jail time for some social media content. I'd say a lot of my videos are kind of like that. Anyway,
there's a ring camera of her opening the door, as far as I heard. It's just
lighting, angles, wood grain, everything. But this is where the story took a life of its own, because version of the events that looked very different from what she originally stated online, because eventually opening the door herself.
Yeah, I mean, if there's footage of her opening the door, 100%.
7 years each.
Yeah, it's GG.
Why did you do that? So
these people are attention-starved, narcissistic freaks, and they have no problem with their own, you know, fragile egos. And trespassing, yes, total Karen obliteration. That's right.
Got her.
Sir, I have your DoorDash. Oh! Ew! I'm a victim!
Number one, why would you ever do this to begin with? And number two, why would you
For
do this when there's a Ring doorbell camera right there next to the door?
Because people like this are stupid. That's the reason why. They don't think past that.
Complete idiot.
Opening. Like, did you not online?
Well, people like this, here's the problem, is that girls like this and people like this in general, and getting preferential treatment and being treated with kid gloves no matter what they do wrong, that they do it for so long that they just get used to it and they get lazy. Like, you guys have seen this, like a lot of girls. Yeah, women are massive beneficiaries of this, and I think that they're overwhelmingly the majority of beneficiaries. But you know this, like, have you guys known anybody that like sells drugs and like they get called Walmart ones? And like a prepaid, and then eventually they have some of their main sloppier and sloppier and sloppier, and then you get caught. Right? Yeah, sure. Well, that's so dumb. Yeah, I'm telling you. Then they buy a $100K car. Actually, so well, took a vacation. They get confident. Yeah, exactly. So this is the same. This is the same paradigm.
Swago, the man in the video was not sitting there waiting to expose himself to the delivery driver. He was asleep. Reportedly showed her opening the door herself, which does not add up with her story. So DoorDash.
Well, if she opened the door herself, then I mean, she's just very obviously the one in the wrong. It's not even a question. She wanted to sell the guy out as a sex offender for clicks, no sympathy. Absolutely. If she had gotten what she wanted, his life would have been ruined. I have that tree downstairs. I didn't even know I have this tree.
They probably don't.
It's next to my TV.
Finally responded, and they never deactivate someone for reporting it, full stop. But they said that posting the video of a customer inside of their home along with their personal details was a clear violation of their policies. They
and it's not even a question.
Said that was the reason her account was deactivated. And they deactivated the customer's account
He's
too
got some
while they were
plan.
investigating. And they also added that she still had full access to her money. Then everything hit a wall on November 10th, because that's when officers arrested Olivia Henderson and charged her with 2 counts of Class E felonies. Unlawful.
It's a good start. She even posted his address on top with the name of the sexual assault allegation. Yeah, the people like this, they'll ruin your life. They'll ruin your life for clout.
surveillance and dissemination of an unlawful surveillance image. And these charges usually apply to people who secretly record others in private settings, bathrooms, bedrooms, changing rooms, that kind of thing. But the legal idea is the same. Recording someone inside of their home when they have an expectation of privacy is criminal, even if the camera is
obviously
outside of the door.
Wait, and here's a pretty good, easy way to look at this, right? If you are standing on the sidewalk and some guy is, let's say you're a dad, and some guy is recording your daughter, do you want that guy in the sex offender registry? Probably not. You probably want him in the morgue. But a sex offender registry is the next best thing, right? Yeah. So that's it. Shut up. No, that's...
said that she filmed a sleeping person and posted it publicly, which is exactly what these laws are written for. So the bottom line is, police found no proof of SA, and the man was asleep. And Olivia admitted the instructions for her order said to leave the food at the door, not inside of the home as she filmed. Her last TikTok was posted on October 26th, right after she said that she was being punished for reporting what happened. After the arrest, she didn't post anything at all. No defense, no clarification, no follow-up about what she plans to say in court. Her current next hearing is on December 5th.
And also, apparently, like from the video that we just saw,
I can see it
she
now.
did not even show them the video of herself recording the guy. That to me is like so damning. That not only did she post a seemingly edited version of the video on TikTok, but she didn't give the police the raw video as admissible footage whenever she reported it. That's crazy.
And depending on how the judge sees all the evidence, she could be looking at a whole lot of time here. And this can range from probation to years in state prison, because it looks like a Class C felony in New York can carry up to 4 years. And she's charged
There's
with...
no way she gonna, like, it's a white girl. She's probably gonna get off. I know, guys.
Two Class C felonies. So like a conspiracy that TikTok doesn't want you to hear about. This is a criminal case with evidence and surveillance. How does this keep on happening? No, obviously, gig workers deal with real risks every day. Absolutely punish workers for speaking up. But if you film someone in their own home, post it online, accuse...
You're talking about is different than what happened in the situation that you're making a decision on based off of criteria from something that didn't happen, or it happened with something else. People are confused. Okay, let me say it again. So basically, if you take a situation that happened, another situation that happened in the past, and you just assume that this is a retard. Does that make sense? I feel like it's pretty fucking odd. It's turned on, right?
Say never happened, and then you claim that you're being silenced.
Really working.
You
and
were.
They deactivated me. This is related. They just punished me for the police are doing nothing. I lost my job. That was my only way to make money to pay my...
Happens in December, and I'll keep you guys posted as more details come out. So feel free to subscribe if you're new. Drop a like if you enjoyed.
Oh my God. Well, luckily, now her life is going to be ruined because of this.
Thank goodness. I'm not a fan of her.
A man that won the world's strongest... What the fuck is going on? Jamie Booker won the title of strongest woman at the strongest woman competition in Arlington, Texas. Man. Man.
Not all of them.
I'd be pissed too. Yeah, you worked your fucking ass off and have that happen. That's crazy.
That people go to and compete to find out who's the best at the world in their weight class. So, for instance, 105 kilo, the men's open. They have the women's 63s, the women's 73s, etc. And it's an amazing event run by some amazing people.
Yep.
And it is also a qualifying process for Giants Live, which in turn is a qualifying process for the World's Strongest Man. So it is in terms of top tier federations, official strongman games, we've got World's Strongest Man. We've got Giants Live, and then we've got official strongman games. It is literally...
So it's like the third one down.
Number 1, number 2, number 3. All the other competitions are underneath that in terms of accolade.
Okay.
You know? So official strongman games is An amazing event.
So it's like the
And
third
it is
tier
there to
event.
decide who is the strongest person on this planet. One of the events hosted this weekend was the world's strongest woman. Now, I only came across this because I saw a post from Andrea Thompson, who has won world's strongest woman in the past and has held the world record deadlift, etc.
Good for her.
She's an amazing human being.
Yeah.
And the post, I was just getting this vibe from this post that Andrea was almost like retiring. That's the vibe I got. It was like, I'm, kind of like, this is the last time, blah, blah, blah. I can't remember the post exactly, but it just didn't give a good vibe. So I was like, something isn't right there. So I dug in, who beat Andrea? Because Andrea's a phenomenal strength athlete. Who beat Andrea Thompson? And the name, Jamie Booker, popped up. So I went on their profile. So the bio is Pro Strong Woman. She's put in a latest title from the weekend, World's Strongest Woman 2025, North America's Strongest Woman, second place, winning the classic first place, personal trainer DM for inquiry. Now at face value, everything seems normal, and if you go into her profile, she's put events from the weekend.
So the thing that never happens happened? So just so I understand this, so the thing that they always say never was going to happen, and the thing literally, like, how is it possible? I'll get to it. I'll get to the South Park.
So she's got a coach. Just everything like good luck at official strongman games. Everything looks normal. Like there's a bit of a training here doing mauling it.
That's a lot.
Super strong. 121, just smashing it. Yeah,
it's like the size of me.
It's going up. Look how easy it looks. But looking at her, I don't want to upset anybody. 170 kilo, maybe.
He's trying to be politically correct about this. He's trying to guess her weight. He's like, okay, don't want to make anybody mad, but somewhere around there.
175, maybe 180. Close to, say, 380 pounds, 400 pounds in body weight. Like, that is a big girl.
Yeah.
And if you keep going down, you've got some feats of strength.
Okay.
Like deadlifting 140 kilos.
That seems like a lot.
Very, very easily.
It's like 300 pounds.
Look at that. Like,
wow.
Stiff leg.
Damn.
Yeah, Jesus.
How about that?
Next 141 pound dumbbell.
Wow.
For a double. So what's that, like 65 kilo? One
Jesus.
arm above the head. Like, this is a strong lady.
Yeah, it sure
so I
is.
asked a few other people, like, where did this Jamie Booker come from? And then I got a response I was not expecting. So the response was like, Ed.
But were you really not expecting it? But is that really true though? I mean, like, but really though?
My God, as a lady, put on a registration as a lady, did the whole competition as a lady, spoke as a lady, acted as a lady, and she turns out to be a man. And
How the fuck did this actually happen? How did this actually happen?
And then I get sent some OnlyFans pictures, which I won't put on.
Let me find her.
But yeah, there was irrefutable.
How did this actually happen?
And then I get sent some OnlyFans pictures, which I won't put on. Yeah, but yeah, there is irrefutable evidence that Jamie Booker is a man. I've seen.
Man. What the fuck is going on? Jamie Booker won the title of strongest woman at the strongest woman competition in Arlington, Texas. Man. But is
She's probably worked a full-time job during the whole process as well. Sacrificed time with her partners, her kids, social life.
Absolutely.
Like, she's given her life to Strong Woman. Now, that's what grinds on me, is that somebody's sacrificed.
I'm really glad that he's using this line of like argumentation, because it's like kind of emotional messaging, but I think it's the one type of messaging that is the most counter to the acceptance of it. is that you're basically taking advantage of a person's entire life's work and, you know, them being at the pinnacle of their athletic career and benefits or the satisfaction
Bit off
of
Naruto's.
being able to achieve that. I'm very, yeah, I guess so.
So much. If that was my daughter in that situation, put a relationships at risk, sacrifice time with her kids, spend thousands of, I'd be fucking wow, yeah. I'd be really angry if that was.
Yeah, I'd be fucking furious too. Absolutely. Yeah, it sucks.
If that was my daughter, and I've got daughters, you know, and I don't want my daughters to grow up in a world where that's okay, because it's just not okay.
It's not fair. Yeah, it's not fair. And the problem is that there will be some people that will come and take what he's saying here as being transphobic or something like that. But this is one of the instances, like, we're not talking about somebody, you know, like identifying as something like, or wearing a dress, or whether somebody's able to wear makeup. Like, you're really talking about, this is one of the biological differences. It's kind of like all of these people talk constantly about how, you know, gender and sex are two different things, but this is one of the instances where actually that argumentation works against you, because in this instance, you're talking about sexual advantages, like genuine sexual advantages that are based off of the innate characteristics of someone being a male or a female. And really, I think that transcends any sort of, like, you know, social messaging, right? It goes way, way beyond that.
So I really feel.
That's why I keep saying she. Oh, I don't care, because here's the reason why. This is the reason why. I don't have a problem with people identifying as trans. I have a problem with people identifying as trans and then invading women's spaces. That's what I have a problem with. So, like, if you want to be trans, that's fine. I don't give a shit. Go ahead. It's your life. You're going to be able to do what you want.
But
And also, if you don't want to respect somebody's pronouns, then usually generally respect people's pronouns. But at the same time, you know, I recognize that there's a biological perspective that I think most people have. Like, they're willing to play ball and be reasonable. It's the way most people feel. No, dude, that's fine. I mean, if you don't feel that way, I'm not going to tell you that you're wrong. I'm not going to tell you that you have to think the way that I think. I'm just sharing the way that I feel. You ask me a question, there's my...
Or Andrea, and she's probably too polite. Like, doesn't want to have a battle online. And
well, no, it's because nobody... And the thing is, like, she doesn't have a big social media presence like Eddie has, right? Like, nobody knows her really on the same level that, like, they know Eddie Hall. Like, he's, like, one of the, like, top, like that. You're going to have a ton of people that will attack you maliciously and, like, be hyper hostile to you if you speak out against this at all. So, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised at her not speaking out about this. I'd be afraid to do it, too. Yeah, I totally get it.
Get into the ins and outs of it. You know, she's too nice. But something needs to be done here. And I think I think now the truth is out. And I think now... the news has come out she is a man. I have a feeling.
Well, I think that really this is what I know. Like, if this person didn't say that they were trans whenever they entered into the contest, they did so on a level of bad faith that is just completely manipulative and extremely problematic. So to me, like, that's how I see it, is that, like, this is...
Yep. Bad faith argument.
Will be
I'm not arguing, but...
by Will's... I have a feeling that the title will be revoked by Will's... they are good people. And it's not about upsetting Jamie or anything. It's not about that. It's just about doing the right thing. If they want to come and compete in strong man, strong woman, or Will...
It sucks that, like, there's, like, so many cuts. Obviously, like you saw, there's, like, 5 cuts here. And I think probably the reason why is that he probably had to do, like, retakes for this to, like, make sure that people don't, like, try to take it out of context and turn him into, like, this horrible person. Which he's obviously not. I mean, this is a completely reasonable, normal position to have that I think most people agree with and understand. But, you know, it's unfortunate to see somebody, you know, and maybe that's not the case. Maybe I'm wrong about this, but, like, I just feel like it's a little bit of a coincidence, right? And so to see that happen, it's disappointing to see people that are, like, so afraid and, like, self-censoring themselves about it. Walking on eggshells? Yeah.
Strongest person, then let's have a discussion and let's create something fair and equal that allows the women to do their thing without being stamped on.
Right.
That's all I'm saying. I think that's what needs to happen. And
exactly.
Yeah, let's have a conversation. What do you think in the comments? Hit me up in the comment section. What do you think should be done about this, and what is the fix, what is the remedy, what is the cure?
I think eat and delete. It's pretty simple. Yeah, you just simply revoke it and say it didn't happen. Like that, yeah, like we had somebody that like was a biological male that competed in a women's competition. We didn't know at the time, our bad. And yeah, now the actual winner is this other person. I feel like it's super simple. Yeah. There it is.
But for me, you know, as I say, if that was my daughter, I wouldn't stand for it. And I'm sure Andrea's dad
absolutely
would be the same. Mum and dad would be furious, alive or not. I don't know what they are. I'm sorry, Andrea, but I'm sure they would be not happy hearing their daughter lost something that she fought her entire life for to a man.
Oh,
it's just unfair.
Oh,
anyway, guys, I just wanted to come on and talk about that. Yeah, just it's happening a lot in sports, isn't it? It's been going on in swimming.
It did happen in
boxing,
swimming. I saw that. The Olympics,
you know, over Olympic sport.
and they changed the rules for the Olympic Games because of that. The Olympics recently ruled that anybody who's not a biological female cannot compete in a women's league, which is like, I mean, it's crazy. You know what's so insane is the fact that we're even talking about this. What the fuck is going on? Can you believe that? Oh my God.
We just need to.
Wow.
We all need to find a middle ground, and we all need to find a place fair to people. As I say, these people sacrifice their lives for sport, and their parents.
Well, and it's also like, it's just common sense, right? You've got 12 competitors, 20 competitors, and
This has hit me like a wave. I think I am going to call it a night so I don't fall asleep on you guys. And we'll try to go back at it again tomorrow. Probably later at night, because I think we're going over to my mom's to help with noodles or whatnot. Get some Thanksgiving stuff ready. So, yeah. Alright, I'll catch you tomorrow. God bless, and have a good night. And if I don't catch you tomorrow night, hopefully I'll catch you later on Thanksgiving Day. And be able to wish you a happy Turkey Day. But happy Turkey Day coming up, and everybody get rest, enjoy the time with the family. Alright, God bless. Good.